All right, you can see.
Somebody give me the sign. Yeah. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the MetricStream GRC Summit 2015 here in London. I'm absolutely delighted and honoured to welcome you here to the summit. We have a full house. We're almost twice as large as last year, twice as many partners, and we're delighted to invite you along to a fabulous lineup over the next 2 days. We're delighted to welcome people from pretty much across the globe, from North America, from Norway, Sweden, Finland, Germany, Malta, Turkey, Ireland, UK, Tanzania, and Zambia, to include a few names. So we're absolutely delighted to welcome an international group. The theme for the next 2 days will be maximising business performance. We're truly excited to have an all-star cast of analysts, regulators, and business practitioners. And we look forward to hearing their insights, their views, their experiences, and their projections for the way ahead. As well as customers and practitioners, we're delighted to have probably the best GRC community, analyst community under one roof on the planet. I'd especially like to welcome the analysts from Forrester, from Chartis, and from GRC 2020 Research. We have a very exciting GRC debate this afternoon, and that's definitely one not to miss. Delighted to welcome our partners who are very much part of the MetricStream family. Very much an extension and an integral part of our innovation, our creativity, through their insights, through their ideas, and through their customer execution. I'd really encourage you to wander around to meet the various partners in the partner zone here. We'll be doing many different things over the next couple of days. We'll have the partner theatre, we'll have booth bingo, and a few other surprises there as well. As well as that, we've introduced a new concept this year, which is the Experience Centre, and we're going to give you the opportunity to see MetricStream and to talk with some of the leading members of our Customer Solution and Innovation Group as well. I'd also like to say a very special welcome to the extended audience as well. We're broadcasting the summit live across the globe, and I would encourage you to share the link with your colleagues, maybe who can't be here. It's grc-summit.com/Europe. And I'd also like to encourage you to share your experiences through the social media as well, using our hashtag GRC Summit. A few of the logistics for the next couple of days. The main track will be happening here in the Westbourne Suite. We'll be breaking out today at 11 o'clock through to 4:45, and there'll be meeting rooms and breakout suites above on the first floor. We'll have 4 different tracks. We'll have 1 technology track, 2 business tracks, and 1 technology and app track as well. And I encourage you to attend those and to get as much out of them as possible. My friend Risa will be the timekeeper. He has a bell. When you hear a bell, you better be in the right place, or he'll be chasing you. So we'll try to stick as much as possible to our times, particularly for our colleagues that are joining us remotely. A few practical things. We have restrooms on the floor above and on the first floor as well. There are no fire drills today or tomorrow, so if you do hear the fire alarm, please make your way out through here, and there are other exits as well in the partner zone. The Metric Stream team is here to help you to maximise your time here at the event. So if you have any questions, need any help, please reach out to the Metric Stream team. You can always find people at the Metric Stream help desk. And we're also here to help you to maximise this tremendous networking event as well. So if there's anyone in particular or any group or any discipline you're particularly interested in engaging with, please let us know. It's now my privilege to introduce Metric Stream's CEO, Shelley Archambault, who will provide the opening note. Since 2002, Shelley has served as the CEO of Metric Stream, and she has overseen Metric Stream grow to be the leading independent GRC vendor in the world, with offices on every continent and more than 1,700 staff. Ms. Archambault blends strategy and innovative thinking with 25 years of extensive general management credentials and a track record of achievement in the information systems, technology and internet industries. Ms. Archambault is a leader both in business and in the community, demonstrated through decades of involvement in several boards of directors and committees. Since 2007, she has served on the board of directors of private and public companies, including Arbitron, and she currently serves on the board of directors of Verizon Communications and Nordstrom. Throughout the years, Ms. Archambault has been recognised with prestigious awards and honours, and her accomplishments and impact stretch far and wide. She was recognised as one of the top women of influence in Silicon Valley in 2008 by San Jose Business Journal. In October 2010, she was invited by the White House to represent Silicon Valley's interests at the White House Women Entrepreneurship Conference. And in April 2013, Ms. Archambault was named the second most influential African American in technology by Business Insider. Shelley is passionate about GRC and commitment to your success. It's my pleasure to introduce Shelley Archambault.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Can everyone hear you okay? All right, well, good morning. Good morning. All right, so this is the toughest slot in the entire conference, right? The first slot, early in the morning, everybody's had about 1, maybe 2 cups of coffee or tea. So we need to get everyone energized and ready for what we're going to experience over the next 2 days. So it's my pleasure and distinction to actually officially both welcome you to our GRC Summit. It's wonderful to be here in London again for our summit, and it's great to indeed see the overall turnout. I'm here today to talk about one of my favorite topics, surprise, surprise, which is risk. When I look out at the audience, we're all made up of practitioners in the areas of audit or risk, compliance, perhaps governance, or maybe all of the above. But we all actually have a common purpose. And no, that purpose is not to be the internal process police or the no people or the can't do it people, as many people refer to us in terms of in our different disciplines. In GRC, in governance, risk, and compliance, we're professionals that are all about the business. We're all about the business. And to that end, we actually have a very common overall objective and passion. And at MetroStream, we think about it in terms of preserve, protect, and perform. It's preserve the integrity of our corporations. It's to protect our reputations and our brands. And it's to provide the risk and regulatory intelligence to enable our businesses to thrive and grow and drive the best business performance. That's our overall common vision and view that brings us all together. And with that in mind, MetroStream has actually put together a GRC promise that we want to share with all of you. And I'm going to call up French Caldwell, our chief evangelist, to actually lead us. It's going to feel a little bit like school, everybody, but to lead us in the GRC promise that was developed just a couple months ago.
Okay, thank you, Shelley. Thank you. So everyone, don't feel too shy here. Please stand up, and we'll all take the GRC promise, and promise it won't hurt. And you can either hold up your hand like this, or you can put it over your heart, or you can just stand there. And if you're a conscientious objector to GRC, you may continue to be seated. All right, Mr. Boodle. All right, so I promise to do my best to preserve our corporate integrity, to protect our reputation and brand, and to provide the regulatory and risk intelligence needed for exceptional business performance. Thank you. Now, there we go. Everybody.
We're all sworn in.
You're all sworn in. You can go do this.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, French. And actually, you now count among a couple of thousand GRC professionals that have now taken that promise over the last just 2 months. And we encourage you to feel free to share it and bring it back to your organizations or any other groups that you indeed find appropriate. So, with that in mind, all right, let's talk about the risks. I think most of you would agree with me. When you think about human nature, it is very normal for humans to be risk averse. More than that, it's actually our history, right? Back from the prehistoric days when it was all about how do you survive in the wilderness, find food that's safe to eat, the whole bit. It's no surprise that we actually all start out risk averse. But at the same time, we know that almost nothing really successful happens unless you take risks. The people who are the most successful take those risks, whether it's starting a business or launching a new product or going to the moon. The key is making sure that the risks we take are calculated risks and that we understand both the upside as well as the downside and then take the right action. So if we think about it, even in today's world, right, things like the cloud. On one hand, the cloud brings the ability to get services and systems, et cetera, at a very low cost, very dynamic, very efficient. But on the flip side, it also brings newer risks in terms of cyber attacks, in terms of privacy issues potentially. When you think about social media, it gives companies a much better ability to actually reach out to stakeholders, shareholders potentially, and customers, and engage them in ways that we couldn't before. But at the same time, that errant tweet or not handling a Facebook-listed customer issue properly, and all of a sudden your company is under siege. Globalization. It's very much easier today than it's ever been to actually launch products and services and take your businesses global. But at the same time, the risks of volatility from a geopolitical standpoint, the risk of suppliers far-flung, et cetera, all indeed make it much more difficult. As a matter of fact, brands are being held accountable in a way that, frankly, they really hadn't before. They're being held accountable not just for what happens within their four walls, but for actually what happens in their extended supply chain or in their ecosystem. So therefore, the risks have actually increased. When you look at business today, right, the point is it's all about making sure you go after the opportunities. And it's understanding that if you make decisions about your own business, either how to stay in business or how to grow your business, you have to be looking at risks and those opportunities and putting the right factors right around them. Because every business decision today comes with risks. But as I always like to say, risk and opportunity are two sides of the very same coin. However, many companies today don't have the risk intelligence information they need at their fingertips to actually make the best decisions. But the good news is, businesses are really beginning to wrap their arms around it, as I'm sure many of you are seeing and experiencing. They're taking the crucial first steps to truly create risk management processes, to indeed put in place and build out their teams, the overall infrastructure, put together the information they need to power those risk intelligence systems. So, who are some of the companies that are actually out there that we can look to and learn from? Well, when I think about companies that are taking risks, I'm going to give you a couple examples. One is Pixar. And you might say, Pixar? Pixar is the animation film company, right? They create movies for kids and adults to enjoy. But if you actually look at the past several movies that Pixar has come out, they've actually taken some risks. How many of you ever saw the movie WALL-E? WALL-E took place, right? The very opening of the movie, you see this very desolate, dystopian kind of environment. As a matter of fact, for the first half of the movie, there's not even any dialogue that you can actually understand. And yet this was a huge success. But who would have thought? And then you have the movie Up, right? Up, which was all about losing a spouse and the sadness and things around that, for a children's movie. And then most recently, Inside Out, which delves into, frankly, mental illness and sadness. Again, these are not Pixar. These are not traditional storylines in terms of for children, yet they were all extremely successful and actually started to change the game and the focus around children's movies. Another example, the tablet market. From the 1980s to about 2010, many companies tried to launch tablets. They were too big, too bulky, too expensive, just totally impractical, and everybody was convinced there is no market for tablets. And then in 2010, believe it or not, it's only 5 years ago, when Apple was talking about launching their tablet, and everybody said, there's no market here, high risk, why would anyone do that? Well, now the iPad has totally revolutionized mobile computing and opened up the whole market for everyone else. Risks against all naysayers. And then there's a scenario, frankly, that's a little closer to home, and that's MetricStream. When MetricStream was first coming together, we looked at the overall market, because remember, this is now over a dozen years ago, and Sarbanes-Oxley was really hot. And we thought, all right, to help companies with compliance, we need to come out with a strong SOX solution. But frankly, we saw other companies doing that, like Certus and others. But when we really delved into it, we realized that the issue that companies were facing wasn't just SOX. It was actually all of the different regulatory requirements that they had. It was all the risks they were trying to deal with globalization and 9/11 and those like things out there. And we said, let's actually look at this differently. Let's indeed go out and build a very robust and scalable technology platform on top of which we can put different apps and solutions to help companies manage not just compliance needs in SOX, but frankly, a broad set of compliance issues, a broad set of risk issues that would give them the ability to actually pull up information and understand what's happening across the enterprise versus just one particular silo. But I will tell you, people told us we were crazy because there was no market. Well, as we all know, there now is a market. It's called governance, risk, and compliance. And as you heard earlier from Stephen, we are indeed leaders in this overall market. As a matter of fact, a few years back, we actually bought that company, Certus, that was just doing Sarbanes-Oxley. So risk and opportunity, two sides of the same coin. What we've seen in GRC since then is that the market has grown significantly. There has been focus and attention on a global basis around this. As a matter of fact, analysts, and you'll hear more later, but analysts predict this is actually a 20 billion plus market, and others talk about it being potentially 2 or 3 times that. And why is that? Because of why all of you guys are sitting here today. Because risk touches every aspect of our business. And we believe from the beginning that it's not just broad spread, but it is actually pervasive. And you'll hear more about that overall theme as we go throughout our overall day. And it is what is driving MetroStream's growth, and it's driving our ability to work with all of you on your business challenges in GRC. Now, going back to the moral of our story, looking at Pixar and Apple and even MetroStream, it's important to have a vision that you believe in, and then at the same time, make sure you understand what the risks are so that you can make the right decisions, the right investments, so that you can ensure you're putting the right resources where they need to be across your enterprise so that you can ultimately drive a maximized return for your overall business. As we go forward, the key is all about managing risk and reward. It's to find the sweet spot, the balance between the two, so that you can mitigate the risks you need to, take advantage of the risks that will bring you strong opportunities, and in the end, what we're all trying to do is to make those risk-based, informed decisions. Now, this brings me to the core of my talk today. How can you and your organizations get the right kind of data and information to effectively draw that balance between risk and opportunity? Because today, you can't afford to take weeks and weeks to put together and collect information, try to rationalize it, put it in pretty charts, and then present it so somebody can make decisions. We need information faster because the marketplace and business is just moving faster. A few years ago, Johnson & Johnson came to us because they had a challenge. You know, Johnson & Johnson is a very distributed company. Yes, they have a corporate headquarters, but they have over 300 entities that operate very independently. But at the same time, they needed to be able to understand what the level of risk and opportunity was across their overall enterprise. So what they were trying to do is to figure out how to do just that, how to bring the balance, how to get the data and information, but allow those entities to operate independently. So to solve this challenge, one of the things that J&J did was to actually implement one platform, one point of reference, one place, right, that had the truth, so they could sift together and pull together all of this risk-based information. The company created an enterprise risk management framework and map which defined kind of a clear, standardized approach for how they were going to handle risk. But more importantly, they also defined kind of a common nomenclature that would enable the divisions to work independently, but would enable them to pull that information up to be able to rationalize it using the same language. And even though each business had their own risk rating scale, they still mapped that out to be able to feed the global red, yellow, green view. So at the very senior management level, at the board level, they could quickly and easily understand their relative risk across the overall enterprise, which ultimately is translating into better business decisions. And we actually have representatives of Johnson & Johnson with us for the next 2 days. You'll get a chance to hear from them. Many companies, like J&J, are truly taking steps toward a data-driven and risk-informed decision-making. And they're starting at the business unit level and then driving it up at the corporate level, mapping out their overall risk, tying it to controls and processes, et cetera, so that it all feeds into one framework. That gives organizations an overall clear view of their risk and the health of their overall organizations. They're also making sure that their risk reports are relevant and succinct because people need the information in a way in which they can consume it and understand it quickly so that they're able to manage the risk and mitigate those that they need to. Today, the big question in boardrooms and around the world is, okay, can we get better not only at managing risks, but actually at predicting risks, actually at predicting and getting risk-informed outcomes more effectively? And the answer is yes, that's exactly where we're going. There are technology tools and data, et cetera, that allows you to indeed pull together structured and unstructured information. Indeed, compare and contrast, drive trends, so that you can indeed start to get to a more proactive view of risk. Because we can slice and dice through data today like never before, and we can blend historical information with that information to actually drive and get some overall views of where things are going. We can also use powerful risk heat maps, et cetera, that at a glance will give us those overall insights. These tools are available, and with them, we have the ability to take overall risk management to the next level. So the next question is, how does faster, better informed risk information, et cetera, drive better business performance? Because I started my talk by saying, we're all about business in GRC. It's not about stopping business, it's about enabling business to move forward in a very risk-aware way. Well, we had better data, and we had better risk visibility. So you begin to understand what risks can actually improve your overall business performance. It's like the popular analogy of brakes on a car, right? And what do I mean by that? Well, you can always drive fast. But if you want to be confident in driving fast, and if you want to feel safe in driving fast, you want to make sure those brakes actually work. So when you need them, and you're taking that hairpin curve, or you have to stop suddenly, you know it's going to work. So if you know the brakes work well, you're willing to actually move a little faster. Well, GRC, risk management, kind of works as those brakes. If we're doing a good job, we can move faster as an overall company, as an overall business. About a year ago, Hudson City Savings Bank, one of our clients, they really experienced these kind of benefits. The bank had built an integrated GRC library where they had linked together their processes, risk taxonomy with all the different policy, applications, vendors, and products, et cetera. It was all highly integrated and highly leveraged. Consequently, when the heartbleed virus, do you guys remember the heartbleed virus? Heartbleed virus came out and affected a lot of companies. But fortunately for Hudson City, not so much. Because they had spent all this time building this risk framework and actually tying together all this information, it was a very simple process for them to look to see which applications actually linked to the overall internet, which vendors were actually tied to those, to be able to reach out to those vendors, make sure they were clear, et cetera, so that they were actually very comfortable and able to provide up to senior leadership as well as to the board the fact that they were okay, and here's why they know they're okay. So they weren't affected. A lot of companies were, because they hadn't actually integrated all that across. So we have the ability to better manage our business today. So, does risk management actually have an impact on business? The answer is yes, it does. EY did a study. I don't know how many of you have seen this, but I highly encourage you to get it and indeed share it, because the survey is called Turning Risk into Results, where they found that companies with more mature risk management practices and frameworks generated the highest growth in EBITDA. It shows that companies in the top 20% of risk maturity actually also generated 3 times the level of EBITDA as those companies in the bottom 20%. And the study also found that financial performance is highly correlated with the level of risk management maturity. So, we're all about business. Traditionally, performance and risk management have been treated as different disciplines. But today, we're actually seeing companies start to bring those silos together. And they're doing it by evaluating their overall strategic initiatives and performance from a risk-based lens, and they're mapping the two together. When you bring your key performance indicators and your key risk indicators together, it actually gives you a much stronger understanding and visibility into the dynamics of the company and the operations. Today, we're also beginning to talk about compliance and risk-adjusted performance at the corporate and business unit level, where incentives and performance appraisals are actually starting to be tied to our overall ability to manage compliance and risk. I don't know if many of you saw, but Walmart announced that their executive officers were actually now going to be compensated based upon achieving certain compliance objectives. And then there was also one of our other companies, a U.S. regional bank, Umpqua, announced that at their manager and director level, their performance appraisals were going to be based on risk management elements. So we're actually starting to see risk management and compliance actually tied not just to how we drive top-line business, but also to how people are being managed and operated. This is real, and this is extremely important to business and our overall success. And it's a good sign because it means companies are truly taking it seriously. Companies are trying to manage their overall risks so they can grow their businesses, but they're also managing their risks to make sure that they're resilient and they'll be able to weather the ups and downs that happen in markets and in overall economies. Perhaps a better word than resilience is actually anti-fragile. Have you guys heard the term anti-fragile? You may be familiar with Nassim Nicholas Taleb. He wrote the book, The Black Swan. Have you heard of the book, The Black Swan? Well, most recently, he's also come out with a book called Anti-Fragile. And what Anti-Fragile talks about is how a business is structured and set up to actually be resilient in handling issues that happen in the overall environment. It's not enough. You can't predict all the black swan things that may happen. So the key is not being able to predict it, but it's being able to build and structure your business to be resilient. So whatever happens, you're able to react, you're able to take advantage, you're able to survive and to ultimately thrive. So it's about risk management at the level of operating your business, but also being resilient. Today we live in the world where stress and risk and threats are only increasing. We are more globalized, more networked, more interdependent than ever. So therefore, the risk and the issues that happen outside our four walls have more of an impact on us today than ever before. And that's why this topic of risk management, of resilience, is so important. Because we know something is going to happen at some point. So the better question is, how can we create businesses that are more resilient? And it's going to come right back to what I started talking about. It's all about the data. It's about the risk data that we have, having it at the right time in the right place to be able to make those overall decisions. Dubai Aluminium, or Dubai, actually operates one of the largest single-site aluminum smelters in the world. And a few years ago, they approached us as they were trying to build an integrated and sustainable ERM framework for their corporation. And to accomplish this, they put together a series of clear steps of identifying what their top risks were across each business unit, assessing those overall risks, and then creating a 3-point estimate and mapping those risks so they could actually pull it together at an overall corporate level. They ran Monte Carlo simulations, right? And they calculated their what they called value at risk. And they encouraged employees to report risks and to create an environment in which risk was a general topic of discussion. The company also implemented a central ERM solution to drive greater integration and collaboration across the different enterprises. And since then, Dubai has actually achieved better and more real-time visibility into their overall enterprise risks, and they've seen strong financial impact as a result of being able to put their resources on top of the right risks. The company has a very high risk maturity curve rating, and they're on track to ensuring that their CapEx is actually tied to the highest risk return areas. So they've totally integrated their GRC approach with their capital allocation and with their overall management system. So they are also trying to make sure they become more resilient and more anti-fragile. The work we've done with a lot of different companies has indeed led us to really understand, what do resilient organizations have in place? And what we see is that they have a well-defined risk appetite that's clearly understood. They have a strong enterprise risk management program that is regularly stress tested across various different scenarios to ensure that they're prepared. They're constantly assessing their risks, not just after a crisis, but in an ongoing way. They have a strong risk communication architecture. Risk appetites and tolerant levels are effectively communicated. And we see that resilient organizations also assign clear lines of ownership so that the risks are alive. And they ensure that people are effectively trained on how to manage the risks, and at the same time, they have a system of checks in place so that if too much risk is taken, they can capture those overall scenarios. The other characteristic of resilient organizations is that they establish strong feedback loops to be able to constantly learn from what's happening within the organization and anticipating overall future events. Because at the end of the day, these resilient organizations are taking steps not to insulate themselves against risk, but frankly to embrace risk. Risk and opportunity, two sides of the same coin. As I think most of you will agree, risk management, GRC in general, it's a tough job. On one hand, we encourage businesses to take more risks, and on the other, we have to manage them very, very carefully, right? The yin and the yang. But that's why we're here, and that's the role that we play. And the good news is that finding that balance is not insurmountable. We have the tools in place, we have the systems, we have the examples. And over the course of the next 2 days, we encourage all of you to, yes, listen and participate in the breakout sessions and in the panels that you'll hear, but also take time to interact with each other. Because a lot of the lessons learned can be learned from people sitting right here in this room. Metric Stream spends a lot of time and effort trying to bring together thought leaders, practitioners, executives, so that we can all become better at what we do, of managing risk and of maximizing business performance. Because we want to rise up to the challenges that lie before us and the tremendous opportunities that are at our fingertips. Because we know that they'll require an overall commitment to this risk management vision that we've laid out. Because at the end of the day, it's all up to us. And the good news is we have what we need to get it done. So I hope you're all with me and committed to our overall vision of leveraging and driving risk management and GRC to truly maximize business performance. And I look forward to indeed engaging with all of you over the next 2 days as we learn about how people are doing it, what's working, what's not, so that we can indeed drive our own businesses and make the impact we want to make. So thank you very much. We're here to preserve, protect, and perform. Thank you, everybody. Okay. And now it is actually my opportunity to announce someone that I'm really excited to hear from, and that's Roger Bootle, the economist and the author. Mr. Bootle runs the consultancy Capital Economics, one of the world's largest independent economic consultancies, which he founded in 1999. He's also a special advisor to the House of Commons Treasury Committee and an honorary fellow of the Institute of Actuaries. He was formerly Group Chief Economist at HSBC, and under the previous Conservative government, he was appointed one of the Chancellor's panel of independent economic advisors, the so-called wise men. In July of 2012, Roger and his team from Capital Economics won the Wolfson Prize, which is the second biggest prize in economics after the Nobel Prize. Roger Bootle has written many articles and several books on monetary economists, and we're pretty excited actually because his latest book, The Trouble with Europe, he has here, and he's going to be signing and will be available outside during the overall break. So I hope you'll take advantage of that. Mr. Bootle appears frequently on television and radio and is also a regular columnist for the Daily Telegraph. Now, what you may not know is he's taking a big risk by being here. As a matter of fact, don't tell anybody, but he's actually not supposed to be here. Turns out, he injured himself playing squash. And under doctor's orders, he's supposed to be at home with his leg propped up. But instead, he's here with us. So I want to thank him for persevering and for joining us. So Roger, please come to the stage.
Thank you very much. Okay. Well, good morning. It's a great pleasure to be with you today. And as you've heard, it's also something of a surprise, complete with leg brace et al. Now, I've got a fascinating series of topics to talk to you about today. It says key risks and uncertainties, but I guess you'll understand that I'll be restricting myself to key economic risks and uncertainties. Now, if there are things I haven't covered, then do please grab me in the coffee break or ask me in question time, and I'd be happy to try to answer them. I'm going to start with China and try and address the question of whether some sort of implosion in the Chinese economy is going to cause great problems for us all. I'll talk a bit about commodity markets. I'll say something about the US, although not very much, because I don't think there's that much wrong. I'll talk about the Eurozone at rather greater length for reasons you'll understand. And I'll talk a bit about the UK, and specifically about the possibility that there's going to be an exit of the UK from the EU, so-called Brexit. I'll then conclude by saying something about what I think are the key global risks, not country-specific, but more general. And then I'll finish off by talking about interest rate risk. But it's China that I want to start with, and this chart here shows you a bit of Chinese economic history, the Chinese growth rate going back to the terrible days under Mao. That vertical dotted line marks the beginning of reforms under Deng Xiaoping. Now that collapse before the dotted line, you see where it goes sharply negative, that's the Great Leap Forward. Which of course was a great leap backward under Mao Zedong. And you'll see after the reform program began, there were a number of years in which Chinese growth hit something like 15%, remarkable, in real terms. Now since then, over the last few years, the Chinese growth rate has slowed quite a lot, and this has given rise to an anxiety in some places that the Chinese economy could suffer from what's called a hard landing, that's to say, some sort of crash. And that's what I want to briefly talk to you about, because of course if that view were correct, if it were realised, this is, if you like, one of the biggest risks, economic risks, that could befall us all, not just in China or Asia, but in the West as well. Well, in fact, I'm pretty optimistic about this. That's to say, I don't think that we're at serious risk of a major Chinese crash, and I think the panic has been overdone. Now, this next chart, I'm afraid, needs a bit of explanation, but I think it's worth it. On the horizontal axis, I show per capita income for a number of different countries as a share of US per capita income, the US being the global leader, at the start of whatever period I'm talking about. And on the vertical axis, I show the growth rate in per capita income for those countries for whatever period I'm talking about. And those little dots represent different countries, some of them in Asia, some of them in the West, for two periods. The red dots 1950 to 1980, and the blue dots 1980 to 2010. And you'll notice there's a pretty good relationship. I've marked on China and Japan at different points. Now, what this is saying is something quite simple, but actually very important. The poorer you are, that's to say the further back you are in the development process, the lower your per capita GDP as a share of US GDP, then the more chance you have to grow rapidly. And you can grow rapidly simply by catching up with the US. And plenty of countries that were at some stage very poor have done exactly that. They've grown extremely rapidly. Then as they begin to catch up, the growth rate falls back. It's inevitable. If you like, the low-hanging fruit have been picked, and now you've got to actually invest a lot, develop, challenge the US in certain areas rather than just copying it. That's what that clear downward relationship shows. China in 1980, right at the top there, you see. Look at Japan, just below there. Japan in 1950, you see, she was actually very poor in relation to the US, so she had scope to grow very rapidly. But as she grew rapidly, she moved down this line. She became closer to the US in per capita income level, and accordingly her scope for rapid growth declined. And you see at the bottom there, Japan in 1980, getting quite close to US per capita levels. She therefore was unable to grow very fast. So, what's the message here? The message is quite simply, a large part of China's economic slowdown is perfectly normal, natural, and inevitable. She's much richer. Now, she's not so rich that she's challenging the United States, for per capita income anyway, so she can still carry on growing quite rapidly, but not at the rates of 14 or 15% that she grew at some years ago. 6 or 7% maybe, pretty good rate of growth that. So a lot of the worry, I think, is mistaken because it's confusing this inevitable slowdown in sustainable growth with some underlying problem, which I really don't think is there. Having said that, there are some problems in China, some big problems, and I guess they could cause serious difficulties. One of the problems is that it's a very unbalanced economy. In China, something like about 50% of GDP is spent on investment. I don't mean financial investment, I mean investment in real things, in plant, machinery, roads, airports, all that sort of stuff. And consumption, which in most Western economies runs at between 60 and 70% of GDP, is actually somewhat less than 40%. This is very odd. A lot of this investment is bad too. The only case I think that exists rivaling this huge percentage of the economy devoted to investment is Stalin's Russia. And we all know what happened to that. So one issue about the Chinese predicament is how do the authorities engineer a rebalancing away from all this spending on investment and more towards consumption? They're well aware of the problem, but it's easier said than done. Then there's the Chinese property market, which has been in the midst of a boom, you might even say a bubble. Massive construction, huge amounts of speculation in property, and the result is that their stock of unsold properties in China has soared. So somewhere or other, at some point in the Chinese economy, there are going to be some very nasty events in the property market. Property prices falling a long way, people thinking that they've got assets that are worth a certain amount and discovering that they haven't, that they may not be worth indeed very much at all. And linked with that, there are serious risks in China also to do with the growth of credit. This chart shows what's happened to total debt in China over the last several years, and I show the breakdown between household, government and corporate. Unlike in many countries in the West, the problem is not government debt, and this economy is growing it's growing rapidly still to be able to cope with such government debt as there is. The problem is largely the growth of corporate debt. At my firm, we've looked at credit growth in a range of emerging market countries, and when countries have registered the sort of scale of growth in credit and debt that China has done, then in virtually every single case they've experienced a financial crisis. So this is of some concern. However, there's a big difference between China and almost all those other countries. Two big differences, actually. The first is, of course, that still the Chinese government rules the country with pretty much a rod of iron. It owns the banks. It's got the ability, therefore, to tell people what to do, including to tell the banks what to do, to carry on lending, even when perhaps rationally, in a profit-maximising sense, the banks should stop lending to dodgy credits. And it's got massive scope to relax policy, to cut interest rates, to reduce reserve requirements, and to expand fiscally. So I'm not saying that this isn't a concern, I think it is to some extent, but the power is there for the authorities to counteract it. And in the end, I don't think it's going to cause a serious problem. The stock market, I'm sure you'll recall that earlier on this year, there was a great deal of fuss in the markets, not just in China or in Asia, but globally, about Chinese stock prices, which had fallen very sharply. I was away on holiday in Central Asia, as it so happens, and I came back. I don't often catch the television news, but I caught it this particular night, and I couldn't believe it. Somehow or other, the executives thought that they had to present the news about the Chinese stock market in a way that the ordinary bod would understand. And so they'd sent a camera crew out to a swimming pool somewhere or other in China, and there was a slide, and various young people had climbed up this slide and were going to go down the slide. And the voiceover said, "China's stock market is on the slide." Whoosh, person goes down this slide into the water. I was underwater. And then the next thing was, "But we still don't know if China's economy is going to come up for air." It really was simply dreadful. The mood in the markets, and not only in the markets actually, arguably even in the US Fed too, was very febrile at that point, sensing that the sharp weakness of Chinese stocks somehow or other was an indicator of serious weakness in the Chinese economy. This was complete and utter nonsense. And I'm not only saying it now, I said it at the time. A glance at this chart would give you a large part of the story. Yes, Chinese stock prices fell a long way earlier on this year. Why? Well, because they'd earlier risen an awful long way. If only you looked at the chart rather than these wretched people on the slide in the Chinese swimming pool, you'd have got the essence of the answer. And it wasn't even as though the prices have fallen so far that people were sitting on huge losses. although the falls have been quite sharp, they weren't as large as the previous rises. And now, as you can see, in fact, since this chart was drawn, the figure's more like 50%. There's been a marked recovery in Chinese stocks since I told them they were all being really rather silly. The result is that Chinese stock prices are up almost 50% from a year ago. Now, this was a nonsense. Every so often stock markets do this, don't they? They go up a long way, they come down a long way. This is in no sense a real indicator of problems in the Chinese economy. However, there is a difficulty about China, which is that no one in their right mind believes the official government stats. In my days at HSBC, a long time ago, we used to be given the GDP figures about 6 months in advance. The remarkable thing is they were right to the point one. Now, because very few people believe the numbers, by the way, this is not necessarily a sign of skullduggery. It is genuinely difficult to measure economic progress at the best of times. And in an economy like China, going through the massive changes that it has, it's especially difficult. As a result of those difficulties, a number of people, including us at Capital Economics, we construct our own measure of activity. Ours is called the China Activity Proxy, or CAP. Shown here is the blue line, based on things like freight volumes, passenger numbers, electricity production, real economy things which don't pass through the Chinese Bureau of Stats. You see here the result. By and large, over the last 15 or so years, the two have moved quite closely together. But more recently, they've diverged, with our measure being significantly weaker than the official GDP figure. But if you look at the end, there's also something else that's quite interesting. According to our measure, the real weakness in China occurred not earlier on this year, but actually towards the end of last year. And what's more, we reckon that probably activity, or rather the growth of activity, has recently been stabilising. We reckon the Chinese economy is probably growing somewhere between 4.5% and 5%. So not that bad in the circumstances. Having said all that, what would happen if we were wrong? After all, we are sometimes wrong. I'm talking to you about risks and uncertainties, so this is one important issue. I've tried to allay your concerns that China is a big problem that's going to swamp the rest of us. But having said that, we could be wrong. And what if we are? Well, first of all, let's get it into perspective. The Chinese economy accounts for something like about 15% of the world's GDP, compared to about 25% for the US. Pretty big. Second largest economy in the world. A slowdown from 6 to 2%, other things equal, would reduce world GDP growth by about 0.8%. These are significant numbers. They're not overwhelming, though. They're not something that would cause a complete crash in the West. China's imports amount to about 20% of its GDP, so China's imports amount to about 3% of world GDP. And I'm going to show you in a moment which countries are most at risk because of their dependence on China. The area that's undoubtedly been most affected by the Chinese slowdown and still represents a significant risk is commodities. This chart, although it's very simple, is one of my favourites. I think it tells a really interesting story. It shows China's share of global consumption of commodities. These are industrial metals, the five most important: copper, steel, zinc, aluminium and nickel. And the red bars show China's share of global consumption of those metals in the year 2000. The blue bars show you China's share in the year 2014. Look at the numbers now, and this is extraordinary. First of all, the change from 2000 to 2014 is pretty amazing, but also the sheer numbers in 2014. In these metals categories, China was accounting for something like about 50% of global consumption. So you can see why, given all that, even a fairly mild slowdown in the Chinese economy could potentially have an enormous impact on commodity prices, and it did. What's the outlook now? Could the world be facing a commodity price slump, which would have all sorts of major implications? Well, it could. In practice, we don't think it is. Our suspicion at Capital Economics is that commodity prices, including oil prices, are pretty much bottomed. That said, we do anticipate that prices will remain roughly at this sort of level, perhaps a little bit higher, over the next couple of years. Very important, this, because if we're right, then what this amounts to is that the world is going to benefit from this lower level of oil and commodity prices for an extended period, and that is indeed what we believe. Now, I said I'd mention something about exports to China and dependence on China. This chart shows exports to China as a percentage of each country's own GDP, ranging from the ones at the left, which have got low dependence, to the ones at the right, which have got very high dependence. And you can see some countries very, very exposed to China indeed, not surprisingly, countries in Asia. There's a group of 3 there, Singapore, Korea and Malaysia, where something like 10% of their GDP consists of exports to China. So for those countries, a major Chinese slowdown potentially has a devastating impact on their economies. And then at the left, you've got those whose dependence is very low. And the country on the very far left, the UK, has very low dependence on China. That's a good thing. We're amazing, we Brits. You see, we turn that into a good thing. What that actually means is we don't sell them anything. Now, further along, there's the US, they're in green. Bigger dependence than the UK, but actually not that big. Again, a lot of people were working up the danger of China for the American economy. Frankly, I don't buy it. Actually, the trade flows simply aren't big enough. America's biggest single trading partner is not China, but Canada, actually. Much more important for America what happens in Canada than what happens in China. I said a moment ago that some countries, of course, have got very heavy exposure, and in many of them, the exposure has been rising very rapidly. Australia is a country worth noting here. Again, it's the same thing. Percentage of its GDP accounted for by exports to China. The Australian economy is being transformed by its relationship with China, sharply rising exposure. Okay, so having talked at length about that, now I'm going to skim over very quickly the position in the United States. And as I indicated to you before, I'm going to skim over it very quickly because I personally don't think there's all that much that can go wrong. Now, of course, there's always something that can go wrong, but in general, I'm pretty optimistic. The US economy is deep-seated. It's reasonably well balanced. And I think what we're going to see is the economy growing fairly steadily, not spectacularly, but fairly steadily for the next couple of years. I guess the main risk for the States is probably connected with interest rates. And I'm going to talk about that in a separate little bit towards the end. And I'm going to, now, in the interest of time, jump a few charts and move on to the Eurozone, where there's much more to talk about with regard to risk and things that can go wrong. In fact, things in the Eurozone this year have been better. Consumer spending and consumer confidence have been recovering. There's some growth in the overall economy. And a lot of people think that means that the crisis of the Eurozone and the crisis of the euro is over. And one message I want to leave you with is that it's not. Not over, that is. Several things have gone right in the Eurozone this year. I mean, there have been these big falls in commodity prices and oil prices. There's been the process of quantitative easing, and consequently we've had a very weak euro. Frankly, if the Eurozone hadn't managed to stage some sort of recovery this year, given all that, then there really would be an appalling problem. But the fact that it's picking up a bit, I don't think should assuage your worries at all. The underlying position is really pretty awful. This chart shows a comparison between different countries' GDP performance over the last few years. It puts the GDP in these countries, Canada, the US, the UK, Eurozone and Japan, puts their GDP equal to 100 at the beginning of 2008. So what the chart does is not about the absolute level of GDP in these countries, but rather about their movement over time. And you see there the effect of the Great Recession, all the countries dragged down, then after that there's a recovery. And the best performer in this group since the beginning of 2008 is Canada. Not far behind is the United States. Then the UK comes after that, had a bad time early on, but has since been recovering quite well. And then the two lines at the bottom are Japan and the Eurozone. And in those two economic areas, output is struggling to get back to where it was at the beginning of 2008. By the way, the equivalent figure for the growth of Chinese output over that period is 65%. Eurozone flat, Japan flat, China plus 65. That sounds pretty impressive, or rather this sounds pretty unimpressive, this chart here. But when I show you what's happened in the so-called peripheral countries of the Eurozone, it's a really rather more alarming story. Peripheral because they are on the geographical fringes. Ireland, Spain, Portugal, Italy and Greece. These were the countries thought to be the most vulnerable. Same basis this chart as the previous one, GDP equal to 100 at the beginning of 2008. Ireland's recently staged a pretty impressive recovery. Output there growing quite strongly, already well above the 2008 level. The country at the bottom is poor old Greece, where output is down by something like 25% since the beginning of 2008. Now that's a decline, by the way, unmatched in the West since the 1930s. It's the sort of fall experienced in the United States and in Germany in the 1930s. Quarter of output lost. And remember what my figure was for China over the same period. I can't get it on the chart usefully because it will distort everything. Greece minus 25, China plus 65. Then you've got the countries in between. Spain doing a fair bit better recently, growing quite nicely actually, but she still isn't back to where she was at the beginning of 2008. And Portugal and poor old Italy doing really still pretty badly. Now, this is an appalling indictment, in my view, of the euro. And it's largely due to the euro, the terrible performance of these countries. And there's all sorts of economic and financial risks associated with this. One of them is undoubtedly that a country will leave, and the most likely is Greece. There's news this morning that Greece, surprise, surprise, has failed to enact some of the reforms that it was supposed to under its agreement with its creditors in order to get the latest bit of bailout money, just a few billion, you know, I think it's 2.3 billion, something like that, which the creditors have refused to hand over until Greece manages to enact these reforms. I mean, I think Greece, along with a number of other countries, were bonkers to join the euro in the first place. And quite frankly, it would be better off out. The German finance minister evidently agrees with me, since he tried to engineer it a few months ago and was stopped by his boss, Mrs. Merkel. But there's, I think, a very significant risk that Greece will yet be forced out of the euro. And when that happens, there will be all sorts of financial instability. As I said, my own view is that in the end, this is going to be a good thing. I personally think, but that's not the way the markets will regard it initially. There could be some very, very major upsets. I'll say a bit more about politics in the Eurozone in a moment. Coming on to the UK, I'm going to skip some of these charts, actually, in interest of time. Are things very risky? Well, I don't think they are very risky, but I'll give you a few risks. This is one that I don't think is going to materialise, government debt. You'll recall that a few years ago, UK government debt was rising very sharply. The government took action to get on top of this, announced a tough programme. You can't quite say it's all over. I guess it's not over, is it, until the fat lady sings. I've never found out who this fat lady is, by the way, or what she sings. But anyway, I think in practical terms, you can almost say that it's over. Not that the numbers are low, they aren't. They're still high, but it's pretty much peaked. I think the chances of a major financial crisis in the UK involving government debt are low, but I'm going to draw your attention to two significant risks. The UK property market, it's horrendously expensive, we all know that, but I think there's quite a lot of evidence that actually there's a significant degree of overvaluation in Britain. This chart shows you the ratio of average house prices to average earnings. And I've showed you the history in this chart of that ratio. This shows the ratio of where this ratio is compared to the long-term average. And you can see a few previous bubbles, the late 80s in the UK housing market, You see the middle noughties, followed by the stabilisation, and then more recently, whoosh, particularly in London. As and when interest rates go up, this is going to be a major problem. There's a significant risk, in my view, of the UK housing market suffering serious problems, and it has all sorts of major credit risks attached to it. Next big risk for the UK, the pound sterling. The history of our exchange rate, when it's floated, is that it goes along, pootling along perfectly normally for a while, and people think, oh, that's okay. Then every so often, bang, there's an almighty crash, and it falls by 20 or 25%. There are two episodes in this chart here, which goes back to the early 1990s. I think the evidence is that the pound is significantly overvalued, and I can't tell you when it's going to shift, but I think there's a very big risk that it will. The third risk is political. That's to say that Britain will vote to come out of the EU, Brexit. This chart shows opinion polls, whether people want to leave the EU or stay. There's a very significant chance, I think, that the British people will vote to leave the EU, and that will lead to a series of major events and risks which are worth reflecting on. I don't think myself there's a big risk to the British economy, and if I were a British firm or indeed an overseas firm thinking about investing in Britain, I wouldn't be deterred by the Brexit question, not least because I think that actually there isn't a strong case that Britain would be worse off. We might even be better off outside the EU. This chart here shows a whole series of estimates that have been made of the effect of Brexit on the UK's GDP. And you can see they range all the way from minus 12% to plus 12%, with all stations in between. And I would be somewhere probably in the middle. But there are political risks from all that, which I'll briefly refer to in a moment. Quickly moving on. Global economic risks, systemic risks. Are there still some serious risks? Well, I think there are. There's still, I think, a bit of a risk about deflation. You'll remember what's happened in Japan. Best part of 20 years now, Japan has been mired in a position where prices really don't move or they grind down. The economy has been comparatively depressed, interest rates at pretty much zero. Could that happen to the rest of us? Well, it could. Inflation is virtually zero or slightly negative pretty much throughout the Western world, in the States, the UK, on the continent. If we suffered a significant downturn in demand, I think this is a risk. We then move into a totally different world where people experience and expect prices to continue to fall year on year. That obviously affects the performance of assets, has all sorts of major implications for businesses. It wouldn't actually be top of my list. It wouldn't keep me awake at night, but it is, I think, a serious concern. I mean, linked to that, the banking risks. You know, we've made some progress since the financial crisis, but frankly, not a lot. We still haven't dealt with the issue of too big to fail among banks. Capital is bigger than it was in most cases. Liquidity holdings are larger, but still, if a big bank got into trouble in the US or the continent, and it's on the European continent, I'm most concerned, then we would, to some degree, be back to where we were in 2008. What would the policy response be if we had a rerun of 2008? Well, I think it would be, to some extent, more of the same, but with a difference in that in most of these countries, of course, interest rates are already effectively zero, so they don't appear to have as much ammunition as they had before, apart from China, where interest rates are just under 5%. They can cut interest rates quite a long way. There would obviously be more quantitative easing in all these countries if we suffered another financial downturn in the US, UK, and the Eurozone. And in some countries, I guess what would happen is interest rates would turn negative. That's, I think, a significant financial concern that all of us ought to bear in mind. And I don't just mean, money that you would charge customers interest to have their money on deposit with you. I know that sounds bizarre, but of course it's already happening in some countries. I mean actually official interest rates being negative, so that the banks would be charged for having their money on deposit with the central banks with the objective of pushing negative interest rates all the way around the system. This is already in operation in parts of Scandinavia and Switzerland. If there were another crash, I think we'd see that more generally. Well, I've given you a whole load of risks. I'm coming shortly to interest rates. Just let me emphasise to you, I think the biggest risk area in the world is Europe. Economically, there's a risk. There's a risk of euro departure. There's a risk of a departure from the EU, and the consequences of that, I think, would be pretty devastating within the EU. You've got political upsets everywhere. The migrant crisis in Europe is causing real political problems for all of Europe's leaders, not least Mrs. Merkel. We've got French presidential elections, and German actually, coming in 2017. It's the French one that's potentially the most devastating, with the leader of the National Front, Marine Le Pen, currently in the opinion polls. Now, what the cognoscenti will tell you is that, oh, of course, she may well win the first round, but she's got no chance in the second. That's the conventional wisdom, and you're all in the business of risk, aren't you? Well, what I'd say to you is, if you're in the business of risk, don't accept the conventional wisdom. There is a real prospect, I won't call it a risk, that Marine Le Pen could become president of France. Why does that matter? Well, for all sorts of reasons, not least she says she wants to take France out of the euro, and she wants a referendum on whether France should stay in the EU. Now, if that referendum were to be lost, if that's the way you want to put it, and France withdraws from the EU, what do you think's left of the EU? Not a lot. That's it. Toast, quite frankly. Any or all of these events could spark a financial and banking crisis. This is my area of greatest worry and risk, which I think the people in the markets and in general aren't paying enough attention to. There is a general European crisis, which is both political and economics. Right, lastly, very quickly, interest rates. I ain't got an awful lot novel to say about this. They're going up in the US and the UK fairly soon. We're hawks, actually, at Capital Economics. We suspect they will go up in the States next month. And what's more, they'll go up a bit faster thereafter than the markets expect. They're not going anywhere in Japan or the Eurozone, and they'll go up more slowly, probably in the UK. And this will inevitably, pass that one over, inevitably lead to rises in bond yields as well. Now, in these pictures that I've shown you here, the movements are reasonably gradual and they don't go up by huge amounts. But we're talking about risk, aren't we? And I think the risk is, well, twofold. First of all, that either the Fed or the Bank of England or some monetary authority somewhere puts up interest rates rather faster than the markets currently expect, and or that the financial consequences of whatever they do with interest rates are much greater than people currently expect. Conventional wisdom, they're not going to do very much, and it's not going to have much impact. But then the conventional wisdom, that's in the business, of course, of being wrong. That's why it's the conventional wisdom. The fact of the matter is, we've, all of us, been through this long period of 7 odd years of interest rates at rock bottom. And both the people and the institutions and the balance sheets have been conditioned to expect all that as the norm. And if I'm right, we're gradually moving out of that regime into something completely different. So I don't think I need to summarise my conclusions in great detail. I've tried to damp down some risks for you, in particular China, which I'm not particularly concerned about. And I'm not concerned about the States either, by and large. But I've, I hope, left you in no doubt that the area that you should all worry about is across the water, where I think a major economic and political crisis is brewing. Thank you very much. Yep.
Thank you. So, Mr. Boodle, thank you very much for the insights, and you've covered quite a bit. Clearly, there's lots of changes happening, from a political, human factors perspective as well, technology, and geopolitical as well. If I give you a crystal ball and
I have one already, actually.
you have one already, okay, and ask you to look at 10 years out, or maybe 15 years out, not the next 3-4 years, what are a couple of trends that are going to shape the future, if you will, from an economic perspective? Something that's probably one thing that probably is most exciting, and one thing that's probably very worrisome.
Yeah, well, I continue to think that technology actually is very exciting. I guess you know that among economists, it's fashionable to believe really that technological events over the last 10, 15 years have been largely a bit of a bore. Maybe not a bore to all of you involved in those businesses, but in terms of the macroeconomic stats, and that tells you quite a lot about economists. I mean, the conventional wisdom among economists is that you look back in history and there are these great major industrial and business advances, and this one's a tiddler. All the stuff to do with communications technology, it just doesn't do anything. It's a mere frippery. I think that is fundamentally wrong. If you look at economic history, it's quite clear that everything from the steam engine onwards took quite a long time to have its full impact on the economy. And I think this is no different. It takes a long time. There's also a measurement problem, actually, because so many of the advances are about communication and information. And I don't think economists, and leisure time, and I don't think economists are actually very good at measuring the implications of all that. All our ways of measurement are really geared to counting numbers of widgets produced. So I suspect what we're going to experience, actually, is dramatic improvements in our productive capacity and the value of that productive capacity made possible by technological advance. I guess the next big challenge connected with that is, where does employment come from in a world where robots do so many more things than they already do? And this is obviously a big topic of debate among economists. Again, I'm comparatively optimistic. I think there's a legitimate question about who owns the robots. That's to say, who owns the benefits of their labour, and what the implications of all that are for equality and inequality. But I don't buy this notion that somehow or other humans are destined or a lot of humans, for a life of impoverishment because they can't get jobs because robots are doing them all. I don't buy that. This strikes me as another example of the stuff that's been going on since the beginning of time. We replace horses with the internal combustion engine. What happens? A lot of people lose their jobs, and farriers, people look after horses, and new jobs appear doing things that we would never have imagined beforehand. I think that's going to happen over the next few decades. So overall, I'm extremely positive about that. What am I negative about? I'm pretty negative about the geopolitical situation. I have to say, I've talked about the EU, which I think is facing a crisis. It's not clear to me, frankly, what the way out of all this is, and I find it difficult to envisage quite the political shape of Europe in the next 10, 15, 20 years. I mean, we could go on and on about other geopolitical risks, but that's the most important negative that worries me.
Okay, just taking on from there, if you look at the room here, there's a lot of practitioners for risk compliance, governance. There's lots of executives here. If you could probably advise on how to take some of these you talked about some of the geopolitical risks here, right? There's lots of other things happening. Emergence of Africa, from an economic perspective. You look at even things like corruption in a lot of the countries. There are different cycles of governance, if you will, right? What's happened recently with Russia on the Olympics. So how can executives process geopolitical risk, and what's the framework they could use to manage risk in their environments? Yeah?
Well, I don't think there's a magic bullet, but I'm sure there's not a magic bullet. And I would caution against relying on any single method or data source or system. Let's go back to the financial crisis, which caused so many difficulties. And of course, as we all know, the big banks around the world all had their risk systems in place, which were supposedly protecting against what, in the end, went wrong. So why were so many people caught out? Well, one of the reasons is that the systems in question did not look back far enough in economic history as to get an impression of how serious the risks were from financial instability. And another problem was lack of communication and understanding internally. To put that more simply, frankly, the boards hadn't got a clue what was going on. And I don't think that's entirely unusual. They didn't understand the risks. They didn't understand the measurement of risk. They didn't understand what people were telling them. In essence, what they did was they said, right, risk, that's dealt with over there. And over there were people operating these systems. Presumably they understood them, but in fact they were very narrowly based, those systems. But I've said in one of my books that all these quants and high-tech risk people in the banks, at the time of the financial crisis, managements would have done better if they'd sacked a lot of them and employed a bunch of history graduates, actually, who knew something about economic and financial history. So, I mean, communication, breadth of information, by all means do all this stuff as well, but, you know, just be aware of pretty much everything, what's happened in the past, what's going on in other parts of the world, communicate clearly, do your scenario planning, make your assumptions about what could possibly go wrong, be aware, and don't be over-reliant on any single system. That would be my approach.
Thank you. You talked about the banks, right? So a lot has happened in these banks in the last 3-4 years after some of the crisis hit.
Yeah.
They've hired a lot of people. I'm sure they've hired a lot of historians as well.
I doubt it. They should have done.
So then the quants. But just 2 or 3 days ago, we saw a statement from the Federal Reserve Chairwoman, Janet Yellen, that while banks are doing stuff, they're still far behind the spectrum of risk and compliance governance, essentially. What's your view? I mean, what should banks be doing more?
Well, a whole load of things. I mean, there's been a problem here because the world's regulators have wanted the banks to become more robust, such that they could withstand a repeat of the sort of thing that happened in 2008. But at the same time, of course, they wanted the banks' support for the economic recovery. Now, these two things are in tension with each other. To make them more robust, you've got to ring them around with all sorts of regulatory restrictions. But actually, for the economic recovery, you want them to lend. To make them more robust, you've got to get them to have more capital, which reduces, other things equal, their return on capital. How do they get more capital? Well, all this involves, again, being less adventurous in the provision of finance. I think, in some cases, actually, the regulations have been overdone. Unsurprisingly, this has developed into a case of shutting the stable door after the horse has bolted. If we're going to withstand the various difficulties and risks, some of which I talked about today, in the next few years, we need banks, actually, to be contributing to the economic recovery. Now, in my view, they do need to hold an awful lot more capital, actually. And that would be the direction in which I would want to push the banks, rather than ringing them round with all sorts of regulatory controls. I'd rather see a situation in which they were freer to take risks, to go back to the opening remarks, but that the consequences of those risks materialising didn't fall on the taxpayers' shoulders. They instead fell to the shareholders.
Thank you. And Shelley in her keynote had talked a little bit about Nassim Taib's anti-fragility.
Yep.
I had the opportunity of interviewing him about 6 months ago at one of our US summits. And the advice that he had, obviously, and the recommendation he had given is, instead of trying to mitigate every risk that you see, try to make the organizations more anti-fragile, so more resistant, and even in some cases, try to inject artificial risks to see how the organization reacts and make them more resilient to it. What's your view? And I'm not just talking about banks, there are lots of other organizations here as well. What's your view on that theory of both anti-fragility and also introducing artificial ways to test the waters of anti-fragility?
I'm not sure I like the last idea. I mean, that sounds a bit serious to me. Sort of thing that could actually cause serious difficulty. Yeah, I think much of what he's talking about links up with what I was saying earlier on. There's a tendency, I think, not just in organisations but in life in general, to assume that a single system is going to protect you against something going badly wrong. We heard in the opening remarks by your CEO about the way that having an effective braking system enables you to drive faster, which sounds like a pretty good thing. But of course it is very important that the braking system actually works. And although I don't practice this with regard to cars, with almost everything else, I like to have a backup system, because I believe in the old adage, if it can go wrong, it will go wrong. And I'm surrounded all the time by techie people who always somehow or other seem to believe in the system being infallible, and I never do. So I'm always asking these people, what happens if it goes wrong? What's the plan B? What backup is there? And I think that's one important thing about making an organisation robust. But as I said earlier on, I think communication is absolutely vital. Clear communication, actually understanding what the risks and issues are, and making sure that those are properly understood throughout the organisation. I think this is the lesson I would take from the banking crisis. I'm sure it applies far beyond banks. It applies to just about every single organisation. You imagine what the situation is. Here are these boards, stuffed full of Sir Thingamy whatnot and Fred this, that and the other, and all the great and the good and former diplomats and heaven knows what. And down below, somewhere in the depths of the organisation, are these poor devils managing the risks of the bank. And really, boards ought to have been taking a very, very close interest in what the risks to the bank were. And in many cases, there was never even a discussion, actually. But worse than that, they didn't understand the language. They didn't know what the risks were that they were taking. Liquidity, for instance. I mean, in essence, there were a large number of banks who were very severely at risk from a liquidity crisis, which they'd never experienced before, and they implicitly were assuming was never going to happen, even though this is the stuff of banking, actually. It's what banking is all about, is taking essentially risks with liquidity as well as credit. So there was a case where the lack of communication and understanding of senior people was absolutely critical. I think this is true, frankly, throughout the whole of the business world.
Thank you. On a completely different topic, for many of you who don't know, there's a whole series of economic events that Mr. Bootle had predicted, and one of them actually was the late 90s, early 2000 dot-com crash. So just we are based in Palo Alto, so this topic is obviously close to our heart, as it is for many of the other companies here. You see the Ubers of the world now. You see, extreme, I won't say extreme, but high valuations for companies that are out there today, including some of the public companies, tech companies. Look at the Xiaomi, became like a $50 billion company selling handsets. What's the big difference between that world and this world today?
Well, I think there's a difference of degree. There are some quite scary valuations, actually. I think the psychology is a bit different. I mean, if you go back to those days, people were incredibly naive about new businesses setting up in the .com space. In fact, you just call anything, widget.com, and instantly massive valuations. And I met some extraordinary people in those days who really did think they'd become multi-squillionaires at the drop of a .com, as it were. I think things are very different now. But to some extent, there are some quite juicy valuations. To some extent, I think this is a manifestation of the financial distortions created by the policies of the last few years. Now, it's not the only one by any manner or means, but you've had a regime of zero interest rates, all this money pumped into the system by the central banks. It's got to go somewhere, and we've known in economic theory for a very long time that when you get conditions like that, it's not that everything goes up equally. Things get destabilised. People are looking for exciting returns. They want to take a bit more risk. Their general standards of evaluation slip. They go into some riskier areas. They push prices up to levels that they shouldn't be at. I suspect some of these very juicy valuations are part of that general culture. But I don't think this is anything like as serious as was true all those years ago.
And the last question from my side, I mean, there's obviously you talked about technology and technologists. There's a lot of companies or concepts or innovation, disruption that is emerging where regulators are not able to keep pace with the change.
Yeah.
What's your view in the free market, basically, how much should regulators actually be focused on trying to put boundaries around these innovations?
Well, I'm not keen on regulation in general. I mean, I rather didn't have to be there. I'm a great believer and supporter of the capitalist system. And okay, things are going to go wrong, but that's part of what makes this vibrant. Creative destruction is what the great economist Joseph Schumpeter called it. I think that what the regulators have got to concentrate on, quite frankly, is what I might call the macro risk. And this is what went wrong in 2008, essentially. They'd taken their eye off the ball with regard to that. And as long as you're not going to get a macro implosion, I think, frankly, that we ought to keep the scope for regulation as low as possible. They ought to keep out of a lot of things and just accept that it's a very dynamic world. Businesses will come and go. Other businesses will be undermined by new innovations. This is part of economic life. It's a good thing. And in general, therefore, my predisposition would be to see the regulators stay out of things.
But could it cause kind of social disruptions as well? Just as an example, what's happening with Uber in a lot of countries like France, where they have to be protective about the current regime, if you will. How do you balance that?
Well, it's interesting. I'm going to have to take a taxi in a moment, so I'd better be careful in case this is being broadcast to the taxi world. But you raise a very interesting question. This is quite straightforwardly, I'm afraid, a case of established vested interests. I think probably London cabbies are the best in the world. They certainly know where they're going, which is not true of taxi drivers in New York, in my experience. I was once, by the way, I arrived at the airport, got to the hotel, I was meeting someone, and I got in a cab and I said, take me to the restaurant by the lake in Central Park. And the chap said, where's that? I couldn't believe it. So the London cabbies are, I think, the best in the world. However, and you've got to feel sorry for them, look, what's happened is that technology has moved on and undermined their skill base. You don't need to know, except when you're in a real pickle, you don't need to know where you're going. The sat-nav does it for you, right? That's improvement number one. And improvement number two is the communications technology. You don't need to drive around London aimlessly trying to find a fare when your prospective passenger is also wandering around London aimlessly trying to find a cab. That's pure inefficiency, isn't it? Now you've got a way of bringing the two together, which improves life for everybody. So I'm afraid the technology has moved on dramatically. And the fact of the matter is that taxis have priced themselves out of the market. They're ludicrously expensive. Paris is another case. Have you noticed the way that, I don't know if you ever travel in Paris and you've got friends or family with you. I'm often there with my kids. And for some reason, I know why, there's a regulation that you can't take more than, I think it's 3 passengers in a Paris cab. But that allows for 2 in the back and 1 in the front. And if you've noticed, Paris taxi drivers always have their sandwiches and newspaper in the front seat. And if you want to actually travel in the front seat, they create merry hell. For some reason. Anyway, so they're overpriced, the technology has moved on, and quite frankly, that's life. And I think there shouldn't be pressure, given the appropriate safety. Obviously, there's got to be safety of all sorts, both safety of the vehicles and safety of the drivers. So provided that's ensured, I'm afraid the cabbies have just got it, they've got it coming to them. I hope to goodness they are going to take me after this rant. If you see me wandering around outside this hotel, you know why.
Thank you. That's very insightful, getting the economic perspective on bringing the supplier and the buyer together. I'm going to open it up for questions. We probably will take a few questions, and then he's available outside signing the book, and we have a break. So any questions from the audience?
Thank you. Hello. Just something that you didn't mention at all, and it may not be a significant risk at quite the level you were describing, but I wonder if you could say anything about cyber security and the risk that that kind of pulls the rug out from under various systems and things that we depend on.
Yeah. Well, I was talking about purely economic things, and I'm no expert on cybersecurity, but you're absolutely and completely right, and that could, of course, have major economic implications as well. I don't think I've got anything to add about it, frankly, other than what you already know. I mean, I'm concerned about it in some vague sense, but I don't track it, can't measure it. I don't know what to do with the issue, actually. I mean, from an organisational point of view, clearly it's incredibly important that all organisations protect themselves against some sort of cyber attack. And it's important also that governments and regulators actually protect their countries against such a thing. But as far as the economic aspects are concerned, I'm afraid I can't help you.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So, question to Mr. Bootle. So you referred to you went to the uncertainties and the risks in economic and geopolitical categories earlier in your talk, and then you referred to economic history as a useful sort of tool to see where we are. I was just curious, if as you look at the level of uncertainty in the global economy today, how does it compare to what it used to be going back in time and looking at economic history, just before major events? What's your view? Are we kind of close to a big one, or is it a minor wobble that's the worst case scenario? How would you see that?
I really don't think we know. I mean, when was the last time you heard someone get up at a conference or any other gathering and said, we're living in an unusually certain time? There's always uncertainty. Measuring it is horrendously difficult. And looking back, it's particularly tricky because you're asked to think, well, how uncertain were things at a particular point in time? Whereas, of course, when you look back, they don't seem uncertain at all because you know the way history worked out. What I suppose I've tried to say this morning, this is the real main message, is think the unthinkable, imagine the unimaginable, because these things do happen. It goes back to, you mentioned Nassim Nicholas Taleb, it's one of his great themes, isn't it? The fat tail. These things do happen, and when they happen, the consequences are pretty enormous. What I'm conscious of in organisations, I've spent most of my life in the financial sector, but I think this applies more generally, is groupthink. The people imagine what the future is going to be. The person A talks to person B talks to C, and so on and so forth. And it all comes back to the beginning. And people think, well, that's the way the world is. Well, it isn't necessarily. You've got to imagine something radically different from the way you think the world is going to turn out. Now, I was at a conference a few weeks ago at Ditchley Park, which is a country house outside Oxford, where they bring together people from all over the world, often a lot of American sort of senior diplomats and people. And we were talking about the question of Britain in the EU. And this conference was going on for days, and the general theme was, gosh, isn't it going to be horrific if Britain votes to come out of the EU? And I was saying that I actually think it probably doesn't matter. And that, if you were thinking about the future of Britain, the economic future of Britain, and you were a business, I would put that pretty low down the list, actually. I would be concerned rather about the whole question of population, because I think myself that Britain's going to be Europe's biggest economy within about 20 years, come what may with regard to the EU. In other words, they're looking at a not particularly important issue. And we talked about what the same gathering would have been discussing in 1914. Before the First World War. And we concluded that probably we'd all be discussing the fate of Ireland rather than the fact that what was coming along was this terrific conflagration which was going to change the world forever.
My question is about London. You showed that London is an island in the housing market. In the Eurozone, actually, the Eurozone could be seen as a donut with a center of gravity outside of it and call it London. What's the risk to London of the Eurozone, and what's the risk of the Eurozone to have so many financial products managed from London?
I must say I'm fascinated by your image of a donut with a centre of gravity. You're eating some very strange things. Yes, it is a slightly strange situation, I must admit. I don't myself think that London's going to be greatly at risk from developments in the Eurozone. The whole British economy has suffered as a result of the fact that the Eurozone hasn't performed very well. I mean, if there is a blow-up in Eurozone financial markets, perhaps because of some departure from the Eurozone, obviously this will affect markets that are headquartered in London. London's going to be the place where most of this activity takes place. I mean, it was from London that most of the things were done to set the euro up in the first place, because, of course, that's where the markets mainly reside. Risks for the Eurozone from the fact that there's this, whatever it is, centre of gravity outside the donut. I don't think that's a major risk. I mean, every so often, authorities in the European Union have this concept that their country, their area, that's to say the European Union as a whole, is being destabilised by these sort of wild, piratical Anglo-Saxon types living offshore. And if only they could be controlled or brought onshore, everything would be tickety-boo. Well, I mean, the world's not like that, frankly. I mean, the markets make their valuations as they do in reaction to what's going on, and there have been sound reasons why they were at various times very sceptical about the Eurozone surviving. And you don't, I think, cure the fundamental difficulties by, in some sense or other, suppressing or clobbering those financial markets. I suspect that whether Britain stays in the EU or not, London is going to remain Europe's leading financial centre and is going to have a very bright future in the world as a whole. If we did leave, I suspect there would be an attempt by the remaining EU to stop a lot of euro trades being done in London and have them redirected towards Paris and Frankfurt. I hope no one here is from Frankfurt, because if there is someone from Frankfurt, I might be more at danger from you than I am from the taxi drivers. Because I was going to say, anyone who's lived in Frankfurt will know that the chances of Frankfurt taking over from London are very slim indeed. Though I think there would be that attempt, but I don't think it would be successful, frankly.
Thank you. We probably will have to we'll have to stop here. I'm sure if I asked him the question, what's the impact of his injury on world economy, he'd have a compelling answer for that as well. But we've got to stop now, and we'll probably have rest of the questions out in the other room. Yeah. Thank you very much again, and appreciate all the insights. And I'm sure the audience appreciates it. Thank you. Thank you.
I'd like to thank Mr. Boodle, and I'd like to remind you that he will be signing his book just outside, and encourage you to pass by there. I'd also like to thank Mr. Gaurav Kapoor as well, our COO. It gives me a lot of pleasure now to invite Shelley back to the stage for the executive panel. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, a quick stage change here. Thank you. So let me invite up my panelists for our next session. I'd like to invite up Mr. David Hermanet He's the Global Head of Audit at Mazars. Welcome. And Bruce Mann. Bruce is the Finance Director, the UK Cabinet Office. And lastly, Louis Rassin, who's the founding partner at Dixture Consulting. Welcome. Okay, please have a seat.
Thank you.
Okay, so this panel, in keeping with our theme, is on maximizing business performance as you continue on an overall GRC journey. Because you know, governance, risk, and compliance is not just a one-time event, but it's actually an ongoing journey. So what I'd like to do is have each of our panelists first just spend a minute or two and give us a little bit more about your background beyond the title in which I used to introduce you. So I'm going to start with you, David.
Thank you, Shirley. David Herbinet, I'm head of audit for Mazars. Mazars is a global audit and assurance firm in 73 countries with over 15,000 people. My background is all in assurance, and I've got two passions in my work. One is to promote the value of assurance, and I think that it's all about quality of assessments and relevance of recommendations. And I think there is great value in assurance, which needs to be promoted. And my second passion is around building and creating long-term sustainable businesses. I think I'm passionate about the role that business has or should have in society, and how we can create stronger businesses to create stronger societies.
Okay, fully agree with that. Bruce.
Hi, Bruce Mann. I'm a UK government civil servant. I spent 20 years in the Ministry of Defence doing all sorts of policy and operations activity. I spent 5 years heading the United Kingdom government's civil contingencies organisation that's preparing for and responding to major emergencies. I moved to be Finance Director of the Cabinet Office after 5 years in that role, which is essentially looking at external shocks. As Finance Director of the Cabinet Office, I looked at a different risk view of the world, what might affect the reputation and delivery of what the department is there to do. I should just say, as a small correction to the title, when I accepted this invitation, I was Finance Director. I've now got the small task of setting up a property organisation to own, manage and rent out all government property, which brings risks of its own, but that's a different issue.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. My name is Rui Vicente. I'm from Portugal. My last 15 years has been best working with companies and helping them with risk management, and that's what I like to do, to help companies to achieve a better risk performance. In the last years, also dedicated to the compliance, and that's the reason that we have a company that works in governance, risk management and compliance, and that's what we are here for.
Okay, excellent. Well, we just heard from Roger Boodle talking about the different risks from an overall economic standpoint. What we want to focus on with this panel is looking at maximizing business performance by obviously managing risks as it relates to the business environment. So I'd love if each of you could share what you think or believe are kind of the top risks that are top of mind right now with some of the senior executives that you work with, either in your own organizations or as a result of government and working with other organizations.
Me to start?
Yes, that would be great.
Well, I think there are, what we observe in the market is that you have the expected risks, the risks that most people would think about and have on their plate. So if you ask any key business leader, they would all name the same sort of risks around business disruption and challenges to their business models, around security, cybersecurity and health and safety, around managing the unknowns, around the license to operate, making sure that you've got a business that is there for the long term. But I think deep-rooted underneath that, I think you have the issue of people and the issue of culture, which a lot of people have on their mind, but often struggle to fully grasp and comprehend.
Good point. Bruce?
I'm going to say slightly the same thing, which is interesting coming at it from a public sector perspective. Could I just do a hand show. How many folk in this room are actually inside the public sector? I just want to know where to pitch what I say. Okay, not many. Back in the deep dark days of the Soviet Union and the Cold War and everything else, we used to have a little mantra, which was, that which you can predict, you prepare for. Because you prepare for it, you deter. In those cases, deterrence was a big issue with the Soviet Union. And therefore, that which kills you is that which you don't predict. Completely agree with what's just been said. I do think there's a whole range of risks out there which are predictable, which I think is relevant to current circumstances too. And what I worry about most is actually about the term of art we use in the UK, resiliency, resilient. And that's about the organisations themselves. It's about their ability to deal with events which materialise much faster nowadays. I think the thing that we're seeing in an increasingly interconnected world is simply greater speed, volatility, pace, and that puts a demand on the organisation concerned that's facing that risk to react with similar speed and imagination. And as I look back over a number of recent events which have threatened corporate survival, I think the thing that I have seen is that that has been lacking. We'll come to, I think, in detail questioning some of the parameters of that, but it's that, can the organisation itself react to external events, or indeed internal events, with speed and imagination and so on. I actually wrote, when I got this question, I wrote weird stuff. Which is actually what I really meant by that, apart from you get insight into me. What I really meant by that was actually stuff which is just unexpected, but starts a chain of cascading consequences which need a dynamic, flexible, agile organisation to be able to respond to. There are lessons of history in there. As it happens, I could mention Archduke Ferdinand. It would be relevant in current circumstances. That's just the spark that lit something. I could mention in a more positive sense Lech Walesa, which I happened to live through. There's a whole range of events of that nature. I think migrant crisis in Europe is going to have those kinds of consequences. But it is that, the agility of an organisation and a range of other parameters, which I think we'll come back to in debate, which worries me most, the resiliency of that organisation.
Well, I think that we can define two major problems, going a little bit away from what they were saying. And one of them is reputational problems. And reputation can be put in, you can change your reputation because of internal aspects or because of external events. And this goes also to the overwhelming legislation that it's implemented every single day, and companies have to answer and to be able to comply with that. And then the next problem that I think it's major, it's the volatility of the financial markets. I think that accessing the capital in the future, it's not in the nearest future, it's not that easy as have been in the last few years, even with the crisis. But as spoken before by the last person here, that's one of the problems, the volatility of the markets. And I think that may put companies in different ways of performing and how to get that financing for the future.
Mm-hmm. I agree. So if you think about top risks, we touched on reputational risk. We touched obviously on what's being driven by the regulatory and outside. We talked about internal in terms of culture, right, brought up. And we talked about the whole issue of agility, resiliency, what I talked about in terms of anti-fragile. And actually they're all interrelated. Maybe we could dive just a little bit. Bruce, would love to talk about, when you think about agility, when you think about creating an environment that is a learning, can react quicker with speed, et cetera, based upon what's coming in. Because I agree, I think we're at a point where it's almost impossible to predict what could happen. And because of the interconnectedness, we're all a lot more susceptible. So when you think about that risk that's top of mind, what are the 2 or 3 things that maybe you're seeing that might be encouraging about organizations, either led through government, public sector, and or private, that are helping to address this. Any thoughts along that? Any thoughts along that line?
Is it the risks or the culture you want to?
No, talk about the risk.
The risk.
Yes, no problem. When you think about the whole notion of the speed of business
Yes.
and the need to be more agile,
Yeah.
when you think about it from the lens, we have a whole audience here of professionals in the areas of risk and compliance and governance. What are some of the things that you think they ought to be thinking about as it relates to setting ourselves up to be more resilient?
I'll take two external and two internal. If
Perfect.
I may. Two external. I think I worry. I'm with where Roger Bootle was actually, but I'll express it in a slightly different way. I worry about. He called it geopolitical. I call it politico-social risks, especially in Europe. It's the way in which, arguably, it's my thesis, there is an increasing divergence between political elites and their populations, and that can begin to cause a range of tensions and fractures which single events or repetitive events can play on and eventually lead to a very significant fracture. That might be economic, that might be technological like cyber, that might be about social exclusion or social fairness or whatever. It's those kinds of risks that I have the greatest anxiety about as I look at that. And then the way in which they might break, some, as I say, weird event, perfectly predictable, but a weird event might cause a chain of cascading consequences which has those effects. It is the 14-year-old or 15-year-old, I've forgotten the age of the individual concerned, in a bedroom who can bring down a major technology company or threaten to bring it down. It is perhaps a range of scientists in an organisation who do something which they believe to be in the interest of an organisation, but it turns out not to be. It is that chain of consequences. It's easy to pick economics or cyber or whatever. I'd go to the second effect. Somebody does something which is silly or weird or right in their own terms or not part of a normative culture. If they do that, what is the string of consequences that might happen? Flipping it the other way around, the internal side of all of that, I think, and again, I'm just picking up something that Roger Bootle said, it is no good having around the table people who are thinking in roughly the same mindset. I wouldn't necessarily call it groupthink. It's a bit more than groupthink. It's the way of looking at the world, expectations about behaviours, expectation about the way in which things have happened in the past, despite the fact they might be happening differently now. And I think it does need that grit in the machine, I wouldn't go as far as stress testing it by throwing some shocks inside the system, although I have seen that done successfully in some cases. It can actually have damaging effects as well as positive effects. It needs to be very carefully managed. It goes to the maturity of an organisation and its resilience, and these are very careful judgments. But I think licensing some grit, some deliberate thinking, and encouraging it and rewarding it is one of my key mitigations. And the flip side of that is therefore the risk, the internal risk. If that is not inherent, if that is not present, if that is not licensed and rewarded inside systems, then I worry that they're being boxed into a way of thinking, a way of viewing the world, and hence a way of treating risk when it arises.
No, very good point. And you come back to culture, in essence, yet again, with the internal piece. So let's actually jump to culture and then come back. Because I talked about it, we heard it in terms of from Roger as well. How do we drive a culture of risk management so that people actually think about it every day, are comfortable in terms of raising risks, understand what's expected of them, et cetera? Because it really starts from the top down, right, when we look at overall culture. So perhaps, David, you want to give a view from Mazar's standpoint. How are you trying to drive the overall culture of risk?
Well, we currently do a lot of work on culture, and we know that it's on the agenda of all the regulators and all internal audit teams. Unfortunately, as yet, we're not seeing it enough the top agenda item at the board level. But I think it's starting to come there at the right table. I mean, first and foremost, I think it's about tone at the top, and how then you translate that tone at the top throughout the organization, through middle management and down to operatives. I think it's for me, culture is about the compass that people should have when they navigate the map that the leadership has set, and the map being the strategy of the business. So tone at the top, then you drives strategy through and something quite very important, I think, something which fundamentally underpins culture is what is the purpose of the business? Is there a compelling and durable purpose of the business that people can refer to when taking decisions on a day-to-day basis? And then I think leadership is key to culture. And leadership is not just coming from senior management. Leadership is at all levels of the organization. And something which we're working on quite a lot at the moment, which I find very interesting, is around whistleblowing. And it's quite fascinating that still today in most businesses, the whistleblower is a bad apple in the organization. Mm-hmm. He's a guy who blew things up, when fundamentally he's probably the one guy who had the courage and the moral compass to do the right thing at the right time. And I think there are lots of behaviors that need to change in business with regard to whistleblowing and whistleblowers.
Are there things that you are doing within your organization to actually try to encourage it and remove the stigma of it being negative?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it has to start from getting this on the agenda at board level, and mm-hmm. making sure that the most senior people in the organization have that on their list of things to think about, and can then drive this through the organization. Right.
Bruce, I see you nodding your head over there. Any comments you want to add with regards to the culture?
Yes, I absolutely agree with what's just been said. I just broaden it very slightly. You can quite quickly sense when you walk into an organisation, whether it's an organisation that basically closes down risk, puts it in a box, puts it over there, or actually encourages it and embraces it and rewards it. I look for the organisations which, and this is going to sound slightly weird to use that word again, but of course they've got the processes and so on, everything you'd expect in terms of risk management. But there is absolutely leadership and tone from the top, which is about making risk fun. I could have a show of hands here as to how many people think that their organisations make risk fun. Make risk fun. When you're walking around the shop floor talking to junior people, if somebody says, I'm really worried about this thing, don't think it's weird, just odd, or he doesn't know what he's talking about. Actually, spend 5 minutes with him. Listen to what he has to say. Say, do you want, can you give me a report on my desk in a week and I'll see what it looks like. Just hear those voices, reward, incentivize, encourage, and so on. Get it into the warp and weft. Risk, find a way of, I'll pick up one of Roger Bootle's point about communicating. I think this works both ways, but I think there's a responsibility on risk managers to find the punch point that penetrates. When we were preparing for the pandemic influenza outbreak it turned out to be 2007, 2008 in the United Kingdom, we found the most gory statistics we could, which is sort of fun in a sort of bad sort of way. The one that got everybody's attention is we may have to bury to 750,000 people. At that, I got people's attention. Okay, now let's talk about how that might arise. So there is that communication point, but it's all about not boxing it, not making it technocratic, not making it boring. It's incentivizing, rewarding, making it fun, and setting that tone in the organisation, including in how you treat people.
Roy, you work with many companies in different geographies, et cetera. There's some best practices that you've seen around driving a positive culture
Communication is the key point. As they have told, communicating and making people understanding what are the goals of this risk awareness is the most important thing. People have to understand that every behavior, that everything that he says, that he looks, that he sees in a company, it will make an influence on the reputation and everything on the company. So the whistleblower, of course, it's something that when we talk about it, if it's not well explained, will look something weird and something that the people won't understand. Why is he doing that on the organization? But for example, in financial markets, in banks, having whistleblowers is fundamental. Last year, here on the GRC Summit, we have the main speaker talking about that experience and his own experience of being a whistleblower. So important is that everybody understands that he's contributing and using his knowledge and seeing what's happening for the benefit of the company. So it has to be bottom down, but also from up to that, from down to up, everybody has to understand the importance of managing those risks and what's happening on the company. So the main strategy is to define a good communication strategy to implement a GRC strategy. Basically is that.
We've been talking about risk really from a negative standpoint, how to manage, how to stop, et cetera. Let's turn it around. I spoke about risk and opportunity being two sides of the same coin. So perhaps you can share, David, when you think about Mazars, how are you trying to look at risk from the lens of opportunity?
Absolutely, and I think you talked about it in a very eloquent way in your introduction, so I'll try to, I'm not sure I will match that, but let me try and add some color to this. It's quite interesting. So far, we've mostly talked about risk as something that happens to the organization. It's coming from outside in. And I think, for me, one of the key dimensions of risk is the risk that the organization takes. At the end of the day, profit comes from taking risks in any modern economy. And I think there are quite worrying signs in the market in terms of, if you look at the level of share buybacks, for example. I think we are at one of the highest levels of share buybacks in history of business. And I think it's about businesses not being willing to take risks. I think it's not, businesses are not short of ideas. There are lots and lots of excellent ideas. I think what businesses miss the most is courage to take risk and courage to implement some of the ideas. And therefore, there are lots of cash. They don't know what to deal with it, or they don't want to use it to take risks, and therefore they pay it back to investors. So it's all about taking risks, calculating risks, and balancing that risk-taking with the avoiding pitfalls, or the great image that you used earlier, having the right brakes to be able to stop the machine when the time comes. And we could talk about lots of things around there, how you make it work in a good way, but I think in the interest of time, just mention them quickly. It's all about risk management processes and the quality of your risk management processes, so your brakes. It's all about building your risk appetite, being very clear on how much risk you're willing to take and how you're going to manage them. And again, one of my mantras, it's all about culture at the end of the day, because you can take the risks. Everyone's talking about risk culture, at the present time, and it's still something that most organizations are grappling with. They're getting better and better at it. I think there is one risk that we are still not talking about enough in business. It is not risk culture, it is culture risk. It is the risk of not having the right culture in the organization and not driving that culture well enough throughout the organization. And the big thing underlying all of this is how to create the learning organization. And that starts in universities. How many universities actually understand the concept of risk and train people properly in relation to that? And then how many businesses have training and learning programs to actually build stronger people in the risk area.
Yep, agreed. It's interesting. I was speaking with a senior official at one of the central banks, And his concern was that he thinks too many companies are moving into risk avoidance versus risk management, which are two obviously very different things, and therefore part of the challenge around just the overall economy, et cetera. Bruce, if you think about the whole private sector, public sector piece, what is your view as it relates to maybe some of the learnings that can go from what you've seen in the private sector the public sector rather, into the overall private sector as it relates to risk management?
I think there are some learnings. There's some very strong parallels. I come from a culture in the Ministry of Defence which is used to having a lessons to be learned, lessons identified report after every major operation, which I took into what we did in emergency planning and response, which is a pretty frank assessment of what went well, what didn't go well, every time you've done a major operation. And eventually, it's difficult the first time, it's slightly less difficult the second time, you can build a culture that says, we didn't do that very well, we need to improve next time, here are the areas we need to improve. And as long as there is a unifying purpose which people can buy into, which is we got a responsibility to defend the nation, be better at emergency response, whatever it happens to be, then you can get people cohesively around that. Where I would absolutely agree with what David said, but just put in a different context, is about risk management and so on. In the public sector, we do risk all the time. Politicians do the risk all the time. Every time they talk about change, I'm trying not to make this Obama-like, every time they talk about change carries a risk. And whether it's about building a major new railway line or changing a range of social practices or benefits or whatever it happens to be, those all carry risks. What I think we're getting more professional at least in the UK government, but I would say we're coming from quite a long way back, is assessing two things. First of all, when you add all of those together, what is the level of risk that the administration is taking on? Certainly in terms of the major projects that it has underway. Secondly, does that benchmark against a risk appetite amongst the senior leaders, from the Prime Minister downwards? That is our equivalent, I think, of risk management and risk appetite and so on. It's been a long and very slow journey within the United Kingdom in trying to do that within the public sector. It's tougher, I recognise that it's tougher, but it is a journey that I think needs to continue.
Well, I hope that you don't get mad with me. In Portugal, and Mr. Buper a while ago showed a graphic about Portugal and how good that we are. So in terms of public companies, we don't have governance, GRC implemented, and that's a shame, because as you were saying, it's important to know our risk awareness. How much risk are we able to take? Hence, all the decisions imply risks. All the decisions, building a road, as you said, or investing in education, or doing whatever, you have to know the risks and to measure them. And the first thing, once again, is culture, the risk of culture, and looking at the two ways. First, the external risks and the risks that we have to run to. And it's difficult in Portugal to put that working on public companies and the public sector. The private sector is starting to look at it and to trying to manage it in both ways. Once again, more the financial insurance companies. But it's a cultural theme, once again. I think that if you look to Europe, it's different between countries, and it's different from Europe to the United States for sure. Mm-hmm. So I think that we are in different levels of implementing GRC from countries, from public companies, and from private sector. That's my opinion.
And talking about that, Rui, and what you're seeing, technology is playing more of a role now as companies try to leverage some technology to be able to gather and get information quickly, right? Automate some of their steps and processes, et cetera. What are you seeing with regards to the overall growth in technology in terms of helping in this particular arena?
Well, technology, it's a major help, and companies are betting on that and making huge investments. As you told in the morning, big data is now one of the points. And companies are understanding that they have a lot of information, a lot of new information that they didn't have, and they can use it for their own benefit. Once again, I think that the problem is, once again, culture. And to define how can the companies benefit from doing global management and not from different perspectives. The audit team in one side, the compliance team in the other side. If they keep going with separate information, just only with his own management, and they not share information and they don't look at the risks in an integrated way, you don't bring the necessary information for making decisions, for the top management to make decisions. So, for one side, you are making huge investment in technology, not all the time the right technology, and not all the time the technology that they should have for helping them take good decisions. But once again, it's a question of spreading the word and making this journey of GRC. But in the next few times, I think it's going, and we are seeing it making a lot of huge investments.
Absolutely. And David, Mazars is making investments in technology in terms of bringing leverage. Are there some of the benefits you might be able to share with the audience of what you're trying to gain from those kinds of investments?
Well, indeed, we are making significant investments at the moment. I think the main objectives we are seeking from these investments are connectivity, global connectivity. You know, we are a global organization, and we need all of our people to be connected all the time, managing knowledge and the speed at which that knowledge can travel throughout the organization. I think that's one of the key objectives. So moving to a complete cloud and fast systems that address our needs. And I think the next level down is the quality of the dashboards. You know, making sure that whatever information the business manages is available at fingertips, to make sure that, you know, at all times we know what's going on, and we can build these dashboards in a very creative way to make them evolve as our business changes.
Okay, excellent. So we've talked about overall risk, looking at it both from terms of how do you manage, mitigate, the importance of culture in that dynamic, how you handle risk, especially given the speed of business and all the changes in the interconnectedness of what we are driving to, et cetera, both from a public and a private sector. Let me take a moment now and just open it up to the audience to see if there are any questions for our distinguished panelists. And there are microphones in the room. I see one hand in the back, to the right, Risa.
I just wanted to pick up on the last point you made, which was about quality dashboard. If you could maybe elaborate on sort of how you define a quality dashboard.
It essentially goes back to a point I was making earlier about being clear on your strategy and being clear on what matters within your business. So it's all about connecting your key objectives, your purpose and strategy to the individual actions. And I think if you connect these points well, you can, through, I call them dashboards, it's effectively evidencing what's happening in the business. I think you can develop stronger alignment between what you want your teams to do and what you want your business to be achieving. You know, it's this old adage, which is, you know, what gets measured gets done. So you make sure that you measure and you make visible what you measure to all your teams, to make sure that your teams do what you want them to do.
Other questions in the audience? No? Okay, well let me wrap up by actually asking each of our panelists if you might share just one piece of advice, given your experience and things that you've done, that you'd offer out to the professionals in the audience. And why don't I start with Roy? We'll go back.
Okay. Well, as I've been said during all this interaction, I think that the biggest advice that I can give is to define a good strategy and to know how to implement this strategy and follow it until the end. I think that's the biggest step. A good strategy defines knowing what we need and what we want and how do we want to achieve that. I think that's the biggest advice I can give.
Okay, Bruce?
I'm going to assume you guys have got all the processes and systems in place, and what's more, you've made risk fun inside your organisations. And therefore, I'm just going to invite you to reflect on who you want around you when the crisis happens, because it will. That's just the nature of life. It may not be the board. It may not be your senior management team. I happen to have the privilege of working for a Prime Minister who, when I walked into the room, said, "Okay, how good are we? Are we good at responding to this event?" And I knew I could say, "No, we're not," or "Yes, we are," whatever. Or in one particular case, "I haven't a clue how we're going to handle this." Genuine episode. I knew I could say that to him, and I treasured that. Now, what you need is people around you who you can work with in times of extreme stress. It's a bit like a marriage or partnership. People you trust, people who know how your organisation works, down to the level of the lowest functioning officer. So it may be the little things that break you, not the big things. People with a bit of imagination who won't just think inside the box. I won't labour the point. Who do you want around you when the day comes?
Okay, very good advice. And David?
Well, I think I'm going to expand on that really. For me, it's all about people ultimately. Of course, you need to have capability and capacity, but I think it's all about helping them navigate through your strategy with the right compass, with the right cultural compass. You need to make sure that, as Bruce said, when issues arise, they know what to do. They don't need to ask. They just do the right thing at the right time. And for that, I mean, it's a massive challenge for business. It's quite easy to say. It's very difficult to achieve. For me, it's about building a learning organization, building an organization where people feel free to have courage. And I think that's a massive challenge for business today.
Okay, so here you heard it. Build and have the right strategy. Make sure you've got the right people around you and you have the culture that you've put in place to create that learning organization so that you are constantly improving and driving forward. Well, thank you very much, audience. I appreciate your overall attention. And am I turning this over to you, Stephen? Okay, we'll bring Stephen back. And thank you very much to the panelists. I appreciate all your time.
Thank you very much. So a few tips just to guide you on what's happening now. We're going to have our coffee break. I invite you to join us here. I invite you to take your from your pack as well, to take out your booth bingo card. At the end of today, we're going to be drawing out a prize of a GoPro. So make sure you go around, talk to our partners, and get your stamps there. We're running a little bit late, so we're going to start again at 11:15. And at 11:15, we're going to be starting our breakout sessions. So if you're in Business Track 1, that will be happening here in the Westbourne. If you're in Business Track 2, the Technology Track, and the Technology and App Showcase, those will be happening on the first floor in the Beach and Oak rooms. So we're on the ground, they're in the basement, and that'll be on the first floor. We'll be looking forward to having our first partner theatre session as well, which will be starting outside just in a couple of minutes. And again, there'll be some prizes going with that. And we encourage you to stop by. We're delighted to have our partner Virtusa, who will be presenting there in a couple of minutes. One more thing, if you're looking for the restrooms, just going out through this door, you'll see a sign beside the Dixier exhibition area. And if you go upstairs, you'll find the restrooms there. Thank you very much. See you at 11:15.
Should I just stay up here?
If you want to step down,
Okay. I'll come this way because there's stairs. Don't need a...
Welcome back, everyone. I'm delighted and excited to welcome Michael Rasmussen to the stage. Michael is an internationally recognized pundit on governance, risk management and compliance, with specific expertise on the topics of GRC, GRC technology, corporate compliance and policy management. With more than 18 years of experience, Michael helps organizations improve GRC processes, design and implement GRC architecture, and select technologies that are effective, efficient and agile. He is a sought-after keynote speaker, author and advisor, and is noted as the father of GRC, being the first to define and model the GRC market in February 2002 while at Forrester. Michael has contributed to US congressional reports and committees and currently serves on the Leadership Council of the OCEG and chairs the OCEG Technology Council, OCEG Policy Management Group and the OCEG GRC Architecture Group. Michael is quoted extensively in the press and is respected for his commentary on broadcast news channels. He is an honorary life member in the Institute of Risk Management for his contributions to risk management and GRC. In 2007, Treasury and Risk recognized Michael as one of the 100 most influential people in finance, with specific accolades noting his work in governance and compliance, saving the planet and the corporation, and as a rising star in rocky times, corporate America's outstanding executives. Prior to founding GRC 2020 Research, Michael was a vice president and top analyst at Forrester Research. Before Forrester, he led the risk compliance consulting practice at a professional services firm, and prior to that, had specific experience managing compliance and risk commercial organizations. OCEG has recognized him as an OCEG Fellow for his contributions and advancement of GRC practices around the world. I'd like to invite Michael to come to the stage. Thank you very much.
It is a pleasure to be here again with Metric Streams Conference and interact with many faces and discussions that had a year ago and be able to pick up on those and some new ones as well. So I'm here throughout the conference. I'm more than excited to interact with you, whether it's during this presentation, other ones, or just even on the side, grab a cup of coffee or something. The agile organization, GRC in context of regulatory and other changes. That's the topic I'm going to talk about today. How do we manage governance, risk management, and compliance in an organization that is very dynamic and constantly changing? But even before we do that, talk about change, let's talk about what GRC is. GRC, governance, risk management, and compliance, is something organizations do. It's not something they buy. Yes, you can go out and get Metric Streams GRC solutions, and there's over 700 different technology vendors I've mapped and modeled into the GRC market, and they help if purchased for the right reasons, definitely. But at the end of the day, you don't go out and buy GRC. GRC is something organizations do. They govern, they manage risk, and they work towards compliance. And so, from my perspective, every organization does GRC, whether you're using the GRC acronym or not. Some people might use ERM for enterprise risk management. I define ERM as the R in GRC, but many ERM programs are being defined exactly how I would define GRC, just use a different acronym. It doesn't matter if you use the acronym or not, we're all doing GRC in some form or fashion. And the better question is, how do we mature it? How do we improve it? Particularly in an environment that is changing constantly. The official definition for GRC is found in the OCEG, GRC Capability Model. Version 3 was just released a month ago.
GRC is the integrated collection of capabilities that enables an organization to reliably achieve objectives. That's the governance piece. Where are we headed, or where do we think we're going to be headed? And how do we reliably get there? The risk management is while addressing uncertainty. So the reliable achievement of objectives while addressing uncertainty. ISO 31000 definition of risk is the effect of uncertainty on objectives. And then acting with integrity. Not just regulatory compliance, but it's about integrity to our policies, procedures, code of conduct, values, corporate social responsibility commitments, the contractual obligations of the organization, being compliant across those. So GRC, reliable achievement of objectives while addressing uncertainty and acting with integrity. There's a natural flow to this. Governance sets the context for risk management. Without the governance piece of saying, this is what we're going to do, or this is what we think we should do, we don't have any context to do risk management and assessments in. And we need context to do a risk assessment. And then risk management needs the follow-through of compliance. Because we put in mitigation strategies to mitigate risk, we need to make sure they're being implemented and followed through within the organization. There's a natural flow to the GRC acronym. But GRC is not easy. And the greatest challenge in GRC is change. Dealing with volumes and volumes of change. Changing laws, rules, regulations, enforcement actions, administrative decisions and notices, notices of proposed rulemaking. They're bearing down on organizations across industries. We also have to keep up with risk change, external risk change upon the organization. Changing market forces, commodity risk, foreign exchange, interest rate risks, geopolitical risks, competitive forces and industry forces, societal shifts and demands, changes in technology that impact our competitive positioning or bring risk into the organization. The last several years, we've been working on things like bring your own device policies. As employees want to bring tablets and things in. This wasn't a decision the organization made. This was a technology shift external to the organization that impacts the organization. We have to deal with it. But then we have to keep up with the business change. Changing strategy and processes, financial position, changing IT and technology. Technology itself doesn't even have to change for our risk to change. We might have gone to sleep last night thinking, wow, our systems are secure. Our risk is managed. We're complying with whatever security requirements we have to comply with. We wake up this morning and find out there's a whole new range of vulnerabilities that were discovered and released overnight. Our technology hasn't changed itself, but the risk to it has changed. Employees. That new employee that came in, are they aware of the code of conduct, the policies? Have they been trained properly on health and safety or privacy? The one that just moved from this department to this department, are they aware of those new, the policies in this new department and role they're in? And have they been properly trained there? Mergers and acquisitions bring in completely redundant sets of GRC processes, controls, risks, policies. And a lot of times they don't get harmonized or merged for years later. I know a hospital chain that has 18,000 policy and procedure documents now, as they acquired 28 hospitals over the last 20 years and consolidated them, and is now trying to sort them out. But then we have third-party business relationships. This is significant. It used to be, going back 20 or 30 years ago, the term insider was pretty much a synonym for employee. Now, the employees of the organization, over half of them, and in some cases, are not employees. They're contractors, consultants, temporary workers, outsourcers, service providers, vendors, suppliers, brokers, intermediaries, dealers, agents. The organization is porous. It's interconnected mesh of business relationships. We live in a day and age where one of the most significant credit card breaches in Target retail stores, that was mentioned, what was that, nearly 2 years ago. Hundreds of thousands of credit cards stolen. The doorway into that breach was an HVAC vendor, a heating and air conditioning vendor who had a legitimate connection to the Target network for environmental monitoring. This heating and air conditioning vendor was compromised. The hackers got in, then through that they got into the Target network and compromised point-of-sale systems across Target. Third-party relationships. Last month was the first month of compliance for the UK Modern Slavery Act. if you have 30 billion pounds in revenue in any footprint at all in the United Kingdom, you've got to be able to demonstrate what you're doing to address human rights and slavery down through the depths of your business and supply chain. In the US, we have conflict minerals. And you have to source, you have to trace tin, tantalum, tungsten, and gold down to the source smelter and mine to see if they come from the Democratic Republic of the Congo or 9 surrounding countries and report on that. Lots of challenges in third-party relationships. I sat on a major Fortune brand's social accountability advisory board, helping them and advising them on their approach for managing international labor standards across 5,000 suppliers with 20,000 facilities in their global supply chain on topics of child labor, forced labor, working hours, wage and hour, health and safety. And now, third-party relationships, these business relationships, as much as your business is changing, guess what? Their businesses are changing too. They might have been the right company to do business with last year or 5 years ago, but are they still? 5 years ago when we looked at their information security, when we onboarded them, has it changed? Has their processes, diminished? These are all considerations to take into account and things that we are struggling with and trying to keep up with the massive volume of change in organizations. Let's look at regulatory compliance. How many in the room are financial services? Several, about a fourth to a third. Regulatory change upon financial services. Global financial services firms operating across jurisdictions are dealing with about 180 regulatory change alerts every business day. This is changing regulations, new regulations, enforcement actions, administrative notices and decisions. If you look at the growth, in 2008, it was 8,704 changes to laws, rules, regulations. It's gone up each year, where 2014 last year is 40,603 changes. We've just about quadrupled and quintupled the amount of regulatory change in one industry in about 5 to 7 years. That's significant, the volume of regulatory change. And each time one of these changes takes place, we got to understand, how are we addressing this? Let's go back a slide. We might devote a ton of resources. And I've seen staggering figures for like JP Morgan and the amount of hiring they've done in compliance to deal with the regulatory change, while they've cut staff in other areas. We might devote a ton of resources to keeping up with all the legal and regulatory change bearing down upon us. But does that mean we're compliant? No. Because we might understand all that, and maybe we have all of our policies updated correctly, and the controls are out there and defined, but are they operational? Or does that employee understand the anti-money laundering policy? Were they trained properly? Do they understand the code of conduct or privacy policy? Managing change in the organization is keeping all this change in sync. Not just understanding all the regulatory change, but how that change impacts the organization. And the follow-through to make sure that, as we change policies and controls in our environment to deal with regulatory change, that gets communicated to the employees and they get proper training on that as well. Keeping all this change in sync with each other, that's significant. But a lot of organizations have managed this in ways that are not efficient, effective, and agile. It's like Hercules battling the Hydra. A multi-headed dragon with the significant challenge to Hercules that if you cut off one of its heads, several more heads grow up in its place. And this is what happens when you try to manage GRC and all this change with documents, spreadsheets, and email. It's what I call the inevitability of failure. Things are going to break. Things are going to get missed. There's going to be errors. Think about the complexity of our environments. The JP Morgan whale event, multi-billion-dollar loss. Read the report. Significant contributing factor was a spreadsheet error. Trying to keep managing these documents, spreadsheets, and emails when they number in the legions is difficult. That's why there's so much pressure upon financial services for doing model risk management. But even outside of financial services, it's staggering the amount a volume of spreadsheets, documents, and emails that organizations are using to manage GRC processes. I had one company tell me 80% of their GRC staff across risk, compliance, security, audit was nothing more than document reconcilers, as they were literally trying to build reports and consolidate and report information across over 1,000 different documents, spreadsheets, and emails. And these get out of sync, things slip through the cracks. There's no defined workflow and tasks when things are missed. We don't get escalation procedures or other notifications. We fire off an email and it gets filed away or accidentally deleted. And furthermore, they can't stand up from a compliance perspective, or let's say a legal perspective. I can go and answer that compliance assessment that was just sent me. I can come back 2 weeks later and change my answers, cover up a trail, get myself or the organization out of trouble. And the regulators are picking up on that. I've heard a number of organizations tell me that a document spreadsheet, an email approach to doing risk, compliance, control assessments is not going to work. You need integrity. You need audit trails of who answered what, when, how, and why. And if something was changed, what was changed? And what was the original answer? And full integrity and audit trail in the assessment process. But a lot of these scattered approaches remind me of the Winchester Mystery House. This is in San Jose, California. This is the sprawling mansion that was built in the 1800s. It cost $5.5 million to build back in the 1800s. That's one expensive house today when you calculate inflation. But think about it. It took 38 years to build. It had 147 different builders, but it had no design, no blueprint, no architect. This is a lot of companies' GRC programs today. That over the last 38 years, we've had no overall structure and design to what GRC processes, information technology should look like. And we've had 147 different, GRC professionals in little silos that have gone about, firing off documents, spreadsheets, and emails, and it doesn't make sense. I mean, the Winchester Mystery House has stairways that go up or down to nowhere, doors that open to walls, skylights and floors instead of ceilings. It's a lot of GRC programs in organizations. Instead of 10,000 windows, we have 10,000 documents. We need to think of better ways to do this, because managing GRC and manual document-centric approaches, we're never going to keep up with the change that I just was expressing as the biggest challenge that we're facing. So organizations are telling me that they have an inability to gain a clear view of compliance and risk dependencies. There's a high cost of consolidating GRC information, difficulty keeping that information accurate, failing to trend across different assessment periods, redundant approaches that limit correlation, comparison, integration, and a lack of agility because of all this to keep up with changing laws and regulations, changing risk environments, and the changing business itself. But organizations, we have to keep up with understanding individual areas of GRC, like areas of risk, like IT security risk or privacy risk or health and safety risk, but as well as the forest of GRC, the interconnectedness of risks. I often use the Titanic story and example in a lot of my presentations, and I believe I used that one last year at Metric Streams conference. But you look at the Titanic disaster, and there's multiple areas of exposure where things went wrong and the ship sank. There was health and safety issues. There's external environmental issues with tidal moon poles dragging icebergs further south. There's what would be third-party issues with like the iron ore used in the rivets for the seams was of an inferior and brittle quality. There's lots of pieces that contributed to the Titanic. And it was the interrelationship of all those that caused the disaster we now know as the Titanic. As an organization, we need to be able to see the individual areas of risk, but also see the interconnectedness of risk as well. So we need to think about how do we manage change in the organization? And how do we really design GRC to keep up with that change? GRC by design, a federated GRC architecture. I'm very involved, as I was mentioned in the introduction, with OSEG, OCEG, the Open Compliance and Ethics Group. This is the only publicly vetted standard for GRC that is out there in OSEG's GRC capability model, version 3. It's an open source standard. You can go out and download it. Version 3 came out just a month ago. And I really like the improvements because it shows the iterative cycles of change. GRC done right within an organization is about process improvement. It's like Six Sigma, or I prefer Japanese Kaizen, good change. Where are we at now? How are we doing things? And what can we do to make things better? How can we have better strategy, processes, information technology? The first area of the OSEG GRC capability model is learn. We're understanding our environment. What's our external context? The laws, regulations, the external risk environment bearing down on us. What's our internal context? How are we structured internally? What's our culture? Our culture for risk-taking, our culture of compliance and control. Who are the stakeholders? We understand our environment, then we can start to align. How can risk management, audit, security, corporate compliance, these different functions work together? What's our overall directions and where are the synergies and shared services and approach that we can take together and work together? And what are those objectives? How do we identify and assess risk? And how do we design our program? Now, we might have everything look good on paper. We have all the right corporate structure and we have all the right, risks defined and assessed. We might have all the controls in place and we know that we've documented compliance. But it's not just about design, it's also about operations, the perform piece. Because we can have everything look good on paper, but in reality, it's not happening in the environment. So perform is, are the controls in place and functioning? Are the policies current and out there, read and understood? Do we have the proper communication and training and education programs? Can people notify us of issues through hotlines or management reporting? How do we do assessments and surveys out to the different front lines of the organization? And how do we respond to issues? And then the review piece and the ongoing monitoring of the environment, because the environment's constantly changing, and provide assurance on our GRC processes and improve them. And each of these isn't just a one-time process. That's why we have that movement in here with each of these, the learn, align, perform, and review, that iterative cycles of keeping current because the business is constantly changing. So when we look at developing a GRC improvement strategy, a GRC maturity strategy, it's a top-down approach of the strategy, the process, the information technology. I often get frustrated, and this has happened several times, like a large insurance company. They came in and said, we just bought GRC, now come and tell us how to do GRC. It's like, isn't that the cart before the horse, a little bit backwards? That's the bottom up. We buy the GRC technology, then we'll figure out our information process and strategy. That's not how we do it. What is our strategy? How do these different groups work together? What are the processes in place existing today? Where can we show improvements to those processes? How can the right information technology environment support that? And what should that look like? It's about federation. Federated risk management, federated compliance management. I have not met a compliance officer that's truly responsible for all of compliance across the organization. Compliance is a very distributed function. Corporate compliance and ethics might be responsible for the code of conduct, anti-bribery and corruption, antitrust, and other big regulatory and legal issues a company faces. But there's HR compliance, health and safety compliance, environmental compliance, IT security compliance, quality compliance. Compliance is very distributed. Same thing at the risk. We might have an enterprise risk officer, chief risk officer, operational risk management program, but it's again a very distributed function because we have health and safety risks and IT risks and HR risks and supply chain risks. We need to be able to implement an environment that allows different ways to model and measure and analyze risk at a department level, but have it make sense through proper risk normalization aggregation for overall risk reporting at divisional and enterprise levels. We need a federated approach where there's some common structure and methodologies, but there's also some level of autonomy and flexibility at the lower process and department levels as well. When we look at regulatory change, we need to develop a regulatory taxonomy. What are the types of regulations we're facing? What are the categories? Can we map subject matter experts to that? How do we bring in regulatory content and enable the process with regulatory content? And how does technology enable this? So we develop our regulatory taxonomy and related metadata and tagging on regulatory areas so that we can define the subject matter experts and roles and route regulatory content by integrating that into the system and having it routed to the right subject matter expert with proper workflow and tasks for them to review. We can then map within the proper information architecture our policies and controls and risks into that regulatory taxonomy, provide structured accountability of workflow and tasks, as well as a standardized business impact analysis on what that regulatory change means to the organization. It means that we've got to provide 360-degree regulatory contextual intelligence. Because right now, I might be getting a huge volume of alerts and notifications on regulatory change. One might be coming from a law firm, another one coming from an industry group, or something from the regulator themselves. Lots of points coming in. How do we understand the relationship of different regulations to each other so that I can assess once and comply many times, so we can integrate and map regulatory content with each other, but then also with our policies and controls in the environment, and understand those relationships so that when the regulation changes, I know what policies should be reviewed, what controls should be reviewed, what risks this maps to, and how this might impact my risk assessments and exposure to the organization, and build out the action items. If you think about an information architecture for regulatory change, there's a relationship. You have it here under the obligations piece here, regulatory obligations. Because in one respect, it's not just about regulations. It's about the contractual commitments as well, like PCI DSS, Payment Card Industry Standard. The Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard. That's not a regulatory requirement from a government regulator. That's a contractual commitment with Visa, MasterCard, American Express, Discover. If you want to accept those cards, you've got to do this, and this. But it's an obligation. So it's not all just about regulatory compliance. It's about compliance to our obligations, contractual obligations, regulatory obligations, the values of the organization. And we need to be able to map these obligations to the organization itself. Does this, obligation intersect with a specific entity or the entire organization, a specific group? Maybe it's internal controls over financial reporting, and that's going to fall responsible to the accounting department. So entity, maybe it's process level. Things like in pharmaceutical and life sciences, in manufacturing, good manufacturing practices, different manufacturing processes. An asset level. Maybe it's a regulatory obligation on personal health information, privacy, dealing with an intellectual property asset that the organization has. So how do we understand that obligation in context of the organization, its assets, its processes, its structure, the objectives of the organization? Maybe we have a strategic direction and objective to grow in a certain part of the world. But maybe that part of the world doesn't have enough regulatory infrastructure to have a stable business, and so we change. Or maybe it's the opposite, where there's too many requirements and it's too restrictive in that area. Risks. As regulations and obligations change, how does my risk posture change? My exposure to risk. Controls. As there's new regulations or modified regulations, what controls in my environment need to be changed in the environment? Issues, investigations, cases might impact regulatory reporting. Roles, who's the subject matter expert on that regulation? Who owns the regulatory responsibility? Whose bottom line is it going to come from? And then policies. As those regulations change, what policies need to be reviewed and updated and kept current? Now, if you're managing all these different areas of obligations and risks and controls and policies and issues and things, in documents, spreadsheets, and emails, or scattered systems that are disconnected, how do you provide intelligence on this? When that regulatory change comes in, how do I know what policies need to be reviewed? How risk changes, the state of controls in the environment. It's nearly impossible without an intensive amount of time and labor to get that done. We need a solid information architecture that can contextually show us all these different relationships and give us intelligence and streamline our processes so we can have higher quality information, optimize our processes, better allocate our capital where risk is the greatest, improve effectiveness, protect the reputation and brand of the organization, and reduce costs. A good information architecture can help us understand the relationships of pieces together. So we might have an obligation here, and I have the U.S. Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. We can, on this slide, put the United Kingdom's bribery and corruption. So in that context, how does this obligation map to other areas? So anti-bribery and corruption law or regulation. So here, segregation of duties. Part of like the FCPA, for example, in the U.S., you have, the anti-bribery provisions, but you also have the books and records, internal control provisions. And the internal controls are financial reporting with segregation of duties. It also intersects over here. It doesn't intersect in this example with, let me go on here. So the US FCPA does intersect here. It actually should intersect with the control for G&E monitoring, so gift and entertainment expenses. I don't have that highlighted here, but it's not harassment related. So, there's no intersection point there. But this law regulation does intersect with the risk of non-compliance, the risk of corruption, the policy, the gifts and entertainment policy. And so there's relationships, what I'm trying to show, between like an obligation, like a regulation, with controls, with policies, with risks, even with issues. We have an incident of corruption. That means, in this case, we violated FCPA, the integration point there. Maybe this incident was an inappropriate gift that would classify as a bribe. And so our G&E monitoring failed somewhere, and our G&E policy, was violated. And now we have a non-compliance issue, and we also have a risk issue of corruption. There's the interrelationship of regulations to risks, to issues, to controls, to policies. When we get the volume and change of regulations in the environment, we have a wealth of things bearing down on us. New regulations, amended regulations, regulatory guidance, like handbooks and things that tell you how to comply from the regulators, but it's not the regulation itself. News and circulars, comment letters, enforcement actions, feedback statements, speeches being made by the regulators. These all impact our environment. And we take these in as regulatory content, whether it's through feeds from GRC regulatory like change and intelligence providers. So the subscription type content that comes in and keeps you alerted. It might be integration to the RSS feeds from the regulators themselves, those that have them. It might be something entered manually. And they come in and we conduct an impact assessment. And hopefully something that's pretty simple at first. Does this change require some type of detailed analysis? Or is it really not significant enough? And then we go through and we do that business impact analysis and understand what happens in the environment and build action plans to comply with the regulation. Managing change, particularly regulatory change, means an integration of technology, intelligence or content, and services. Being able to follow through on those pieces. Because the technology might manage our overall processes and workflow and accountability of regulatory change and assign the right regulatory change to the right subject matter expert and have standardized approaches to do business impact analysis of the regulatory change and be mapped to the policies and things that need to be reviewed. The intelligence piece is the content that comes in and that feeds and hooks into there. But the services, and it says professional services, but this could be internal too, there's people that have to do things. If the regulation indicates that our policy needs to be revised, well, technology is not going to write that policy for us. Somebody's going to have to write the policy or define new controls. When we look in the market at technology to enable an information and technology architecture, I classify things into basic, common, and advanced solutions. Basic solutions are simply a replacement for documents, spreadsheets, and emails, often with workflow and some task management. Common provides a more integration in the environment, while the advanced solutions tend to have direct more integration with like content feeds and intelligence sources and more advanced analytics and modeling capabilities. Because we need the ability to be able to automate and track and route information to the right subject matter experts. I mean, if you're a global financial services firm getting 180 regulatory change alerts every business day, that's a lot of time just trying to make sure that things are getting to the right subject matter expert. If those content feeds coming in are tagged properly and they can get routed to the right group or individual automatically, that's efficient. And from there, we need standardized business impact analysis, understanding what this change is and how it's going to impact the organization, and what's our history. What's our risk exposure to this new regulation? Do we have a history of potential issues and things in this area that might raise our exposure that we need to be aware of? We need to review the existing environment, the controls and policies, and determine an action plan. How do we address this change? We can track a lot of regulatory change metrics, such as the number of regulations and individual requirements and enforcement actions that we're monitoring. Which ones are flagged for additional review because they're more of a significant risk exposure? What's the overall trends that we can monitor in the environment of different regulatory areas and how things are progressing, like in anti-money laundering versus harassment, discrimination, or IT security? Where are we seeing the regulatory change the greatest? Which ones expose us to more risks because there's more enforcement actions and things happening in that environment? The frequency of updates and alerts, ranking and scoring, the relationships and showing the number of policies that were reviewed in context with regulatory change. Some particular keys to success in managing regulatory change in the context of broader GRC in the businesses, we want to be able to identify the content sources to keep current on regulatory change. Are we getting these from our law firms? Are we getting these from the regulators themselves? Are we getting these from industry groups? Are we getting them from content aggregators out there? And are they just keeping us appraised of like PDFs of the regulations and here's the new regulation? Or are they giving us some analysis? This is what's changed and what it means to your organization. We need to develop that taxonomy of different categories. And we develop that taxonomy so that when the regulatory content change comes in, it can get routed to the right subject matter expert for review and analysis. And when it gets mapped to that subject matter expert for review and analysis, we have a common information architecture that can pull up and show what policies and procedures and assessments and controls and things relate to that area so we can see if those are current with that regulatory change. And we keep accountability here through making sure we have workflow, task management, and escalation procedures. And we have a standardized business impact analysis and assessment, and overall change management process to see that things are followed through. This is my regulatory change management maturity model from the ad hoc to the agile. The ad hoc is a very reactive approach to regulatory change. When the regulator is bearing down on you saying you have to do this, and they're screaming and knocking at the door, oh, okay, it's really no defined process. The organization changes when it's forced to change. The fragmented approach means different departments are managing regulatory change in different ways. And there's very little structured accountability, a lot of documents, spreadsheets, and emails for levels 1 and 2. The level 3 managed is more of a mature department approach in which, one department, maybe it's corporate compliance or health and safety, they're keeping up with regulations. They got good technology in place to manage workflow and tasks. And they're not relying on a wealth of documents, spreadsheets, and emails with things slipping through the cracks. The levels 4 and 5 is where you start getting cross-department into an overall integrated regulatory change management process with a common information technology environment that goes across different departments with different regulatory responsibilities. But if we mature our regulatory change management function, as well as other GRC areas and change management in that context, it helps us become more aware. what's happening in our environment, what's changing out there, what are other groups doing in their roles and responsibilities, aware of how that regulatory change impacts, changes to policies or controls. This allows us to align our resources, to be able to understand how we can collaboratively work together with other departments, be more responsive when change happens and there's issues in the environment. We can become more agile and competitive in an environment, particularly when it's highly regulated and our competitors are struggling with it. But we've got a good process that is efficient, effective, and agile, which means we become more resilient and lean and efficient with our use of resources. So with that, I think my time's up. We have a couple minutes for questions left here. So any questions?
Wow.
Pardon?
I'm saying wow, because really I'm struggling for the last 2 years on those.
A lot of organizations are.
Okay, we are a new board in IT environment. We called ourselves GRC. And most of what you said, really. I need your advice where to start, especially on the governance part. The risk is a little bit mature. We are struggling with governance. How to start the governance function?
The foundational place to start with regulatory change is actually building out that taxonomy of regulatory areas and who are the subject matter experts assigned to each area. And so that there's some type of accountability and structure to the overall regulatory change process so that we can look at the organization and say, here's the different categories, areas of regulation, and here are the subject matter experts that are responsible to keep current in that area of analysis. To me, that's the foundational piece of that, is developing that piece out. From there, we can build out a common technology architecture for workflow and tasks and escalation procedures, standardized business impact analysis, an information architecture that can link, regulatory libraries and changes to policies and controls. But the foundational step is actually developing that regulatory taxonomy. Good question. Other questions? We have 1 minute left. I see the timer down here. Yes.
Thanks. Michael, great, by the way. It's so relevant, it's crazy. But a question for you. So much of this, I think probably a lot of people in the room are people who have already drunk the Kool-Aid and agree with what you say. But a lot of it has to do with putting it together with the right conversation. You've done a great job on these slides of bringing down, like the mystery house is a wonderful example of finding those. Are you working with a communication group, or are these things that have come through yourself? Because I think a lot of it is, how do we package this, and any ideas on how to package it? Because again, I think the concepts are there, but the people who believe in the concepts are not the people you have to convince. So it's any suggestions on how to make that right connection?
Building a business case for regulatory?
It's the business case, but then communicating it. It's really, you need to bring all those stakeholders in. So it's that campaign to get out there to the stakeholders, because that's really where the grunt of the work is from that perspective.
It's a great question. It's not an easy question. The challenge is that most organizations that really address regulatory change are the ones that have been through the mud of having issues and enforcement actions and things like that. And it's like, oh, we got to get our act together. Those that haven't had a lot of regulatory pressure might not have this on their radar, but maybe others in their industry have. And even there with enforcement trends. So you take something like the U.S. Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, when I had up on the slide on that relationship diagram. That law was passed in 1977. I mean, the law itself hasn't changed. But 38 years into it, the enforcement of it significantly has. I mean, about 10 years ago, you didn't really see financial services firms in the United States thinking twice about FCPA. And there wasn't enforcement actions against them. It's happening all over with retail, manufacturing, life sciences. But financial services firms a decade ago didn't think the SEC and DOJ were going to go after them. Things changed. And now there's several enforcement actions. A year ago, the summer of 2014, It used to be that mid-sized organizations think, the regulators, they're going to go after the big guys out there. And so myself, I'm just an average middle-sized organization. They're not going to come after me for bribery and corruption. Then the Smith & Wesson case came, and and the SEC directly said, we don't care what size you are, we're coming after you. For 38 years, there hadn't been a trend going after mid-sized organizations in general, but it's changing significantly, the enforcement actions. And so a lot of the business case is going to be understanding the volume of regulatory change upon our organization, and in what's happening in the industry and some overall trends, because maybe this hasn't hurt us in the past, but the trajectory of where things are going in the industry overall, we're at a breaking point where we've got to change processes before we get slapped with a big issue. And so to me, that's a lot of it, is being able to understand the volume of regulatory change historically upon the organization, the trajectory of that change, its impact on staff time, and being able to build out an argument that we need a better way to address this. And in that context of communication, I measure things around the three angles of effectiveness, efficiency, and agility. How does this make us more effective? Before, with this amount of staff and all these documents, spreadsheets, and emails, we can only do so many assessments or review so many regulatory changes, and it was a burden. Now we can get so much more done in a certain amount of time. Or we're more effective in our overall consistency in how we approach and analyze things. We're more effective in where things aren't slipping through the cracks because we have workflow and tasks. And then the efficiency message is, how do we save dollars and time? Before we can approach this by hiring 50 more people in our compliance department to keep up with this, or we can implement an information technology architecture that is bringing hooks of the regulatory changes in and routing to the right people, so they can spend less time searching and more time analyzing. The efficiency. And then the agility is just how quickly can we measure that we're keeping up with issues and changes in the environment. There's a lot more to that, but in the context of time, I can't get into a lot of the details on the value piece, but thank you. Oh, another question here?
Do you think there's a balance to the amount of regulatory compliance you achieve? So, for example, if there's a younger piece of regulation that hasn't really had a precedent set around enforcement, do you see organizations taking a conscious decision to be non-compliant until such time as the risk landscape increases?
Excellent question. And the idealist in me says, well, if it's an obligation, we need to comply with it. And that's the idealist in me saying that we need to comply because that's what's required. But the realist out there, which I tend to love the ideal more than the real, but the realist out there says, we only have so many resources, we can only get so much done, where's our risk exposure the greatest? And time again, I've seen organizations that have not complied with regulations because there was no enforcement of them. And then when enforcement changes, then they start putting money at it and investing in compliance in those areas. And so, yeah. I think that answered your question. Maybe I just, said, I understand. But a lot of organizations out there, when something is first passed, they don't devote a lot to compliance. If there's a reporting obligation, they'll report, but maybe they might not invest in IT infrastructure and things. Think, is this going to go away? Or is it going to change or evolve? Let's give it a year or two before we invest significantly in some type of architecture to devote towards this. And that's where you see a lot of manual processes start to develop. But over time, those manual processes become a burden, and there's much more efficient ways to deal with it. Yeah. Okay. Well, I look forward to interacting with the rest of you for the next 2 days here. And if you have any questions, stop me. Thank you.
I'd like to thank Michael for a great speech. I love that Winchester Mystery House as well. Like 65 doors that went into walls and 13 staircases. It's such a great metaphor, I think, for explaining some of the challenges for large enterprises. I'm delighted to invite Brenda, our Senior Vice President of GRC Solutions at MetricStream. Brenda really gets it. Brenda was the CRO for Constellation Energy and previously also worked for JPM Morgan Chase as well. Brenda, thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephen. Yeah, great job. So thank you, Michael. Great perspectives. And let's sit down. It's just us now for this audience between now and lunch. So we better be good, right? But we feel like we have a great panel today. We have representatives from a diversified bank. We have an investment manager, and we have an insurance company. So I was going to turn it over to each of you to provide an introduction, and then we'll get into a series of questions. I'm also going to be keeping my eye out in the audience for your hands, and try to introduce your questions early in this panel discussion. But we'll meet for about 40 minutes, and then we'll unleash lunch. So, David, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, thank you. So my name is David Reagan. I'm Director of Risk Management and Compliance for Steamship Insurance, which is a mutual P&I club, which I'll come back to in a moment. I'm a lawyer by training, so I'm kind of a risk manager who actually thinks like a lawyer, which perhaps gives me some problem-solving skills, but I leave my peers to comment on that. With about 20 years of experience in the industry. I guess just to give you a picture of where I'm at right now, so P&I club, anybody work for a P&I club or know what a P&I club is about? No one. So it's a very specialist area, so I wasn't expecting any positive responses, but just for information, we are specialist marine liability insurers operating on a mutual principle. And most of the world's fleet is covered by P&I clubs for liability purposes only. So normally the hull is insured somewhere else, and we look after, just as a monoline, that particular specialist area, which means that we've got a fairly simple business model. To give you one example of where we've been, Costa Concordia was a ship on which we had a quota share, so we paid about 50%. But we're very good at de-risking. So then you begin to wonder about the usefulness of having risk management in-house, because we de-risk by reinsurance mostly, and therefore we retain only about $8-9 million of any one claim, and then everything else flows through to our reinsurance partners, right up to the upper limit of probably around about $7 billion if you really wanted to put the system to a full-scale stress test, which means that we are a hugely de-risked organisation, and we operate a very efficient business model. But perhaps we can talk about the usefulness of operational risk management in that context later.
Umar?
Hi, I'm Umar Zaman. I work for AXA Investment Managers. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer for Risk and Control. My background actually hasn't been risk. It's actually for change management. So I've got almost just over 20 years experience in change management. I moved into the risk area a few years ago to help set up for AXA Investment Managers, the risk and control framework, and I'm also at the moment working on regulatory change. So I've actually set up the regulatory change framework for AXA Investment Managers. We manage almost 600 billion euros globally. Our headquarters is mainly in France, and we have a large office in the UK, but we distribute globally with US and Asian offices. So really for today, it's my area is to probably explain and go through some of the questions in terms of how actually we've implemented the risk framework through a more, I would say, a change management framework.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dick Flood from State Street, and I have responsibility for operational risk here in EMEA. And I guess I complete the trifecta because I'm relatively new to risk myself, having spent most of my career in the first line. So I've sort of taken the poacher turned gamekeeper approach to my career. So State Street, we're a GSIFI. Why? Not because of our financial risks, but because of the infrastructure we provide to other financial services companies. So when it comes to sort of key risks from a risk profile standpoint, operational risk is very important.
Great. So it's an interesting panel, all relatively new in the risk management space, managing across a variety of organizations. But think if you could convey to the audience, what are your top 3 priorities in your program? And David, we'll start with you. As you think about a firm that's inherently about risk taking, how do you have a culture there already, perhaps? But how do you set your priorities for your operational risk program?
We have a culture already, and we have a regulator that puts us under massive pressure to ensure that we have decent in-house risk management. So that's been really an expectation of the regulator in the UK for at least the last 10 years. So bearing that in mind, there was already something that I came to when I joined the firm I'm with now 3 years ago. And it's been a question of trying to build on that. The last couple of years, we've done a huge amount of committee work in preparation for those committees too, in terms of trying to get good engagement with our risk register. And I think now after a sort of 2-year cycle, so going through the entire register, which is possible in a small organisation, I guess, going through the entire register at 2 iterations, 1 per year, we have a pretty polished product in terms of what our register looks like, and the underlying controls are pretty well understood and articulate very well the processes and procedures that underpin most of those risks to mitigate them. And I think the question now is, how do we keep the conversation interesting? One of the useful things about engaging with MetricStream, of whom we are a customer, is that we now have a database which we're able to slice up in some more imaginative ways. So historically, we've always done it on a departmental ownership basis. So if you operated in underwriting, then we had an underwriting meeting, we talked about underwriting risks. And I think we can now move to a place where we can begin to look at things more transversely. You can look across risks in terms of risk categories, for example. Op risk would be one of them in the very broadest sense, or cyber risk, or credit risk, and begin to understand and have different perspectives in ways that you couldn't have before, because simply the technology wasn't there to give you those perspectives. So that's where we are right now in terms of developing risk management.
Okay, and Umar, related to that, you're under immense regulatory pressure.
I think just to add to that, I mean, as you're probably aware, for the people in the UK, how the FCA views the world now, especially after the change from the FCA to the FCA and the new model, there's a huge amount of pressure from the regulator today in terms of the culture of risk and embedding it. And it is actually, what we see today is the regulator coming in, where a few years ago the regulator would come in and they would go speak with the risk teams to say how things were, and they would say, yep, everything's fine, and then they would go. Today they don't want to speak with the risk teams or the control functions. Actually, they want to see the business. So our challenge over the last few years has been really putting together the infrastructure for risks globally. However, the emphasis now is really how do you embed that within the business. So when the regulator does come in and want to speak with the salesperson or the fund manager, they need to be able to explain actually what their risks are, what their controls are, and actually what their mitigants are. And trying to put that into an organization, especially when you're a global organization, is a challenge. And I think that's one of the challenges and some of the work that I'm working on now to address.
Right. Dick, do you want to comment?
So when we talk about top priorities, I would say for me it comes down to 3 things: resilience, resilience, resilience. So I think for ORM, and I like the concept that Michael introduced of federated approach to risk management, that effectively it's the rise of non-financial risk. So it's not just operational risk, it's also integrating in technology risk, cyber defense, outsourcing and vendor risk management, and business continuity. So really looking, and operational risk sort of becomes the glue that starts to pull those different frameworks together to give the firm sort of a view on overall resilience.
Right, great. So a good sense of priorities, but very different across your firms. That's interesting. So, the heart of the ORM program seems to be the risk assessment process, right? So can you describe, some of the challenges in setting up a risk assessment? I know, Umar, you talked about it a little bit, in terms of, first line of defense ownership. But also, how have you allowed risk assessments to vary depending on the perspective given, right? There are lots of functional groups that have traditionally done risk assessments. In fact, IT, vendor management, the credit risk assessments, the operational risk assessments, perhaps in the second line.
Yeah.
But,
so I think historically, the approach that we had in-house was actually, we allowed the business to express the way they wanted to express risk. One of the challenges for that was, how do you aggregate that information? And especially for us being a global organization, and again, a global functional organization, how do we ensure that people are speaking the same language and that they're doing the assessments in a consistent manner? So one of the areas that we've actually invested in is to identify across the business areas key processes, which actually is working with the business to help them define what their key processes are, and working on a methodology in terms of ensuring that we can have a language that we all use and an assessment process which we can use. So for us, it's more about having a shared language and infrastructure, and then allowing them the space to actually articulate their risk. And for us, that's the important, because each of the business lines, even from an investment perspective, we have various asset classes, and the risks across the various asset classes are very different. If you look at derivatives versus, an exchange equity, they're very, very different in terms of risk. However, the processes are the same. You still have an initiation or an order. You still have to see the trade flow. So there's certain processes which are there. So for us, it allows us, from a second level, to actually be able to aggregate across processes and then see the nuances of the business areas and compare across the peers in terms of why certain areas have certain risks profiles and others don't.
Dick?
Yeah, so I look at risk assessment, and I'll connect it back to maybe the opening statement of the conference, which was performance. And so for me, it's a touch point with the business. So it's an opportunity for the risk organization to add value. I think risk assessments over time can take on a bit of a repetitiveness. And so, we don't own the risk. The risk is owned by the business. So I think it's about the conversation to challenge the business to think a bit deeper about the risks, and then hopefully out of that process, getting a sense of that the risk function is bringing some added value to their assessment of their own risks. And I think as across the industry, risk assessment is being pushed further and further into the first line of defense, rightly so. So I think that changes really the role of risk. And our responsibility then becomes to be more demanding and be more challenging in helping them identify and assess their risks.
Yeah. And David, you talked earlier about keeping the conversation alive. Dick just talked about the challenge part, the quality of the discussion. How do you think about that, as we're doing risk assessments?
I think it varies a great deal depending on the personalities too of the people that you're talking to and the risk owners within the business. I think as we migrate towards first line ownership of risk, it becomes perhaps more critical for the risk manager, not just to be a facilitator, but someone who is an influencer and a persuader and a thinker. Those are sort of very difficult qualities to balance and manage at the same time. Because very often you'll find some resistance or a belief inherent within the system which has been designed by the risk owner that in fact everything is perfect and therefore there's nothing that needs to change. And I think therefore for me the most helpful thing would be using the available technology to move away from a place where we're just doing, if you like, risk administration. We're trying to gather together all the data that we receive from those interviews and distill it into something that then appears in the risk register and really have time to think and understand what's going on and to challenge on that basis, on basis of our understanding of the business, risk events that may have occurred since the last meeting. Right. Any other sort of data that we can bring together in order to be able to accurately challenge our counterparties, our risk owners within the business.
Right. Dick, earlier you mentioned, kind of the perspective of, ultimately driving business performance rather, really. We've invested heavily in risk and compliance. Now, how do we show that we're actually improving business performance? So, I was just going to turn it really to Umar and talk about, kind of the link you might see between, your operational risk program and the business performance of the company.
Yeah. So I think one of the things that was mentioned earlier today is coming back to this cultural piece. How do you actually ingrain risk management within the organization? And the way we've done it is basically it comes back from the top. The CEO has kind of turned around to the organization and basically said, he's put, in terms of the management board members, they all have risk and compliance in their objectives today. Our remuneration policy, if you went to our website, is actually risk and compliance is within everyone's objectives. And it's cascaded down. So for us, one of the kind of performance measures of the organization is ensuring that those elements are taken into consideration. So accountability today is there. Of course, we haven't completed the journey, and instilling that within the day-to-day activities is what we're working on. And so therefore, when we have our performance reviews, those are all elements where it's a significant impact in terms of the final reward for individuals. So suddenly that actually motivates people who probably weren't so motivated previously to actually accept that. And as a cultural change, that takes time. So we know to really ingrain that within the business will take time. However, these small steps actually is our journey to that end.
Right. So you're probably, this morning we focused on overall business performance. You're kind of changing the perspective, importantly, on, individual performance, right, and aligning incentives.
Exactly. Because the way we see that is if we start off with that, and that takes time, we would see business performance because we would reduce our risk.
Right.
And indirectly, we would. So rather than trying to find a line in terms of what the actual cost is, we know there's a cost to risk. We estimate cost to risk. The actual realization of that is not always there. So it's very, very difficult to see. So the approach that we've taken is to ensure that it's ingrained within the organization, and hopefully with that, the impact will be less.
Dick, do you want to comment?
Yeah, maybe I can add a couple of additional thoughts. First of all, I think in terms of adding performance value, getting risk involved very early in any new product or new business development processes is critical, because I think that's a place where you can provide instant feedback to what you don't want to do is get risk involved in that process at the very end, and then again maybe put brakes on something in the wrong way. Whereas if the risk function was involved from the outset of the process and influenced along the way, that you're getting to a better outcome that's within risk appetite and you can execute on. So I think that's one area where risk is adding value from a performance perspective. And then maybe another area that we have worked on is trying to help the business really understand the price of risk a bit better, which in the operational risk space sometimes is a bit more difficult. So we've worked on some pricing tools that at least inform the business and give them a view on the operational costs to risk costs to a piece of business that they might be looking to engage in. In the end of the day, those pricing decisions are influenced by external factors, competitors, but at least it's creating an awareness and a risk acceptance as part of the take-on of that business.
So pricing risk into the transactions, not just in terms of the cost of capital, but in terms of the economic, the financial capital, but also the economic capital of the risks. Interesting. David, do you want to comment on performance?
Just a few thoughts. If you work in a small organization like I do, then if you like, the quantification angle, which is some of what we're talking about here, is quite difficult to achieve unless you have enough financial resource to be able to employ an actuary or an accountant on your team, which we don't. So you have to work, I think, towards a sort of insourcing model. Virtual teams, I think, is the correct term. And I see if I can borrow some time from our actuaries to get them to work with us too about understanding how we might quantify some of the operational risks. And we can actually build some of those elements now into our understanding of risk, and therefore partly on our understanding too of the return on our risk-adjusted capital. So we're in a better place than we were, but there's a lot of additional work that could be done. But I think you can measure things in pure financial terms. I think it's also useful to measure things in terms of hard results, actions that you've achieved, and things that you're doing that actually change the culture. So in my most recent risk report to the board, I've said what we've done in terms of cyber risk, our understanding of that, the output that has been to acquire cyber insurance, for example. I like to update the board regularly about metric stream implementation, which is quite an important thing from my point of view. I'm really pushing metric stream hard here today, actually. I wonder what return on my capital will be. And finally, in terms, I think, really of changing the mind of the CEO. Our CEO is more like an executive chairman. And I think at the beginning of the process, he thought that maybe a risk committee would be a useful thing to have. And I think now he's begun to understand it as an integral part of the business, and that it gives him a way into the business that he wouldn't have otherwise. So it gives him some fresh and useful perspectives that are very useful to him in terms of providing levers that help him to manage the business better.
Right. Fascinating. Nothing more challenging than those discussions with the board and then with your management team in terms of the relevance, right, of this operational risk program. But, this operational risk program, it is tied into something bigger, at your company. You've talked about the drivers of performance, individual as well as business performance. But it might be called a GRC program. It could be called a broader enterprise risk management program. But could you just comment on, even though we see operational risk capital, it's now for publicly disclosed companies far greater than market risk or credit risk capital. So it is the gorilla and it is the source of surprises. But, it is, because it's a qualitative risk, typically it's a struggle to tie it into a more quantitative risk framework. So can you talk, maybe Dick, comment first on, your approach to tying your operational risk program into a broader GRC or enterprise risk management program?
Yeah, for us, I guess I think it's somewhat natural given the profile of the firm. So operational risk is obviously critically important, and so when I look at sort of some of the key governance committees around technology risk, around infrastructure, around operational risk itself, outsourcing the operational risk function plays a key role in all of those governance bodies. And so, again, a bit of the glue that brings those different streams together. So, and actually, runs a lot of the risk committees, because in the end of the day, most of the discussion is happening around operational risks rather than financial risks.
Umar?
Yeah, for us, again, the operational risk is core to our global risk and control framework. A key component of that is also we're owned by the AXA Group, which is an insurance company. So a large part of the activities that do in terms of operational risk is also part of their Solvency II requirements. So because we manage a large amount or a large number of assets for them. And again, in the UK, we have the ICAP. So again, we have to quantify. So for us, it is critical within our framework, and actually but contributes to a number of other elements outside the framework itself.
Okay, thanks. David?
Well, I mean, similarly, we have our heads around some of the op risk elements, but we've taken a sort of top slice for the time being. We've tried to understand what we think the major operational risks for the organisation are. To give you a flavour, we think, for instance, cyber risk, but this is in relation to shipping, is a major problem because ships, like everybody else, rely on GPS these days. So if you're a capable hacker, you can probably send the ship to the wrong place, potentially into an iceberg or a rock. And therefore, it's understanding those things and being able to say, okay, how is that going to affect my capital? And a lot of it is guesswork, but usually you can find some sources of background data that will give you a way into understanding how that should provide some uplift in capital.
Great. I'm also looking for hands, in the audience, so feel free to let us know if you have a question. Next, we were going to turn to, there have been changes. One of the disruptive things that we've talked about this morning, both from The Economist as well as, Michael as an analyst, has been technology. And so, what do you think is the most important advancement in technology as it relates to your operational risk program, in the next year or two? So, Dick, we thought we'd start with you.
Yeah, again, I think I'll pick up on a comment that was made very early in the morning. It's about, I think, faster information flow. So if I think of other risk types, market risk, credit risk, the information is flashing up on the screens and it's there and apparent and moving, minute by minute. When it comes to operational risks, not so much. So I think, we all by now, I think, have core technology that backs up our operational risk programs. So for me, I'd like to just see that information flow happen quicker.
Right.
So part of that's culturally. Obviously, we got to make sure that as events are discovered, they're getting into the systems quickly. But I think there's too big a lag time to getting that information, that data that you're collecting day by day into useful information for management. So I think as a function, if we focus some energy there, we could do better.
Right. And it's a bigger challenge than, as you've mentioned, than, say, market or credit risk, where we're aggregating from a transaction to a portfolio, maybe to a country or a region. Here, there's so many different risk types. You talked about vendor risk, IT risk, the people risks, process, and so on. So, getting that aggregation in a timely way, even transactionally, is more challenging, right? And directing it to the right people.
And getting it into useful information that's actionable.
Right.
So, picking out the right pieces of information and, creating actions around it.
Right. Okay. David?
I think introducing a GRC system, so we're talking about technology here, and that's the best angle I can come at it from, is a challenge. It's a challenge for anyone, especially if you come with a whole legacy risk system behind you. You've got to find ways of transposing all that information into the system and then making it work, and it has to be accurate, and it has to produce at least as good a reporting structure and documentation as your preceding system. Otherwise, you disappoint all your stakeholders and you have a major headache. So it's no holiday introducing any kind of risk system, no matter how easy your vendor decides to try and make the process. I think in terms of what we could do to improve systems, and I think this is true probably for every available provider in the market, is if you work in a small organization, then the likelihood is that your risk owners are going to want to go into the system on a fairly infrequent basis. They might go in quarterly, they might go in 6 monthly, probably they're going in annually in many cases. And if you want engagement, you have to make things really, really simple and intuitive. And if it's not simple and intuitive and easy to engage with, they will get confused and they'll do all sorts of things that will completely screw up the data that you had in the system in the first place. And you're kind of back where you began. You can train people to death. You can take over ownership of the system yourself if you wish, which is actually what we've done in the first stages, so that we can go through the infant care process and get people to really understand what they're grappling with. So there are ways around it, but I think, especially for a smaller organization, something which is a bit more scalable and which is a bit more intuitive and easier to engage with in terms of technology would be a step forward from my perspective.
Right. Great. Anwar?
Yeah, I mean, coming from a change background, I think for me, technology is just an enabler. I mean, the reality is, I would say technology has been there for a while. However, from our perspective, I don't think we've used technology wisely previously, or in some cases we haven't chosen to invest in that technology. However, for me, the key element isn't, I would say, the technology per se, which does add huge value in terms of, especially when you're global and you've got multiple business lines, is really trying to ensure that you understand and get the business to understand what they can do with that technology. And for me, that's the starting point. And without the buy-in from the examples that we gave from the front line of the business of how they can use that technology and actually how it would actually bring benefit to them, is the mindset change that we find the challenge with. Not the technology per se itself, because I think technology has huge value, but those benefits of that technology hasn't been realized or understood. Right. And that's what we're trying to kind of get through to.
So it could be benefits in terms of reporting or slicing the data in different ways and giving different perspectives of
exactly.
risk.
I mean, I would give you an example where we have an equity franchise, which is across multiple locations, and they use spreadsheets. Now that's fine. Yeah. But when they have to aggregate, it's a nightmare. Right. Across locations, and then they have processes which are across locations. So the way we want to, for our implementation, the approach that we took with them was basically to say, you have this process today, and the regulator is expecting more. So we have we're investing. Why don't you invest with us in this infrastructure to allow you to do what you need to do? Right. Which actually brings them on board a lot quicker, because now they're part of our steering committees. We go to the board together to present the progress. So it's embracing the system rather than being challenged with something that they're forced to use.
Yeah, I think that was mentioned earlier in a question when it was raised. You've done your business case, you've justified the investment, but now it's about how do you bring that adoption? How do you bring the enthusiasm, right, and the willingness to participate? And it's about what all of you have said, right? It's about faster reporting back, right? So feedback, to the people that are on the first line. Can we give them a compelling case based on the information we're providing back? It's about the end user adoption, right? And making it so simple, right, that anyone can use the system, and in fact, maybe they prefer it to their spreadsheets or previous technology, whatever form that took. And then, just the potential of that technology to allow us to shape our understanding of structured as well as, kind of the bigger data that we have to bring in terms of unstructured information that informs our risk assessment, internal and external.
I think that's true, but my overall reflection on the basis of 3 years' experience of doing this is that really there's no substitute for hard work. Doesn't matter what your system is.
Oh, it's tough, yeah.
And actually, if you do the hard work, then eventually you persuade the people that you need to persuade. Yeah. If you can persuade people at the top of the organization, then a lot of your problems are solved by doing that.
Yeah. There's no getting around the hard work.
I'm afraid not.
There's just no way. Agree with that. Any questions, comments, insights from our audience? Yes, I see a hand. Does someone have the microphone? Oh, there's Nicholas. Thanks, Nicholas.
Hi, I'm interested in your views on the changing role that's coming out, especially implementing a new tool, trying to get your colleagues to use this new tool, but also the changing role to then becoming sort of the second level challenge. So you after your guys giving you information, and then you're going to go back and challenge them on that information. And I'm just interested in your experience on that, because it's something we're going through at the moment.
I can say, across industries we're seeing, especially in banking, but the need for challenge and evidence of that challenge process. So you can think about like a workflow almost, where first line of defense maybe is performing the risk assessment, and then it moves to a manager or a second line of defense for review and challenge. Right, but how do you evidence that challenge?
Yeah, I mean, we had this conversation just a week ago, and we were somewhat joking with the SMR coming in first quarter next year, that really the risk function is going to need to walk around with GoPros on, and be able to, because a lot of what we do could be, you see someone in the corridor, what are you doing about that? We talked about it, and so there's sort of these corridor conversations, but now, we are going to have to start tracking them to be able to evidence that, that piece of challenge that happened in 5 minutes outside the elevator, I mean, now that has to be, more documented, and so that's sort of the next evolution.
Yep. Yeah. David, or Umar, do you want to comment on that?
I mean, again, I don't like the word challenge per se, but of course we have to evidence that we've actually constructively had a discussion in terms of that. So the way we've approached it with the business is to explain to them that when they put in a control or a risk assessment and they want to, and we do review it, it's actually more of how we as a firm want to improve that process. So the way we would see the so-called challenge isn't this challenge for the individual, because again, I think one of the things which is important is to ensure that the business feels they are supported, the frontline business. And for us, if we're there as a second level of just challenging them, for them, there's that reluctance to have that initial discussion. What we're finding actually is them coming to the second line, both compliance and saying, can you help us? Here are our thoughts. What do you think? What's your advice? And for us, internally, as a second line, we are supporting the organization. We're not working for the regulator. And we've made it clear to our compliance team and our risk teams, you are working for the organization. You're helping the organization to be compliant. And how we explain that to the business is to say, we're here to help you. So what we call challenge, now, of course, we have forums where we present in terms of our risk assessments. And yes, the board or the entity who are outside that area will challenge. We have non-execs on our boards who will challenge in terms of our thinking. But again, for me, the important factor is we as an organization work together for a better outcome. And that's what we're there for.
Yeah, I'll pick up on that just quickly, because I think one of the tools that we have in our toolkit are targeted risk assessments, and the business is coming to the risk organization. We're sitting down with them in terms of they're bringing areas that they may have concerns within their business. So, we're not a third line coming in to audit them. They're coming to us and saying, hey, we're a little bit worried about this area. Let's do a targeted risk assessment, which we do, and out of that comes, constructive actions to make that process better controlled. And so again, that's where you can add value, but it's coming out of that dialogue of working together.
David, did you want to add anything? I think just what we're seeing also is, it might be evidenced, by the relevant contextual data, being brought in. So as a risk assessment is being reviewed by the business and the second line of defense, did you look at related audits, or did you look at the vendor assessments that were done for the process that underpins, that risk assessment? So did you bring in that contextual information as we were performing the risk assessment and then reviewing it and agreeing? But I think, David, you mentioned another piece of it. It's another source of evidence is just the follow-up, issues that have come out of that assessment or that loss event, and then the action plans. And then just as diligent as perhaps audit is in closing out issues, if we can show that we are just as diligent in remediating our action plans as a result of a risk assessment, that can go a long way as well in terms of evidence of that challenge. Good. Okay, so we are out of time. I want to thank everyone for your questions and participation here, but especially the panelists for the great insights and the different perspectives you bring, across the different varied parts of our financial services industry. So thank you. Great, wonderful. Lunchtime.
Thanks very much, Brenda. Yep, it's lunchtime, and please make your way out into the main area there. I'd also like to highlight that our partner, BitSight Technologies, is going to be doing a presentation in the partner theatre. It's called Vendor Risk Management 2.0, How Security Ratings Can Take Your VRM Program to the Next Level. So please do try and stop by there. We'll be doing a presentation and then a prize afterwards. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a good lunch and or had some time to do some networking. I'm delighted to welcome Mike Taylor, the Head of Global Internal Audit for Experian. Experian is a FTSE 100 organization offering data and analytical tools to clients across the world with about 17,000 staff operating out of 39. He also is a member of the group's Executive Risk Management Committee. Mike, thank you very much.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Well, very pleased to be here today and good to see you all. In the spirit of all good presentations, I should perhaps just add that the views are my own. They're not Experian, so if you disagree with anything I say, it's me that you've got the argument with. Basically, I think a lot of this has been covered in the introduction, but MetricStream just asked me to position Experian a little bit. I don't know how many of you know the company, but as was said, FTSE 50 business and around about 4.5 billion of revenue. So a reasonable sized company. In terms of products, everyone thinks of us in terms of credit reporting, credit referencing. But really we are today a data business, an information services business. So in addition to the credit referencing activities, we also have a thriving data analytics business that takes our data, a customer's data, and then works with them to develop analytics to score, to help them decision. And likewise, on the consumer side, a lot of that credit data played back to the likes of you and me to understand our credit position, how we can improve it, and to provide ID and fraud solutions for people and for businesses. So with data, clearly, audit a really key team in the organisation, and the wider sort of GRC space, the linking of compliance, risk, information security, audit, absolutely critical to the business. In terms of geographical spread, as was said, 39 countries, most of the globe in reality, not so much in Africa, but a reasonably wide spread, which starts to sort of shape some of the challenges facing us. Because in terms of an audit function, we've got 32 people, and they're based in our three main hubs in Sao Paulo in Brazil, in Costa Mesa in California, and in Nottingham here in the UK. So today what I want to talk about is how technology can really enable an audit function, enable the wider governance community to really drive business value, to help enhance the business performance. So where are we in our sort of world with Experian? So I came into Experian in 2012. It had an okay audit function, but it didn't have a great audit function. And so in the spirit of all good projects, we started by fixing the underlying aspects first. So, revisited the audit practices, changed some of the people, looked at how we planned, looked at how we engaged with the business, and really took all of those aspects to sort of industry-leading, world-leading practices. But that clearly still left a gap. And the gap is really then around technology enablement. You can do all of those things, but it doesn't solve all of the challenges that you've got as an audit function. So let's have a look at some of those challenges. And the first I mention here is around people. So as I say, we realized we got a good team of auditors. We hadn't got a great cross-section of subject matter experts. And for a smallish audit team, one way of solving that is bringing skills into the audit team, into the operation, and analogous to the other functions as well. But if you bring in non-auditors, and we've got a big guest auditor scheme, by definition, they don't know the audit process. They don't really know the nuts and bolts of auditing. And so for us, the first key requirement of bringing technology in was to give those sort of individuals really clear tram lines to run along, a really clear process to follow, and embedding that process in the technology. We also enhanced our audit practices, as I say, and clearly the opportunity there is for the technology then to hold those practices to lead individuals through our chosen audit process. So suddenly it becomes a consistent and a quality process, where before there was quite a lot of diversity and inconsistency in the process. But the other thing that we didn't do when I came into the audit function was we didn't really use a great deal of data analytics ourselves as an audit function. And that's kind of embarrassing given that analytics is experienced business. So as I say, what we wanted to do was fix all the other stuff first, but by adopting an audit management system within a GRC environment, what it actually meant was we could embed all of the hooks in that system to trigger the points at which individuals should be thinking about analytics and the sort of opportunities that they've got. In our case, the audit management system itself isn't the analytics tool, and I think generally that's the case. But what you can do, of course, is build within the system the means to draw back that information periodically from the more specific analytics tools to ensure that, particularly at the planning stage of the assignment, but also, of course, at the execution stage, you're using analytics at just the right moments to add maximum value to the assignment. So that was the sort of next challenge that we had. The other point that we had straight away stood out very clearly was when I came into the function, and the business commented on this, we weren't a joined up audit function. And if at the end of the day you're going to be a key business value driver, you've really got to maximize the opportunities to leverage all of the insights you're gaining across the audit function, bring those together to give the business maximum insight, maximum opportunity. So we wanted to draw the audit function together, and an audit management system within a GRC environment is a great way of creating that single point of focus. It's obviously not the only way, but suddenly you've got one environment in which all auditors can participate. As I say, all your practices are embedded, your key processes are there. It becomes the point of focus for the function. It starts to dismantle the individual silos, whether they be business or regional, and creates that single point of focus around a global audit operation. As well as the practices, so you can define a sort of best practice audit process, but obviously you want somewhere that's going to capture those great bits of audit work you do, those really successful solutions to problems that you'd come across, so that you can use those across your operation. So another challenge for us was really providing a vehicle where, as we came up with really innovative solutions to audit problems, that we could make those available to the entire audit team. And that goes further, because one of the strong requests from the team when we spoke to our people was, can we have a source of knowledge management? As we've got insight, as we've got particular knowledge, whether it's around product or distribution or key aspects of the organisation or beyond the organisation in the wider marketplace, can we have somewhere where we can hold that and all reference that? And again, we found the audit management system a solution to that problem. Not the sole solution, but clearly an important one. And lastly, as we raised the game from sort of okay to world class, we really need to build into our operation a means of increasing quality, increasing efficiency. And when we were still operating in the old mode, which was off multiple spreadsheets, bits of paper, fag packets, you name it, we hadn't really got that ability to look at the quality of what we were doing or drive the efficiency of what we were doing. But as we brought in the audit management system, we had the means to do both. A clear audit trail, the ability to go in, review working papers, track working papers, follow up on audit issues that required additional work, and then to implement our quality assurance process on top, so that periodically we review about 10% of our audits, peer review them, so we swap them amongst my executive team, and the system provides the means to do that as well. So a number of key challenges that we face to sort of go on to the next level of performance and be that value driver, the system was a key enabler of those. But if I look a little more widely, so not just the audit environment now, but the GRC environment, a few more challenges that we faced. And the first of those really was how we could better leverage the risk information in the organisation, but also continue to enhance that information as we did our audit work, as we discovered issues and challenges within the business. And so clearly the existence of a GRC solution where we can start to draw in the risk information that's available in the organization, whether that's from the risk function, whether it's from compliance, InfoSec, or other second line governance bodies, use that in our work, but then actually enhance that, feed back into the system the key observations from our work. GRC became a key solution to that. But probably the next one on this list is the most important, because the business very loudly from the outset was saying, could we have a single repository for issues and actions? So when I came into the business, so only 3 years ago or so, there were multiple repositories for actions. The business wasn't really clear what it needed to fix. There was often a lot of duplication of actions across the business, which represents wasted effort on the part of the enterprise. And so by bringing together, particularly the audit observations, but also those from risk, from compliance, from information security, and now increasingly from the business itself, into an issue tracking repository, we've got one point of reference for the organization. And that's been hugely successful. And I'll refer to it a little as we go forward. The biggest benefit, of course, is once you've got that repository, you can really drive issue resolution. And so audit issues were quite well tracked before, but nonetheless tended to drift out in number and then come back in again. With this repository, with issue tracking, as part of your GRC solution, suddenly we've got somewhere that our executive committee every month can reference, has a conversation around at the beginning of each exec meeting, and it provides common reporting to our board as well. So a fundamentally different environment to ensure really effective management. And of course, by resolving those things, you're resolving the very problems that are going to trip your business up from the point of view of successful delivery against its objectives. We also wanted to improve the interaction between the governance functions. So I don't know in your organization whether you call it coordinated assurance or integrated assurance, combined assurance. It's got multiple names, hasn't it? But Experian that I joined was very fragmented in that regard. And so what you inevitably had was issues raised multiple times, but potentially issues not raised at all because the governance functions weren't terribly joined up. They were all running on very disparate platforms, essentially spreadsheets most of the time. So by bringing in that GRC solution, and this is work in progress still, what it gave us was the ability to start drawing that together. And first and foremost, it gave us the ability to start talking as functions, start engaging as functions, swapping information, swapping ideas, which, simple though it sounds, simple though it is, actually is a fundamental tool to driving greater value for the organization. And so the GRC solution started to take effect on a wider basis than just from an audit perspective. And as I look forward in terms of challenges and how we've used the solution, at the moment as we work, we're developing a much stronger governance environment within Experian. We're reworking our policies. We've got a single policy framework. We've revisited risk appetite, which obviously under the Financial Reporting Council requirements, we have to do this year. So you've suddenly got a lot more activity in the governance space. And the GRC solution for us gives us that framework to hang it all off. So we've got risk modules, we've got policy modules that allow us to start bringing that information together once in the system for all of the functions to use and for the business to use as well. As part of that re-engineering of the governance space, we want executive level risk owners for the 8 or so key risks in the business. And of course, the first question they ask is, well, where can I go for a single view of what is relevant to my responsibility? Whether that's the policy, whether it's assurance activity that's planned against that policy, or whether it's the outcome from that assurance activity. And so for us, again, the GRC solution provides that framework to really drive this up the next level. I've talked about coordinated assurance, but as I said, it's not finished yet. So really we want to continue building that out. We don't have common planning at the moment where the functions work together in close consort to develop the assurance plan. That will probably come in the next 12 months or so. But to get there, you've got to have that common view again. You've got to have that common language, common view of the organization, common view of what's going on. And then lastly, we've had a very strong demand, having got the issue tracking, having got the ability to follow up much more clearly organised. The business is saying, well, can we move to more holistic reporting? So still at the moment, we tend to get a compliance report and a risk report and an audit report and several other reports besides. Can we move towards a position where, for many things, there's a single assurance report? And so that's really something that we're bringing in at the Regional Risk Committee level at the moment. So I think the audit report will probably still stay separate for a while, just because of the nature of audit and its own independence. But certainly my colleagues in risk, in information security and compliance, and the legal function are beginning to bring all of their messages together in one report. And that removes a lot of duplication, which again aids the efficiency of the business. So just to put this in context now, just coming to the project, as I say, this is very much sort of case study mode, so I'll just talk you through what we did. These are the main areas where we have modules or are implementing modules in Experian. And the language may not conform with exactly what you know. I'm talking really more generically in the GRC space. But we've got a risk management module, the internal audit management module I've talked about, issue tracking, again, talked about, compliance module, a policy module, and then the enterprise module. It really underpins it, gives it all a common framework. And the audit module's live, the issue tracking module's live, the enterprise module is live. The risk module's rolling out, so it's covered the major parts of the group already, and getting to the smaller businesses across that world map that you saw. And then compliance and policy really following on this coming calendar year. I don't know what state you're at in your projects, whether you've implemented and whether this is all about refining or whether you're thinking of implementing. But I thought it might be, just as a quick aside, helpful to illustrate our timeline, if only because, as a bit of a grey-haired individual, I've done this a few times. The thing that strikes me is these projects get quicker every time. I think the tools get better, the implementation gets better enabled, and so actually it's a lot easier to move through. So this was our timeline on the audit module, and as you can see, most of the time actually went, the beginning of last calendar year, January through to August, went in just confirming that the vendor selection was right, that it was really going to do what we wanted it to do. And of course, it's an old adage, but as you approach these things, you can make decisions quickly and then repent at your leisure. And we didn't want to do that. We really wanted to make sure that this was going to deliver for us what we needed. So that was the key element of the time. But then we moved fairly quickly through the sort of detailed requirements phase, through design and build, which we did very much in a waterfall fashion, exploring aspects of the operation and then revisiting and re-engineering if we needed to, and then through to user testing towards the end of the year so that we could go live as we did on the 1st of April this year, which is the beginning of our financial year. So quite a quick, quite a compressed timeline. I think my first implementation took about 2 years in total, so it's moved on a lot. In terms of what we were looking to cover in the audit space, all very predictable stuff. So the system had to aid our risk assessment, had to allow us to draw in that information, as we've said, from the other functions, to synthesize that together with external information, new challenges, regulatory issues, regulatory expectations, our past audit results, all the usual things, so to synthesize into a risk profile drawn up by the audit function that would drive our sort of plan selection. And then that information in turn had to drop down or be capable of dropping down to really inform the individual audit scoping and planning. Again, fairly conventional stuff in the audit management system world. Clearly it had to enable audit execution, but as I've said earlier, it also needed to give us the means to properly oversee the audit, to look at the work paper production, the status of the audit issue, audit tracking in terms of the progress of the assignment, appropriate audit review, both by the engagement lead and ultimately by the executive member responsible for the audit. It needed to drive through, obviously, into reporting, as it does, and lastly, of course, into issue tracking that we've already discussed. So I think a fairly conventional list, but a hugely powerful list if you can get that to work well. Now, again, I apologize in advance. You're probably all very experienced professionals and you've probably formulated these thoughts before. But as one who'd sort of implemented several audit management solutions over the years, several GRC solutions over the years, these were all traps really that in past lives had resulted in sort of poor solutioning at the end of the day. And indeed, in some cases, elements of the system that's lapsed, that didn't go forward. So for this one, given that a number of us on the team had already implemented these things before, we came up with a basic sort of set of guiding principles. And as I say, they may seem very obvious, but I'll share them with you just for the good of the cause. So the first of those was usability. Let's make sure that anything we design is usable by the team. And to put that in context, I implemented something in my insurance past where we challenged a bunch of our American colleagues to help design the solution around planning. And I'm sure it was technically perfect, but it was so elaborate that at the end of the day, virtually nobody could use it. And that element of the system quickly fell into disrepair. So usability, our first principle, consistency, another. And again, born of the fact that so often when you go to implement these systems, whether it's pure audit or GRC, everyone says, well, yeah, that's great, that we all agree with the sort of design solution, but in my region, I just need this, or I need that, or I need to do this slightly differently. And the thing starts to migrate off into a complex world that's going to be difficult to maintain subsequently. So again, we said from the outset, we were going to be consistent with our solution. One solution, it was going to drive all our needs. As good auditors, we were focused on change management. So clearly document what you do, and if you're going to amend what you do, make sure you've got the appropriate approvals. Complexity is the bane of any of these solutions. And indeed, being very candid with you, it's what slowed up part of the risk solutioning within our GRC broader program. But in the audit module world, we said, right, simple will be favored over complex, out of the box will be favored over lots of configuration and tailoring. And that stood us in very good stead at the end of the day. Alignment was important to us. So even for those who hadn't implemented the solution fully, what we said was that we wanted to make sure that whatever we designed was going to be something that ultimately everybody in the GRC world was happy to use and take advantage of. We didn't want to get to situations later in the project where the solution would be varied by other GRC players. So we set out an early stage to drive alignment. Inclusion. Again, I've seen many of these projects where much of the audit team or the compliance team or whomever's involved isn't engaged in the project. So they don't actually get to see the end solution until right at the end. And it's a big hill to climb then to get where they need to be. So we set out at an early stage to share each aspect of the design and the development with the whole team so that they felt they got some input, and they did have input, but they also understood exactly where we were going and what it was beginning to look like. So that when we got to the launch phase and the training phase, it was actually very easy to go live and go live quickly. Sustainability, our principle again was let's try and design it so that we can look after it afterwards. We don't want to have to keep getting back vendors, third parties to do a lot of heavy tailoring with the system. So we wanted to try and come up with a solution that we can then look after with our sort of small support team that we have across Experian. And then lastly, again, documentation. Let's make sure, as we did, as we finished up the project, that we'd got a completely documented solution. Obviously, not only audit, but the other governance functions as well. The teams change fairly rapidly. And so we wanted to make sure we've got something that we can support and we understand later. So did it work? I guess that's the multi-million-dollar question, isn't it? And I think hopefully in these sort of messages, I can show you that it did, very simply. So the project went live on time, 1st of April this year. It was under budget, not by huge amounts. I think it was about $30,000, but it was under budget rather than over budget, which is important. Now, each year we run a QA of audit. Effectively, we have audited. as in good practice, externally, in our case, once every 4 years, internally, through the facilitation of our company secretarial team, the other 3 years. And I've tried to distill the sort of messages down into a single number because I get asked a lot of questions. But basically, having implemented the project, this was completed late summer, early autumn this year, the sort of quality rating of audit was 83%. In a sense, our customer base across the organisation really saw us as adding value, helping drive the business forward, helping avoid problems for the organisation. So a very high rating as a result of all that we've done, not just the GRC system or the audit module, but they were key enablers to deliver what we've achieved in Experian. And importantly, we went from data analytics featuring in virtually nothing that we did to being featured in 66% of our audits. I come back to having that trigger inbuilt in the system so that people stop and think at all the appropriate stages where they could be using analytics. We ask every auditee at the end of each audit how that audit went for them, including whether it added value. And we don't do that through a questionnaire because I tend to find you get very poor engagement with questionnaires. So we go and sit with the auditee and say, right, let's talk through that assignment. The maximum score is 5. Our current rating from the stats only about a month ago, 4.2 out of 5. So again, what we're doing is aligning with the organisation. It is commercially valuable. It is hitting those things that really matter to the organisation. And that ability of using the system to ensure that we execute reliably and can draw those messages together across the business is something that's particularly valued. Some more obvious metrics. So hours of assurance, they've gone up 5% since we implemented the system. Not huge, but clearly a valuable gain from having the efficiencies that the system brings about. Our report issuance, our target's 10 days, were less than 7. So a really efficient process towards the end of the audit closeout. And the statistic that I find most valuable is that every 2 years we run an employee engagement survey across the whole of Experian, not just audit. But one of the key scores in that is this employee engagement score. And that measures 2 or 3 things, but one of the most important things it measures is, have I got the right tools, have I got the right resources to do my job here at Experian? And as you can see, since we rolled out, because this was only completed very recently, the score's gone up to 89% from an already good 81%. But one of the key drivers there for us was just the ability to use and take advantage of the technology from the point of view of the staff. So I think very successful. Just looking at a few of the specific things I talked about in terms of challenges, and I'll go through these reasonably quickly. From an audit management point of view, yes, it has greatly increased our process consistency across the team. It's gone from really a very insular perspective 3 years ago to a very crisp, clear, consistent execution now that is globally consistent. And as we see regulators take an increasing interest in businesses at large, but certainly ours, that consistency is really important. And I was with the board at an audit committee last week in Dublin. And one of the things they're always keen to understand is this a consistent view? Have we got all of the messages drawn together here? And with the audit management system, with the wider GRC environment, I can now answer much more assuredly yes than I ever could before. It has increased the access to knowledge. So I talked about knowledge management. I talked about leveraging the great ideas, the innovative solutions that we've had. And when I talk to all of the staff, that's a very clear message that comes back. It's a lot easier now to do our job. And clearly we've talked about efficiency, and we've gained those efficiency elements. It's a lot quicker to process the work that we do. Issue tracking, hugely valuable across the organisation. So when I talk to any senior executive, that's getting great feedback. Because there's nothing worse than feeling that you're accountable for something but not being able clearly to see what that something is. And in a business like Experian, where controls and governance and risk management are taken incredibly seriously, it provides that really clear platform for senior individuals to engage with the body of information that we've got. And analytics. So I've talked about the number of analytics, but it's revolutionized our planning process. It's really helped to zero in on the critical issues, which of course has in turn improved the quality of the work that we do, which comes through in some of those scores. And most importantly, it's improved the relevance of the insights that we're able to give, which is where that business value driver component comes in, because then we're really helping management, answer the issues that are front of mind for them. In terms of specifics, I won't go through all of these bullets, but that first one I think is one of the most valuable. Having done it, we've got a much stronger relationship between the governance functions. So, as I mentioned, we're not there yet. The next stage is this more consolidated planning process. But the dialogue is now daily, where it perhaps was once sort of weekly or monthly. The ability to share and use information across the functions is much, much stronger. And we're still at a relatively early stage in a lot of this. So just the fact that we're building around this GRC core means that the dialogue is multiplied and is much more frequent. I think as a result of that dialogue, again, we do better audits. Because we do better audits, the business is better at its risk-taking. And again, you've got that sort of virtuous circle that starts to drive stronger value in the organisation. And a small benefit on the data analytics side is that whilst I certainly don't hold for audit being a sort of shadow IT function, we're not there to develop analytics for others. Where we've developed them ourselves, we leave them behind in the organisation, and that's proved very attractive too. It's helped the second line and indeed the first line strengthen their own assurance activities. So if I can just summarise, in terms of the advantages, it really has moved the culture. It's moved the culture from sort of low-level sample-based auditing to a much more joined-up analytical process, whether it's our function or the other governance functions. It's increased, as I say, the dialogue between those functions. It's created the foundation for future state governance development within Experian and a really sort of joined up governance world that we're in the process of creating. And lastly, it's future-proofed a lot of what we do. It's moved our operations away from standalone and disparate bits of information into a much stronger single data environment, which we can mine and we can analyse, and others, where relevant, can look into. So regulators clearly like this sort of environment in that it gives them a body of information to use. So it's really set the organisation up in the governance sense for the future. And lastly, just a few pitfalls. Again, for many of you who've already got your systems, I apologise. For those who are still on the journey of implementing this, all very obvious things, and I'm sure you've heard them before. So, avoid complex requirements that are going to require a lot of work, a lot of configuration, a lot of tailoring to achieve. Make sure you've got that senior management sponsorship. So clearly I'm very passionate about this, so are my colleagues who head up risk, compliance and information security. So is my line boss in the organisation, who happens to be the CFO. So there's a real sort of senior support for this, and if you've got that senior support, clearly your project will be so much more straightforward in terms of resources, in terms of budget, in terms of the commitment and the passion to actually use the information that emerges. I always a little wary of saying this, but in this sort of environment, but do make sure you appoint vendors that have actually got the resources you want, and you're clear that you're going to get those resources. Many times I've talked to vendors, met some great people, and then discovered they're not the people working on my assignment. So clearly make sure you've got the people you want. And the next bullet, really, make sure you've got the people that mirror your vision, your chosen execution. Because, again, quite recently, as we prepared for this solution, this implementation, some of the folks we met just weren't auditing the way that we were auditing. They were auditing perhaps a few years ago in terms of style and methodology. And it was quite clear they were going to be ill-suited to help us get across the line the way we wanted to. So pick the people carefully. And then really the last two bullets are the same. So avoid those large, complex, heavily tailored solutions that are just going to be very difficult to maintain subsequently. going to cost you a lot of dollars to maintain. So thank you for listening. I hope those thoughts were helpful. I'm more than happy to take any questions if there are any. But good luck if you're setting out, and keep on going if you've got your solutions running. They really are a key element in value-adding internal audit. Yeah.
Hi. Question for you. On your issue management, where you had the different groups come together to report issues, did you harmonize your terminology that you were going to use there, or did everyone go in with how they put their issues in today?
That's a great question. Yes, we did harmonise the terminology. It proved quite difficult and took a while to get there. And clearly, speaking as audit, we were very passionate that we were in the right place and everyone else was in the slightly wrong place. But it's been very valuable because it means we've now got that consistent yardstick. So, we talk about Cat 1s and so forth, and that means something, whether it's an information security issue or an audit issue. It does mean that when the execco pick up that report, they're really clear what they've got to home in on first. So yes, stick with it. It's tough and you sweat a little along the way, but it's definitely worth doing. Thank you. Any other questions?
I was just wondering, in terms of the solution you went with, did you go with an in-house or hosted solution, first of all? And in terms of just new people coming into the organisation, being so used to mobile devices, to what extent did you take that into consideration in terms of the final solution you went with?
Two great questions. So we went with an in-house solution, although I think the vendor does have a hosted solution now, so we could move to that if we wanted to. Experian is very protective of its information in whatever form it takes. So for us, in-house suited us in that we got our arms around it personally. But I accept that won't work for everybody. In terms of mobile, at the moment, again, for security reasons, we're quite tight. So people can access it, obviously, through their laptops online and offline. We haven't gone to mobile devices, but that's something we are beginning to talk about now within a suitably controlled environment. Any last questions? Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mike. It's now my pleasure to welcome Payman Menschel to the stage. Payman is the managing partner at Chartis, overseeing research strategy, key commercial relationships and advisory services for Chartis. His special area of interest and research is the application of information technology to risk management, and he's an established thought leader and writer on the subject. Payman is a fellow of the Institute of Risk Management. Payman, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm not mic'd up, but I hope you can hear me okay. The echo in the room will help, I think. My presentation today, next sort of 30 minutes or so, is about what we as an analyst firm, as a research firm, are seeing in the marketplace around value-based GRC. Which still is dominant in the marketplace. We are starting to see maybe 15-20% of the marketplace is moving towards an ROI, a business case for it. And how that's crystallizing in the marketplace is some level of metric sharing between compliance activities and KPIs at board level even. So I think linking risk and compliance to performance is something I'll drill down a bit more further and give you some examples. We certainly over the last couple of years have seen an increase in the analysis of the human factor, behaviors. I mean, if you think about even not just in the financial services industry, if you think about what's happening in the market around conduct and misconduct, rather, in the industry, be it from global football organizations and sporting committees all the way to defense and government, and particularly in financial services. We've done some analysis recently around operational risk. The top 50 operational risk losses over the last 12 months have an aggregate value of $60 billion. This is $60 billion of known costs, be it around fines or provisions that have been made in the financial statements. And that's just 50 events. And then when we did the further analysis of what those 50 events were, 98% by value and 88% by frequency had to do with something with behavior, a misconduct of some kind, be it around LIBOR or mis-selling or sanctions failures. It's all to do with the human behavior. And we'll discuss that a little bit more. Another key trend in the industry, and I think there have been some talks about this already in the conference, is the emergence of big data solutions, advanced data management, advanced data analytics, and the digitized enforcement, where they've been doing this for many years, but the technology hasn't been widely available, and a lot of it is coming from Silicon Valley. From the Googles, a lot of fintech startups, there's a lot of innovation around artificial intelligence and so on. Again, I'll expand on that theme a little bit more later. As we've just heard from the Experian presentation around internal audit, I think this problem of connected GRC or disconnected GRC has been around for some time. It's not new, but more than ever before, we are seeing enterprise or integrated GRC initiatives across many of the firms that we look at. And we do a lot of work also with the big four advisory firms, and through the work that we're doing with them, also we're seeing them advising on integrated GRC and connected GRC. Not necessarily integrating the functions, because that's not always possible, and also actually that's not always a good thing, but making sure there's real connectedness around alignment of metrics, around knowledge sharing, knowledge management, as was mentioned, and the common taxonomies, common language and common standards. Those are sort of the key enablers for the connected GRC. And then finally, the big elephant in the room, which is really coming fast into our space as we survey and we interview chief risk officers, even CEOs, CIOs, board level discussions that we're having. Cyber risk is really increasing in terms of a risk class by itself. And that rate of increase is exponentially. That doesn't mean the actual risk is that big, but the perception, and perception and reality start, converging. The perception is very high, and the reason is because it's misunderstood, and there's a lot of uncertainty. There's a lack of a clear definition of what it is, any industry we look at, be it energy, retail, banking, insurance, the digital transformation is across all of these verticals and across all the functions within those verticals. So that's why cyber risk is huge. And I can imagine in 3-4 years' time, I'll be standing here and cyber risk will be its own risk class, which is a danger that it will be yet another silo. And already that's starting to happen, but through this more connected GRC approach, integrated GRC approach, hopefully we can avoid that. I think these are some of the drivers around enterprise GRC strategies that we're seeing in the marketplace. I've mentioned the technology move. I mean, in the last 12 months, we've seen projects where on the technology side, we've had risks and scoring them in an automated way. These are the sort of activities where I think the dream has been there for some years, but now the technology is here to enable it. And you know, we are seeing these to be the real value-adding next step, sort of next generation GRC capabilities. And similar stories around e-learning, simulations, very advanced analytics and artificial intelligence. So technology is a key enabler for getting value. Other key trends that we're seeing, I mean, of course, regulation is top of the agenda for most institutions that we talk to, particularly in financial services, but also increasingly in energy and commodities, in manufacturing, yeah, and then safety critical industries. So the regulatory drivers are there, but increasingly also reputational risk. You know, in the banking sector, you know, many of the initiatives that we are starting to see are driven by the fact that they don't want to be in the, you know, headlines of the Financial Times or the Wall Street Journal, particularly if it's around misconduct. And in their risk assessments, they're assessing the financial impact and the reputational impact more than ever before. And that's the key. Now, again, the consequence of that is more focus on behavior-based risk assessment, human factor-based risk assessment, as opposed to the traditional process-based. And these are not mutually exclusive. They need to be sort of aligned. Right, so a key trend for us, and you know, excuse me if there's a bias towards financial services, but this is not unique to financial services. I mean, my personal background is from non-financial. I used to work for Ernst & Young in the risk practice, but particularly in the financial services industry, because of what happened in the financial crisis, which had a global macroeconomic impact. One of the lessons learned was the disconnect between finance and risk as second line of defense functions. And then the lack of risk-adjusted metrics for managing performance on the first line of defense, you know, in the front line. So, i.e., you know, frontline business lines were not clear about the risks that they were taking in relation to the rewards that they were aiming to get. So this risk and reward miscommunication or misunderstanding is probably the most strategic area where we're seeing the leading edge institutions trying to get a step ahead of compliance and move from pure compliance to performance and get some value from their return on investment. Now, to make that happen, there's a requirement to share data between risk and finance. There's a requirement to actually talk about or disapproval in a week's time. In real time, within a matter of seconds, you get credit approval or disapproval based on your internet footprint. Right? We all have an internet footprint. So you put in your name, they have your IP address, and before you know it, they know your education, they know, where you have worked through your social media presence. They get an internet footprint, and they get enough risk factors to be able to prove or disapprove a loan. This is new technology coming into GRC. And we're seeing similar activities now with inside organizations using unstructured data for decision making in terms of prioritizing which risks are emerging, which risks to go after, and using pattern recognition and very advanced analytics. So real-time data aggregation is part of that. I think the other key sort of industry technology trend that we see that's helping GRC is more open standards around technology. Open source software has been around for some time, but now it's really coming into enterprise risk management and enterprise GRC with the technology stacks that even the vendors are using. Even the likes of MetricStream are increasingly in their technology architecture are putting open analytics. I know they're using R software for analytics, and open databases, the use of Hadoop, and so on. What this does, it creates an additional layer of transparency and control over data, which is absolutely necessary for enterprise GRC. I think mobile and cloud have probably been covered in the conference already, because we were at a MetricStream conference. So MetricStream has got a very strong cloud and mobile strategy, and we are seeing increasing use for particularly around compliance activities, such as money laundering or drug approval processes, where the process is very standardized. It can be industrialized and then put on a cloud And we're seeing even GRC utilities emerging in the marketplace around customer onboarding and vendor risk management and third-party risk management activities. So various modules within the GRC world are starting to go on the cloud and even turn into
Good afternoon and welcome back. I'm very much looking forward to this session now from Kees Klumper. We've been talking a lot about reputational risk, and Kees is going to be talking about that. Kees joined the Global Fund in April 2012 to establish the Risk Management Department. And prior to that, he had roles including the Manager Director of Internal Audit at the Gavi Alliance, Vice President of Internal Control at a large multinational. He was a partner with PwC in its external audit practice, and a partner with KPMG in its risk management and internal audit advisory practice. Kees has also been a CFO of a medium to large size retail company and corporate controller of a large scientific research institute. He's a member of the COSO Advisory Council for the update of the Internal Control Integrated Framework that was published in May 2013. Kees, thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'd like to start with an important statement. We live in an unusually certain time. If you were here, Roger Boodle this morning asked you when was the last time you heard somebody say that at a conference, and now you can say it was November 10th. And you can also say the guy didn't know what he's talking about, but there's actually a bit more meaning to that, because I do think that we tend to sometimes exaggerate or overstate the rate of change, the rate of uncertainty, because I'm sure our grandparents said the very same thing. And yes, I am sure that development is increasing and that uncertainty is increasing, but everything's relative, so it's relative to what you're used to. For us, it feels like that, but it felt like that for our grandparents and their grandparents before them, so I just wanted to give some more meaning to why I actually think that we're living in a reasonably certain time. I sound American, but I'm Dutch. I spent my 20s living, studying, and working in the United States, but I'm very Dutch. I'm married to an artist. She makes beautiful paintings. I have 2 teenage children, 17 and 19. And I'm going to talk about reputation risk from personal experience, because I've been in 5 organizations that suffered major reputational damage or caused significant reputational damage, and I was one of the common denominators. So it's not because I like those situations or I like causing reputational damage, but I have been attracted by situations of organizations, and I'll explain to you what they were throughout my presentation, where reputation risk actually materialized and occurred in a very, very big way. The agenda for my presentation is to start off, and that's another and perhaps more relevant to my topic statement, is that reputation risk is not a risk. And I came to that conclusion after my experiences and hearing other people talk about reputation risk and reading materials on it. And my conclusion was it's not really a risk. And I'll explain to you why I say that. And it's good news and bad news at the same time. So the good news is, if it's not a risk, why worry about it? The bad news is, it's actually much bigger than you probably imagine. It's not a risk, in my opinion, that you can actually really manage. Because, and what do I mean when I say that it's not a risk you can actually manage? What we're really concerned about is not so much the risk, but is the materialization of that risk. So what does that look like? When reputation risk materializes, what happens? And what happens is your organization suffers significant reputation damage. That's really the thing that we're concerned about, is getting damage to our reputation as a result of 3 things. 3 things must happen before you have reputational damage. First of all, you do something bad. You do something wrong to an embarrassing degree. People make mistakes all the time. Organizations make mistakes all the time. I made a mistake coming here this morning, which I knew would happen, which is coming out of Paddington, I turned left instead of right. Even though I had the map, I had sort of prepared. So that's a mistake that can happen. What would have been embarrassing is if after an hour and a half of wandering around, I still wouldn't have been able to find this building, which is actually right around the corner. So reputation damage happens, first of all, when you do something embarrassingly wrong. That may not be so bad if nobody finds out. So that's the second thing that has to happen. It has to be found out. It has to become knowledge to the people you care about, to your stakeholders. And that's not necessarily for every organization, for everything that can go wrong, the same group of people. But if you're found out, so if you do something wrong and you're found out and it becomes knowledge to the people who you care about, your main stakeholders, could be your customers, could be your shareholders, it could be your board, vendors, anybody that you care about. Typically, by the way, it's not really the media that you should be concerned about. Because the media really doesn't care about your mistakes. They're really agnostic. What they do care about, or what they will jump all over, is that if they get a sense that the people you care about your mistakes, then they're all over it. But by themselves, media are not particularly interested in anything that you do. They're interested in news, and what's news is if interesting, important people in general become interested in you, and then they become sort of the middleman that makes sure that that information becomes public. The third thing that is part of this equation of reputational damage is how you talk about what happened, so your communication. So you can have something go wrong, it can become public, but you can sort of manage it to the best of your ability by communicating very well. And that's a whole different topic as what is good communication, but there is such a thing as crisis communications or reputation management communications. That's a whole style of its own and a whole topic of its own. But that's kind of the last thing that needs to be in place for reputation damage to occur is how are you communicating about it. And for me, by far the most important thing is the first factor, is doing something very wrong. That's to an embarrassing level. If that happens, the second one, it becoming public, you can kind of almost assume, or let's assume that it will become public. People, organizations try to hide their mistakes. From my personal experience, and I've had quite a bit, I can remember only one example of something going horribly wrong in a former client of mine that never came out, which is great for them. If it had come out, it would have caused probably significant reputational damage. But I have 4 examples or 5 examples of where it did come out, and so assume that it comes out. So doing something wrong to an embarrassing level is the most important thing in this whole topic. But that's not really reputation risk. Reputation damage occurs when you do something else wrong. So it's all those, that's the bad news, it's all those other things that can go wrong that can cause reputation damage that you need to be concerned about. So it's basically all of your important risks. Anything that you can do wrong as an organization that you cannot explain or that's embarrassing to you can cause reputational damage. And that's reputation risk in my definition. So the rest of the agenda is I'm going to talk about the Global Fund, because who here has heard of the Global Fund? I can see one hand. You're the exception that confirms the rule that basically nobody's ever heard about it. It's very unusual for people to have heard about the Global Fund, but I'll educate you. I'll provide you with some more context, some of those other examples that I have been involved with. And then what do you do in order to restore trust? And there I'll talk mostly about the Global Fund because that's one of the examples. And then to wrap up again with my key message, it's about action and talk about that action that drives reputation risk. So what is the Global Fund to fight AIDS, TB, tuberculosis, and malaria? Now, it's already in the name. It is a global organization that aims to eradicate those 3 diseases. HIV/AIDS is something you may be familiar with. I have personally some friends that are HIV/AIDS positive. I never met anybody with tuberculosis or malaria in the world that I'm from, which is the Netherlands, US, rest of Europe. But there's a surprisingly large number of people who are affected by those diseases in other countries every day, actually. So the Global Fund aims to end those diseases or contain them as epidemics. And we are an international organization. Now, companies and other organizations could all say we're international at the moment you operate in multiple countries. But what it means in the world that I'm now in, of development and aid organizations, which the Global Fund is that a very specific meaning. It means that we are, in our case, a Swiss foundation, so we're based in Geneva, that's where I live and work, who are not subject to Swiss laws. We have what's called a hosting agreement with the Swiss government, pursuant to which we are not subject to any laws, and we have what's called diplomatic immunities and privileges. So we have diplomatic status as an officer of the organization. I'm a diplomat, and so I have diplomatic immunity. So if I say something silly, my reputation will probably get some damage, but I can't be sued for it, at least not in Switzerland or the United States and a number of other countries. So that's what the sort of organization form is. But more importantly, what we do is we provide annually $4 billion worth of funding to health programs in the 130 poorest countries of the world. And some examples: Somalia, Nigeria, Syria, North Korea, Afghanistan, Iraq, Yemen, Ecuador, Mali, Sudan, Cambodia, and the list goes on. Now, one thing these countries all have in common, besides being poor, is they rank extremely high on, the gentleman here mentioned the Corruption Perception Index in the previous presentation. They rank extremely high on just about any measure of risk that you can think of. In fact, we put in my team, we maintain an index that's comprised of a basket of 10 indices, including this Corruption Perception Index, to rate these countries in order of sort of severity of contextual risk, as we call it. And the least risky we still call risky, and then it just goes from there to extreme and severe risk. Because as you can tell, these countries, for example, Somalia, I was a couple of weeks ago for a week in Nairobi, Kenya, because we cannot go to Somalia to meet our implementers and our local agents that we have to check up on our programs in Somalia, because we are not allowed to actually travel to that country. That's how risky it is and how dangerous it is. Now, $4 billion is a lot of money, but it's even more money in those countries because they're poor. So, for example, in Niger, I think the average annual income is $300 a year of a person. So imagine what $4 billion buys in those countries. One statistic is that this funding in sub-Saharan Africa alone is the income of about 1 million health workers who deal with these 3 diseases there. So that's just a bit the size of the organization. How do we do that? We do it all from Geneva with 700 people, which is not a lot considering it's in 130 countries. On the one side, it's not a lot because it's so many countries and so many programs. But it's also a lot considering that we don't actually implement ourselves. Everything goes through other organizations, usually the ministries of health of these countries. We provide funding to ministries of health for salaries of healthcare workers all the way to bed nets, to antiretroviral drugs for HIV/AIDS patients, prophylaxis for malaria, drugs for TB, you name it. We provide whatever is necessary to fight those diseases. Sometimes funding a majority of the health response, even from the governments in those countries. So, but it's essentially a funding organization. We don't actually implement anything. So all we do is provide the funding and then oversee that it's spent well. Where does the money come from? It comes from you. If you pay tax in your, let's say, Western country, chances are extremely large that some of it goes to the Global Fund to be sent to those poor countries. The United States is our biggest single donor, but the UK is right behind, France is right behind, and then there's all the other sort of more developed countries from Japan, Australia, Canada, Netherlands, and that's most of our resources coming from governments of countries, so from taxpayers like you. We have a number of private sector donors. We have the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, for example. We have some other private individuals, wealthy individuals, some from developing countries that provide significant amounts of funding. But when you add it all up, I'd say more than 90% is from governments, and so from taxpayers like you. Something else you need to know about the Global Fund is we have a very active and large internal audit group. We call it the Office of the Inspector General. There's about 50 people who look at what we do at what we call the Secretariat in Geneva, but they also travel to these countries to follow up on suspicions of misuse, fraud, corruption, of which you can imagine in these countries. Just like there is in developed countries, there is a fair measure of, and more than average. And they publish the reports online. So if you were to go to theglobalfund.org, I think is our website, and look for our dirt, our dirty laundry, it's all there. So we don't even try to hide it, it's all published, which is very unusual. You know, most of my background is in the private sector, and so the last thing you would ever consider as an organization is to put your internal audit, and much less even the investigation reports, out for the public to see in all of its detail and glory. But we do, and we've been doing that since we established the Office of the Inspector General. I think it was about 2005. Oh, by the way, we only started operating, we were created in 2002, so a fairly young organization. So we have all these internal audit investigation reports online. Who cares? Well, when in 2011, the fact that, as you might expect, sometimes things go wrong became a news item. So in 2010, the first of these reports were published, showing sometimes amounts of $5–10 million having been really stolen by people who obviously didn't have the best interests of their citizens in mind. In 2010, those reports were first being published, and somehow it was not news. It only became news about a year later when a reporter, an AMP reporter, decided to sort of do an article on those reports and put it out there. And that created a snowball because that became sort of the perfect storm and created a situation where the organization literally almost collapsed. And why is that? Because you as taxpayers, sort of the last thing you want to hear is that your hard-earned tax pounds and francs and euros and dollars go to line the pockets of, the stereotype corrupt government official somewhere in a poor country where all they do is buy Mercedes and gold bathtubs. So that's what happened. Significant media attention, one thing led to another. And I was working there at the time. I was working at another organization also in Switzerland, in Geneva. And it created this perfect storm. Donors in particular were, of course, extremely nervous. They halted or froze their funding. They instituted what was called a high-level panel to investigate kind of what is this organization, what is it doing, how is it staying on top, and is these tens of millions of dollars of misuse in a number of programs, is that the tip of the iceberg, or is it pervasive? Should we be worrying a lot more about our $4 billion a year than we have so far? So that is the background of most of my story. Some other examples. Who has heard of Royal Ahold? See, I see a few more hands now, because Royal Ahold in 2003 made the media as well in a very negative way, because it was discovered that both at the holding level as well as at one of the major divisions in the United States, holding level was in the Netherlands. It's a supermarket chain operator in food service with at the time, about 250,000 employees, listed company on the New York Stock Exchange as well as on the Dutch Stock Exchange, 40 billion of turnover. And at the holding level, it was discovered that the CFO had withheld a side letter from the external auditors in which it was clear that they didn't have a controlling interest in a subsidiary in Scandinavia where they were consolidating that subsidiary. So it was basic bookkeeping fraud, not very significant, you would say, but the fact that the CFO hid this side letter from the external auditor was significant, with the knowledge of the CEO. And there was something else wrong that was in the United States. there was much more sinister bookkeeping fraud going on at one of the major subsidiaries, where they had inflated earnings basically, I think, by about $1 billion over a long period of time, and all this came out in 2003. The CFO and the CEO were convicted of fraud. They were fired. And as you can imagine, for a public company, this is bad news. And so this put that company in a major tailspin, and also almost made it go under. Class action lawsuits filed, ultimately settled with the SEC, I think for over $100 million. And in 2005, I joined Ahold as part of sort of the cleanup team, and had a team of about 100 people. I was VP Internal Control there, to remediate a lot of material weaknesses and significant deficiencies, implement a new business control framework, and, by the way, implement a Sarbanes-Oxley 404 compliance process, because Ahold was subject to that process. So that's another example of my experience of major reputation damage. Gavi Alliance, it was already mentioned in the introduction. It was my former organization. Gavi is just like the Global Fund, except it's half the size, which means it also works in the bottom half of those 130 countries, so the poorest of the poorest countries, to provide about $2 billion a year worth of support to health programs in those countries for immunization. Bill Melinda Gates Foundation was one of the initiative takers, also established in 2002. And interestingly enough, I was there as the head of internal audit in 2011. I joined in 2009. When Gavi was having the same problems with fraud and corruption and misuse, and I was the one investigating and publishing reports to the same donors that were sometimes literally the same people on the boards of both organizations. But the interesting thing was, with Gavi, there was no negative fallout on reputation, whereas Global Fund, as I said, almost went under and did a lot of things. Then finally, to remediate, which I'll get into, finally, Wacadia. Nobody, I'm sure, has heard of Wacadia. There's one person there. You're Dutch as well. That's what I should have prefaced that, because if you're Dutch, there's a better than 90% chance you've heard of Wacadia. And what does Wacadia do? It's an animal protection foundation society, of which I'm on the board for the last 8 years. And what we do is we inflict as much reputational damage on supermarket chains as we possibly can. Because it's about production animals, farm animals, and of course, in the end, it's the consumer, us, that buy the cheapest meat we can find, that creates bad living conditions for animals. But our organization has decided not to target the customer, but the middleman, because in the end, it's what you can buy in the supermarket where supply and demand come together, and they yield enormous power. So what we do is we basically publicly denounce any supermarket chain. In certain ways, we have whole strategies for it to embarrass them as much as possible, to entice them for better behavior, and that works pretty well. We're basically a media agency that advocates for better animal living conditions through inflicting reputational damage on corporate citizens that don't like that. So also from the other end, I'm very experienced in sort of how this mechanism works. What did Global Fund do to restore trust? The first thing is kind of easy: fire all of the management. And basically, of the 12 senior management team members, 10 are new since that crisis. Only 2 remained of the old team. The second question was, sort of really seriously, what is the scope of the issue? This Inspector General's office is going around and finding all these corruption and fraud cases, but what is the extent of the problem? Because what they're reporting is sometimes misuse of 20–30% in certain programs. So if we project that to the $4 billion, are we losing $1 billion a year to fraud and corruption? Are you guys nuts? So the first question that we had to answer basically is, what is the size of the problem? And as a former auditor, I looked into it with my team, and we were able to see that if you did a proper sort of analysis of the figures that the OIG was reporting, yes, it was tens of millions of dollars, but against what denominator? And then the denominator, when we looked at what has OIG audited over the years and what's the size of the spend, the underlying spend, it turned out to be less than 2%. So yes, it was tens of millions of dollars, but that represented less than 2% of the actual spend,
which just deflated a lot of the hype and a lot of the conversation around this organization's out of control because these tens of millions of dollars ends up to hundreds and billions. We could credibly demonstrate, and the Office of the Inspector General confirmed that yes, it's true that when you add all that up and compare to the denominator audited, it's less than 2%. The second thing is what you expect, what taxpayers expect, is that we're merciless on fraud and corruption, that we have what we call a zero tolerance for it. So we set out to recover as much of what ended up being more than, it's about $102 million so far, that over the so many years that we've existed has been gone missing, is we set out to recover as much as possible. And so far we've written off about 4% of that 100 million, and we've recovered more than 50%, and we're still in the progress. We're well advanced with a number of different people, different implementers to recover as much of the remaining 50% as possible. And that's surprisingly easy. And why is it surprisingly easy? Well, first of all, you don't expect to be able to recover amounts lost through fraud and corruption. Usually that's gone. But as we work mostly through large and oftentimes government implementers, one thing that governments can always do is pay. Usually governments can always pay because there's always resources available. And the implementing country governments that, if they were the ones responsible for, on their watch, allowing basically government employees to steal from our funds, they understand the value of their reputation, and they don't want to jeopardize future income streams because we have an ongoing relationship with them. So in the end, we find it surprisingly easy to actually recover those funds. In very, very unusual circumstances, it doesn't happen, and then we have another mechanism to sort of add a penalty to that and deduct it from future flows that hurts and that sort of names and shames them, which they don't like. But by and large, like I said, it's surprisingly easy to recover. Another thing, and that was a lot more work, and I'll show you what it looks like in a minute, is we implemented leading practice risk management. There was no risk management function. I joined the Global Fund to help set it up. My team is 10 people, and over the last 3 years, we have implemented what we believe and what others have told us is pretty leading practice in our world. So for whatever that's worth, but we're, of course, compared to peers, and when you benchmark, we're seen as a leader. Another thing that we adopted was, and one of those senior team members that's new is a head of communications who is extremely good. And we're as you can already tell from the fact that we publish our investigation audit reports, we're extremely transparent. So the numbers that I'm giving you on recovery of funds, you can get those reports right off our website, country by country. You can see the 60 cases or so that we've had and what's happened to them. It's all right there. Which I've come to appreciate. I said when I joined this world, it was totally foreign to me. Like, you would never publish audit reports. I've come to embrace it as a very good thing, certainly for organizations such as us. Finally, deeper causes as to how some of these, so the total misuse is less than 2%. When you take off of it what we're able to recover, it's less than 1%. That's not embarrassing. You know, fraud and corruption happens everywhere. I think in the U.S. health system, more than $2 billion goes missing every year. There's lots of sort of fraud and corruption. So 2% isn't really embarrassing. But on a case-by-case basis, if it is more than 10 or 20%, that is embarrassing. So addressing the reasons why some of that could happen, they do take more time, and it's a long journey to educate basically the organization and everybody around it as to what is proper risk management to prevent embarrassing situations from happening. I told you I'd give you a glance of sort of what that looks like in the end. What's this operational risk management leading practice? What we have here is what we call our heat map. It has 19 individual risks under 4 headings: is programmatic and performance, financial and fiduciary. There you'll see the fraud, corruption, and theft. There's health services and products, and finally governance, oversight, and management risks. I'm not going to get into every one of these in the interest of time, but the colors indicate
how we have ranked the risk level. And what's also relevant is that the data points that we have measured to come up with this heat map total 34,000. And that number is broken down as follows. We have about 600 grants that we make to these 130 countries on an ongoing basis, so about 4 per country for each of the diseases, and typically a little bit more. Underneath these 19 risks, per risk, we have about 10 contributing risk factors that country teams that do that oversight on a country-by-country and grant-by-grant basis have to judge and qualitatively assess. So 10 factors for each risk, times 19 risks is 190, times about 180 grants for which we've done this sort of the 80-20 rule, generates this picture. And to be able to capture this, so this is the heat map of the whole organization taken together. You can see that the reddest ones, risks are, the biggest one for 3 years running is treatment disruptions. So it's when somebody who is, for example, HIV/AIDS positive, needs their medications on a regular basis, and that flow of medication is interrupted because of logistical issues, or the fact that an order wasn't placed on time, or the doctor didn't show up that day in the health clinic in the village. So treatment disruptions is actually our number one risk. It's not fraud and corruption. That's relatively low. It's about in the middle. Another little interesting tidbit is just last week I analyzed our fraud and corruption cases. Where do they happen? I mentioned this ranking that we do of the 130 countries in terms of contextual risk, to see if our fraud and corruption happens more in the riskier countries or not. So is there a correlation? And it turned out to be right around the average, which means that so the level of risk in a country is not really correlated with the likelihood that people will actually be able to steal money from us. And I attribute that to the sense that if you have experienced people, then they know what to do to prevent corruption, even in the most dire circumstances. Whereas if you go to lesser, if you go to more trusting societies, it becomes relatively easier. And so it's kind of like in retail, where I've worked also a lot. There's an accepted level of what we call shrinkage. As long as it's, somewhere around 2 to 3%, it's kind of the norm and acceptable. So. Fraud and corruption, not a very high risk. Other more programmatically related risks are more significant. So that's just an illustration of, just to go back to that picture, this is the total picture for the organization, but we can also analyze it by disease, by type of implementer, by country, by region. Because we have this database for which we built our own tool, I could probably shop around with any of these vendors that are outside today and that are represented here today, and they could provide us with something similar, but we ended up doing our own tool in order to be able to house all these data points so that we can make all these analyses, track things over time, and see how we can zone management attention in on where the areas are the biggest. But this is what you need to be able to demonstrate as an organization that went through significant concerns about our ability to even just assess risk or have any knowledge of it. You have to be able to show pictures like this in order to restore trust. Because trust, as we say in the Netherlands, it comes on foot, but it leaves on horse. So rebuilding trust is a long-term process, a lot of hard work. To wrap up, it's about talk and action. So reputational risk management for me is doing all the right things well and then communicating well about it. And reputation damage is the result of a breakdown in one or both, mostly not doing the right things well. And that's what I had prepared for you. Happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you very much for this presentation. I find it really impressive, especially what you explained us about the Global Fund. My question is about the 2% that you mentioned. How can you be sure, or how sure can you be?
How sure can you be actually that it is really 2%? What are your error bars on this number, and how do you get to the conclusion? Especially, if I may add this, how can you be sure that you're not missing some important risk scenarios or fraud scenarios that may also be in place and diverting your money without that you notice it? For example, just making up a thing here, if you speak about AIDS medication, in some country. One scenario could be that somebody in the chain of distributing those actually diverts them and starts selling them by himself or herself. And you may count this as a corruption case or not, because in the end, somebody still profits from this medication, but at the other side, somebody has taken their own profit.
That's a very good question. What I didn't do today, but what I, to the board, for example, and in other communications say is we know the 2% is not the whole number, because people who steal from you don't tell you they steal from you. You have to go look. And so the truth is higher than 2%. It's impossible that we find everything. The question is how much more? And to that we can say, because we have the zero tolerance for fraud and corruption, we look extremely hard. We really do. These 50 people that we have, they really are 100% dedicated to following up any lead whatsoever. So it starts with internal audits, external audits that we have performed on all of our programs. We have these country teams. We have what we call local fund agents, who we spend around $50 million a year in these countries to check additionally what is happening on top of the external and internal audits and what country teams do. We have a 24/7 whistleblower hotline in all the local languages, which we actively promote. We have posters, we have whole campaigns to publish and have speak out campaigns for users of our programs, people in the implementers, and we get a lot of references that way. So we do whatever what's reasonably possible. We go through extreme lengths to find everything we can. We know we don't find it all, but we try as hard as you can expect. And that's what ends up in the 2%. I'm sure the reality is a factor of that. It could be 8%, it could be 6%, it could be 5%, but somewhere in that order. It's not 30%. That I'm comfortable saying after all that looking and dedicating so much energy to it. To the second point of diversion of medications, for example, we're looking at a case last week in Malawi where that is a significant issue, and what we have put in place there is a parallel logistics chain to make sure that our drugs and our medications, it's sad that it's necessary, but in the regular supply chain, the government-run supply chain, it's just not safe enough. So we put a more expensive parallel structure in place while the government addresses its weaknesses in that supply chain. We have these mystery shoppers, so we have teams that go in marketplaces, as far anywhere where we have a concern that this is happening, to buy drugs. And then with the lot numbers and the tracing, work with pharmaceutical companies to trace them back to see, are they counterfeit? Were they diverted? Were they supposed to be somewhere else at that time? And we do find those issues, but it's a relatively small percentage. So there again, I have a response to that that's hopefully credible, because we know that our reputation rests on doing the right things and doing them thoroughly. So.
Same fold of understanding and raising awareness and risk culture?
Sure. So the question for the audience, if you couldn't hear, is to what extent do we interact on the topic of risk management with implementers and with others associated with our programs? And the answer is we do that. My first sort of priority when I joined in 2012 was to look inside the house, because I knew that the Global Fund itself, the organization, didn't have a very mature way of looking at risk and dealing with risk. I didn't know whether the same was true for implementers. People close to the realities on the ground, typically, if they're of good intent, by and large, they will be able to mitigate risk and deal with it. So my first priority was inside the house, but since then we've moved on, and we've actually organized risk management workshops in Bangkok, Dakar a couple of weeks ago, in Cape Town, and in Istanbul. We have a number of regions around the world, and we have one left to go in South America as part of a program too. We've also sort of launched a website and an interactive knowledge group for representatives of anybody who's interested to look at lessons learned,
some of those heat maps, what are the responses. So we're trying to do what we can sort of from our base to raise the boats across the chains. There was another question at the back there. And then we're out of time, I think. Sorry? This is it? Okay. Well, thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, there's a short break now. We'll be starting again at 4 o'clock. We have one of our partners, HCL, that will be doing a presentation in the partner theatre, and I would encourage you to stop by there and join in. Thank you now. Welcome back, everyone, and I'm delighted to welcome back Silvio, who's in charge of who's the Group Chief Internal Audit and CSR Officer of Autogrill since 2000. Autogrill is the world's leading provider of food and beverages for travellers. Silvio is also a member of the Supervisory Board of Autogrill and a member of the Supervisory Board of Autogrill Austria and AC Holding Netherlands. Silvio holds various positions within professional organisations such as the European Confederation of Internal Audit Institutes. He's a board member of the Italian Association of Internal Audit, and he's the Vice President of the Italian chapter of IIA. Prior to Silvio working with Autogrill, he worked in a variety of multinational organisations, including the Italian energy company Eni and the American company 3M. Silvio, I'm delighted to welcome you back. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the introduction.
Pleasure.
Good evening, and I would like to give this kind of presentation to the audience. The issue that I would like to cover in this presentation is about the presentation of my group, first of all, and I need to take this duty, and how we can implement the internal control system and the risk management in Autogrill Group, and some challenge for our profession, for the profession of the internal audit. The second part, I would like to talk about the non-financial reporting. We can focus on this specific because there are some consequences for all the profession for sure, but also for the internal audit about the non-financial reporting. First of all, I would like to present my company. We operate in food and beverage services for travelers, and we are present in 29 countries, about 1,000 locations, more than 4,300 stores, and in different channels, in airport, in motorways, in railway station. Some figures about our group. We're serving 900 customers per year. We use more than 250 different brands. Some are our own brands, some are the other brands that we use in food court inside the airport. And all these services are rendered by more or less 54,000 employees around the world. Just give you an understanding of our business. In 2014, our revenues was equal to 3.9 billion euro, and our presence is very important in North America, in Europe, of course, and in Italy, because the company was created in Italy. And if we have some specific configuration of the company about the different channel of the travel, we have big presence inside the airport, and we have big presence also along the motorway, specifically in Europe. And for what concerns the airport, we have big presence in North America. This is some other figures that are regarding Autogrill Group. This is the geographical presence of the group around the world. And this is the general principle, some general principle when we talk about risk and control management. Our statement is very relevant because the statement is that all the Autogrill employees are responsible for the correct operational and also for the internal risk and control management This is relevant because, as you know, each people that has some specific management responsibility has also the responsibility to put in place the internal control system and also to manage the risk. Also, before some people stated that the risk management is the function that support the first line to manage better the risk. Sometimes give some challenges to management line to improve, increase the attitude to manage the risk, but in any case, the risk manager is in charge to support the first line of the business. And we stated this kind of concept in the organization because it's relevant that all people need to accountable not only to reach the target that they need to reach, of course, but also to put in place a system that can assure the manage the risk of the specific function. We have a code of ethics as usual, as also the many companies used to have. Why I would like to remark this? Because in our code of ethics we have also the definition of the internal control system. What means internal control system? And again, we stated that all the people that work inside the company is also responsible for the internal control system and the risk management of the company. About the internal audit, we have the internal audit function inside the group, and we have two pillars that we use to manage the activity. First of all, we have the audit charter that was approved by the board of directors. And the second pillar is the internal audit guidelines. In internal audit guidelines, we have stated all the different activities that we need to perform, starting from the risk assessment and also the field, the work field that we have produced during the audit project, up to the reporting to management and to control bodies. And the last part of the guideline is dedicated to the quality assurance system inside the function in order to assure that we use in a better way the resource that the company give us to perform the different tasks, the different activities. This is the organizational reporting line. We report direct to the board of directors in order to have the independence and to express opinion and to express also the assurance. And this is the configuration of the organizational reporting line inside our group. We have defined work cycle. Our risk audit work cycle also improved when we started the metric stream solution 2 years ago, more or less. Work cycle, our risk audit work cycle also improved when we started the metric stream solution 2 years ago, more or less. And this solution gives us the opportunity to improve capability of our approach and work the activity inside the department, and also build the system that can facilitate the activity of the internal audit, also the work that we perform during the project of audit. This is our risk audit work cycle. From the risk assessment of the audit plan up to the follow-up, up to also the work that we perform during the project of audit. This is our risk audit work cycle. The first step is start with the risk analysis and assessment, because we need to understand how we can dedicate the resource that we have. The second stage is the preparation of the audit plan. When we prepare the audit plan, we define also the scheduling for the different projects that we performed around the different business division. The third stage is the engagement. When we start the engagement, means that we start specific project, and we use, of course, during the engagement to perform some testing, interview, and some specific activity in order to dedicate to the specific engagement. The fourth step is the field work. During the field work, we perform the activity of the audit. And the last part of the project is dedicated to the reporting. When we prepare the reporting, we prepare the audit report that is dedicated to the management, and the summary audit report that is dedicated to the governing bodies, mainly the audit committee of the company. The last part of our cycle is related to the follow-up, because we use to perform follow-up in order to understand if the action plan are in place and are dedicated and followed by the due date. We have also introduced 2 years ago the specific activity that is named continuous auditing, because for some specific key risk indicator, we decide to have an approach of a continuous auditing in order to understand better how the process goes and how we need to perform specific activity if there are some key risk indicator, key performance indicator that are not in line with the expectation of the management. The first stage, as I stated before, is about the risk analysis, risk assessment. We perform this, first of all, to identify the risk categories and which kind of risk categories affect our group, our specific sector. The second step is to identify the main processes of the group that are the same in all the parts of the group, because we manage the same business in all the parts of the world. And the third element is the business entity mapping. Means that we have identified how we need to perform the audit. We have the 3 levels. The first level is the corporate level. The second level is the business division level. The third level is the country level. Later on, we have prepared the specific tool that we utilize, and we upload the figures in order to understand better how we can dedicate the resource. And this is the 3 elements that we use in order to perform this kind of risk assessment. Now I would like to share with you some specific challenge for the internal audit profession. As you know, now we have more complex responsibility, because also the other speaker stated that we need integration, we need the federate control, because there are more compliance approach, more compliance needs, and we have less resources many times, because we cannot use to increase our budget. Sometimes we have also difficulties about manual processes inside the company, and we need also understand how we can improve the process in order to improve all the controls about the process. And we need also to improve the assurance and the quality assurance of our activity, because as you know, our main principle, our statement define that we need to increase the assurance of our approach of our activity inside the internal audit activity. The second part of the presentation is dedicated to the non-financial reporting. Why we need to talk about non-financial reporting? I think that is relevant, and in my mind I have that this topic is an enlargement of field, because in the past all the people reminded that when we talk about controls, we just talk about control at all. Some times ago we started to discuss to introduce the concept of the risk in order to understand better which kind of control we need to put in place in order to mitigate the risk. And now we need to understand which kind of risk we have to manage. If we have in mind this, again, we need to enlarge the field, not just financial risk, but if we need to enlarge the field, means that we have to include social, environmental risk. Of course, if we are not able to manage, means that we need to manage the consequences that this kind of risk that can cause to the organization and to the company. When we talk about non-financial reporting, we need to talk two specific aspects. One is to manage. As I mentioned before, we need to manage the financial, social, environmental risk. The other important aspect, how we can provide assurance not only on financial aspect, but also assurance on social, environmental aspect. For this reason, these topics is a big discussion, a big debate. Not is just related to one profession, is of course affect all the profession in GRC environmental. And for the internal audit are some specific consequences about this. What is the scenario? The scenario is that, as you know, there is increasing complexity, a varied set of challenges. Also, the financial community need to understand better different specific aspects, not just about financial. There is also a general concept about the stakeholder of the companies. The company has to manage all the stakeholders, and when we talk manage means that we need to understand which kind of stakeholder has the company, how we can engage the stakeholder. And this concept can also help the decision making, because again, if we enlarge the field to manage this kind of aspect, we have much information in order to simplify the decision making of the company. The European Union stated the concept of corporate social responsibility. The definition is that the corporate social responsibility is the responsibility of the enterprise for their impact on society. When we talk about, of course, again, we talk about social, environmental, ethical, human rights and consumer concern. When we talk about CSR, we need to talk about how we can maximize the creation of the shared value. This is the concept that was introduced by Professor Porter. And how we can identify, preventing and mitigating the possible adverse impact. In other words, how we can mitigate, how we can manage risk about these specific topics. The European legislation now in place is about the fourth company law directive that addresses specific disclosure on non-financial information about, in particular, on environmental, social, and other aspects of their activities. Around Europe, there are specific legislation in some countries about these topics. But the very important, also in around the world, there was in 2012 a document named paragraph 47 during the conference Rio +20 that some countries taking specific responsibility how they need to implement the legislation about non-financial reporting. And the very important topic is also when we talk about integrated reporting. Many speakers this morning mentioned the integration, mentioned the federation. We know and we are confident that many times in the organization happened that there are silos approach. And as the internal auditor, we have the opportunity to understand better this kind of situation. And for many reasons, this happened in many companies, but for sure the very important target is how we can introduce and instill the integrating thinking when we talk about management. Integrating thinking means that we need to thinking about the integration of the different process, the different approach inside the company. And this can facilitate the process, this can facilitate management, at the end can facilitate also the reporting. Because many times when we discuss about integrated reporting, the topic is not affected just the integrated reporting, because the integrated report is just the outcome, is not the process. We need to talk, if we would like to have the integrated reporting, we need to talk about integration of the process, and first of all, we need to talk the integrating thinking, integrating management, because again, the integrated report is just an outcome, is not the management of the company. In any case, it's relevant that the Constitution, the establish of this council, Integrated Reporting Council, that promote not only the integrated reporting, but integrating thinking inside the company. And this means that when we talk about integration, as I stated before, we need to talk about strategy, governance, performance, not only reporting. This can help the company to better manage and better present the result of the company. And the very important relevant news is that in 2013 there was a resolution of the European Parliament, and in September 2014 there was issued a new directive on non-financial reporting. The object of the European Union that this kind of directive can improve the disclosure of the companies about non-financial information, non-financial reporting. At the end, this can help also better manage the company. This is the general concept is that the reporting is an outcome, but at the same time, the reporting can help to better understand what's happening inside the company, how the company can better manage the business. This is the general concept in this kind of directive. The directive stated the disclosure on non-financial and diversity information is referred to the public interest entities. About this kind of definition, each state can identify this kind of concept, but in general, when we talk about public interest entities, we need to talk about all the stock companies, all the financial companies, and all the insurance company. The directive stated that the company need to give a disclosure about environmental, social, employee-related aspect, human rights, anti-corruption, bribery matters. And for all these aspects, the company will also have to describe the business model, policies, and outcome. Means that the general concept is that it's not enough to give figures, but each company has to give disclosure how manage this kind of topics. This is the general concept. Of course, as you know, each state has to implement this kind of directive in a national aspect, but need to follow these general principles. The expectation is that during 2016, the European Commission has to issue non-binding guidelines on the methodology, and the directive should be translated in national law during 2016 and is expected in 2017 for all European countries. In 2018, the European Commission plans to release a report about the possible other further legislation proposal, and also examining the possibility of introducing an obligation requiring the undertaking to produce country-by-country report, also to enlarge the company that will be affected this kind of directive. About the internal audit, as I mentioned before, we have two specific aspects. One aspect is to how we can manage this kind of topics. The other aspect is that we need to produce assurance, not just related to the financial topics, but also about social environmental topics. For this reason, in April 2015 of this year, was presented a document, a position paper, issued by the European Confederation Institute Internal Audit in Brussels, that the title of this position paper is Non-Financial Reporting, Building Trust with Internal Audit. You can download from the website, and the guidance, this kind of document would like to give the opportunity to help the organization achieve better transparency in their reporting activities and improve the corporate governance in line with the European directive. The general concept is how the internal audit can support the companies in these specific topics, and the general concept is that for sure the internal audit has a crucial role to play, because the internal audit can provide assurance. Which kind of assurance? First of all, the assurance on the risk management about social environmental aspect. Second, the assurance on processes that manage this kind of risk, because we are familiar to understand and also express an opinion about the processes of the companies, and also express an opinion how the process can mitigating the risk, the specific risk of the company about social environmental. The internal audit can also play a very important role about not only in assurance but also in advisory, because the internal audit has a good expertise about the processes again, and can give and provide advisor services to the company, how the company has to manage better the process in order to manage this kind of risk. There are another consideration about this is that the internal auditor in general should review their skill set, because if we talk about social environmental risk, we need also to understand if we are able to manage this kind of risk, because in the past was not, let's say, very used to manage this kind of risk and to take care about the assurance of this kind of risk. For this reason, it's very relevant, it's very important to understand if the internal audit has inside this skill, this expertise, otherwise has to understand how the internal audit can provide or can take in consideration to enlarge again the field of the expertise of the internal audit in order able to provide this specific assurance. This is the general discussion about this kind of topics. Thank you for your attention. If you have some question, I am very happy to discuss with you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Silvio. We're going to take a short 5-minute break, and then we'll be reconvening here for the session with Piyush on the product roadmap. Thank you. Yes, it's good. We're going to start now. Yeah, yeah. So, welcome back, everyone. I'm delighted to invite Piyush Pant to the stage. Piyush is the Vice President of Strategic Markets and a key member of the leadership team on the product roadmap and the product innovation group. Piyush is a noticed technologist, a strategist and a thought leader, especially in the areas of big data, GRC platforms and cloud computing. Before MetricStream, Piyush was the Chief Strategist for Services at Hewlett-Packard for Europe, Middle East and Africa. Piyush has an extensive background of over 20 years of experience in working with blue-chip global corporate organizations like Citigroup, KPMG, Cognizant and Circle. I'd like to invite Piyush to the stage. Thank you.
So hi, thanks for the intro, Steve, and welcome to the session. So this session is really about a couple of things from our perspective. It's something that customers have asked us before in terms of sharing how we think about the direction of innovation and our product strategy. And what I'm going to do today is to walk you through the framework that we have and the product strategy innovations that you can expect from MetricStream, and you're going to be seeing from us on a forthcoming basis. I'll be around after the talk anyway. We can have more in-depth discussions because some of the topics may need or you may want to actually probe in a bit more depth, so we can discuss it then. So the first thing I want to kind of share with you is how we think about innovation at MetricStream, because obviously we are in the technology industry, we are a software company, and lots of things are happening. And like all technology companies, we need a little framework in order to make sure that we are focused and we are focused on the right things. So we have a three-step innovation framework, which I'm just going to share with you and the way that we think about it. So there are three dimensions in which we innovate, and that innovation drives our product strategy. The first dimension is acceleration. So what are we talking about when we say acceleration? Acceleration effectively is doing things better, faster, more efficiently, and it is important for us on an ongoing basis. Sometimes it is seen as incremental improvement in the products, in our platform, and so on. But it is actually essential because that's the nature of evolution in technology. So a number of things that we do are in the category of acceleration, and I'll talk a little bit more detail about what that actually involves. And you can think of these in terms of a group of incremental changes on our core technology and platform. The next one that we look at when we look at innovation is disruption. And disruption is basically taking on things which are an order of magnitude or more difference in the way we do things, right? So just to give you an example, if we are able to deploy a GRC platform, in half a day today, let's say, we can accelerate that to, a couple of hours, and that's an example of acceleration in innovation. A disruption is when we do that in 2 minutes, and there's a category of changes and there's a category of things that we are constantly working on, which we classify as disruption. So that's the second dimension of how we do innovation. And the third dimension is keeping a wide lens focus, because there's so I was listening to the talk by Payman, and he mentioned a lot of activity that's going on in artificial intelligence, machine learning, and lots of seemingly unrelated technologies that we monitor to see could there be a potential application of these technologies in the use cases that we are seeing when we work with our clients and so on and so forth. So, taken together, this basically framework gives us the input to drive our product forward. right? Some of the forward rhythm comes from accelerating what we have. Some of it comes from calculated disruptive changes, and some of that comes from keeping an eye out on technology innovation that's happening, with other companies in related work that our customers are doing, and basically creating solutions around it. So that's how we do innovation. Now, if we simply did innovation for the sake of innovation, it would be unfocused for obvious reasons. So we need essentially a set of guiding principles which give direction to our innovations, such that results in a product that makes sense and add business value for our clients. And we have 3 guiding principles. And when you talk to metric stream at a strategic level, you talk to any of our executives and any of our product team, these are the themes that you will see consistently. The first guiding principle behind our innovation is making GRC simple, right? I'll explain what that means in a bit more depth in a while. The second is the notion of a GRC cloud. And the third one is pervasive GRC, and essentially it's not just the pervasiveness of it, but it's actually pervasiveness in a sense that allows the business performance to be linked to assurance and more effective assurance. And those are our 3 guiding principles. So if you look at how do we create our product strategy, an innovation framework and 3 guiding principles which gives us the focus on how to actually take the input that comes in through the innovation framework to drive our product forward, right? So one of our core themes at the moment is making GRC simple, right? I just want to kind of just get a feel from the room. So, how many people here think, GRC as they use it, or GRC systems or processes as they use them today are as simple as they need to be? Or they could, so no hands. Maybe I asked the wrong question. I expect at least one, right? There's always one. But the fact is, obviously, I think the consensus is that GRC could be a lot simpler. And it's not just simplicity of use, or it's not just that I sit in front of a machine and it just feels cumbersome to use. That's not that's predominantly what people are referring to. We see it in 3 different dimensions, right? What is making GRC simple? What does that actually mean? And the 3 things that we work on to try to create simplification are: systems should be simple to use, so that links to usability. So we will be coming out with a version 7 of the metric stream platform and applications with a very strong focus on improving the ease of use. And I'll show you a little bit of an example of that. The other one is simple to deploy, right? A GRC system, the process involved in moving it from a provider of technology such as metric stream to running in your business can be and is an area where a lot of efficiencies are possible, and you'll see from us in terms of improving what it takes to actually deploy GRC system. And the third area of making GRC simple is making GRC systems and GRC business processes simple to configure. And if you take all these 3 things together, right, usability, ease, simple to deploy, simple to configure, a core thrust of the next version of the metric stream platform, which we call version 7, actually deals with all 3 of these dimensions. So it is. Let's basically look at the first one, which is simplicity of use. What does it mean when we say GRC systems should be simple to use? So you see a bunch of words on the screen, which I'm not going to read out. But as users of modern IT systems, I think we are all familiar with. If anybody disagrees with anything on here, please raise your hand. Otherwise, I'll kind of take it as read that this is what people expect in terms of contextual, available, responsive, and personalized systems. And GRC systems, which have traditionally come from the legacy of being able to actually act as systems of records in which people can key in and store information which can be relied on later to drive other processes and so on, are basically now becoming more easy to use, and they're coming up to the level where we have other consumer-based applications, which has been a trend in the last 4 or 5 years. So a lot of what you will see from us in version 7 of the metric stream platform is around simplicity of use, and simplicity of use is around these themes. So I'm just showing you a very quick screenshot, to give you an example of where the metric stream experience from a user interface kind of perspective is headed from in order to make it simpler to use and more appealing in terms of a user experience, because we distinguish between just a user interface and a user experience. So what you'll see in these screenshots is that the information is becoming cleaner. That's a user interface. You see the information, this is showing a view of some active audits. You can see the information is increasingly contextual, related information is being pulled down and shows up in the right way without cluttering up the screen. The user knows where they are in the middle of their process. And all those enhancements that improve not just the user interface, but also the entire interaction that the user has with the system. And similarly, what you see here is the focus on making sure that, so this is showing you a view of a task-based view that a performer of work in the risk function or in the audit function will find useful. And what you'll see is the movement towards highlighting the things that need immediate attention or are urgent, and then deprioritizing the things that are less important, but they should also be visible, and the things that are not immediately important are further down. The other thing to emphasize is this is just a traditional PC-based view of the system, but obviously the same user experience is our aim is to deliver the same on all different form factors, different mobile devices, and so on and so forth. So that's what you can expect from metric stream. When we set out to simplify GRC in terms of the ease of use. Just to look at some of the more disruptive things, like if you remember, I talked about disruption as one of the areas of our innovation. Some of the disruptive things we are looking at in the longer term are around the use of more devices. There's a significant amount of innovation taking place in the device world. Those of you who might have attended the technology track keynote this morning might have heard Suki from HP. He referred to the number of devices he had to take with himself just on a cycling trip. The areas that we are looking to disrupt GRC is to actually make sure that we are thinking about what it would take to actually land GRC processes on non-traditional devices. So that's something that is on the longer term, more disruptive roadmap. So that was about simplicity of use of GRC, right? The other thing that I mentioned earlier on is how to make GRC simpler to deploy, right? So as it stands today, it can be, a fairly involved process in deploying GRC systems and making them effective within an organization, right? And the three areas that we are working on, and you'll see from us in the next version, where we are aiming to simplify this, is in the way we architect the product, that's the product architecture. The second is the methodology by which we take this product and actually deploy it or actually instantiate it in a client situation. That's the second aspect. But in order to actually deliver the benefits out of a methodology, you also need a pool of trained professionals who have been coached in the methodology and who have the requisite standard of quality that is needed in order to deliver the methodology for a client. So these are the three kind of legs of the way we are setting out to make GRC simpler to deploy, right? So let me just talk to you a little bit more detail about that. So let's start with kind of product architecture. So for those of you who are not completely familiar with metric stream, the metric stream product architecture essentially is a core foundational platform that provides the technology and the logical blueprint or the foundation or framework, on top of which we have 20 core and some other what we call emerging applications, which are prepackaged bundles of functionality which can be taken and deployed at a client. So the pre-packaging involves, best practices, standards that we've learned based on working with various different customers, an active management of the product portfolio, taking in inputs for features, requests, and demands, and so on and so forth. But there's pre-packaged applications sitting on top of a foundational framework or a platform. That's essentially our product architecture. And we divide that into core areas, which are 20, which is significantly larger than other players in the market. And we also have the space to grow, more interesting areas and new areas which are developing, which we call emerging applications. And the way it makes things simpler to deploy is that as we do more and more packaging, there are situations in which, deploying an application and getting ready to go with it with, all the parameters already set by metric stream, pre-configured to best practices can be a quick way for a customer to get going and to start. In the absence of that, sometimes if you just have technology, it's just like a toolkit. You have to do the work and assemble it from scratch every time, right? And that is never simple to deploy, right? So that's the core product architecture that allows us to be simple to deploy. The other thing I said after that is that if you have the product architecture, you need a methodology to basically implement it to actually cover the variety of customer situations that we encounter in the real world. And so what we've done, over the last, 18 to 24 months is created clearly defined, well-defined methodologies, and there are three key methodologies which cover the spectrum of customer needs to bring our products to customers. And that's what you see there. So the one we call Fast Track is essentially the prepackaged application that I referred to being deployed pretty much as is with some parameters, because these applications are highly parameterized, and the parameters being set and basically rapidly deployed. The customer does not need to make any changes pretty much in order to for example, to start using the risk management application. It has everything that they need. It has the taxonomy for them to put the risks in. It has all the core risk assessment process that they can easily adapt by configuring the parameters. They can implement their risk framework on it, and it suits their needs. So we have a methodology which is Fast Track, which is based on taking a prepackaged application and implementing it. The other one, there are situations where there is a need to adapt the application a bit more closely to a customer situation which is unique. And that is a methodology we call Product Plus, which is essentially the product, and the plus refers to the additional work that is done on top of that to adapt it to the needs of a customer. Obviously, that plus is in the context of a configuration framework, which I'll show you very quickly a little bit later. And the third one is the edge. And that refers to a methodology that we have for some of our customers who effectively want to essentially do a variety of things, where essentially some customers we have are creating a new application, or they are re-engineering their business processes in a way that requires an extensive amount of work for that particular customer. Sometimes these customers are first movers in an industry and who are ahead of the curve, and they genuinely need innovation in business processes as well as the implementation of a foundational product. So we have a methodology for them, which is called the edge. And basically, the separation of these things into methodologies allows us to cover the variety of scenarios that we see, which are currently things that might impede the simplicity of deployment for GRC. And as I said before, what we also need with the methodology is people who are trained and who can repeat the methodologies, right? And that there is a assurance of quality of the people who can actually implement those methodologies. So we have, a whole certification program, metric stream certified professionals covering various different skill sets and dimensions, which I'm not going to go into detail, but effectively, just wanted to kind of share that there's a methodology, there's a bunch of certified professionals, and there's a product architecture, and that is what we are working on, and you'll see from us this in version 7, innovations which make the more pre-packaging, more parameterization of applications, and the overall framework to making these applications quicker to deploy and simpler to deploy. Now, looking at disruptive thinking in the area of deployment, we have certain goals. So we want to head towards a situation where we can, from scratch, essentially provision a complete working GRC applications configured to a customer's key needs within 10 minutes. And that includes the time it takes to set up the parameters, and includes the time to actually provision it, right? And that's kind of, so a lot of my engineering and R&D team is actually working towards that kind of defined target and goal. And the other target that we have is the ability to actually upgrade, and when platforms upgrade and when the software upgrades, our target is to do that with absolutely no manual intervention. So those of you who've been through software upgrades in the past, through any vendor basically, right, will know that it can be a not straightforward process. I mean, there's work that often needs to be done to actually take the upgrade. And this goes back to 20 years ago, even when database versions used to get updated. I used to work for a bank where even where Microsoft used to change the database version, like that was a 3-month project in the bank to make sure that we'd continue to be able to run that. So I think that our target is no manual intervention, completely, and we need these goals to actually mobilize our focus on our R&D and engineering team. And finally, I'm going to quickly come to, just in the interest of time, I'm just going to go through this a bit quicker. But again, as I said, we can have QA afterwards. The third thing with GRC applications in particular is the simplicity to configure, right? How do you make a GRC application behave not like the vendor has set it up, but in a way that's actually adapted to your business. And what we have is a 4-level change management framework, which is built in to the metric stream application that allows, and those are the 4 big words that you see on the screen: personalize, configure, extend, and customize. The last one of which we don't necessarily consider a dirty word. And the idea is that we provide support for the ability for end users to personalize their user experience entirely through the software. We allow the ability for applications to be configured. Essentially, easy way to think about it is to tweak some parameters to make it behave in the way that you want it to behave. An extension is we provide the ability for IT users and advanced business users to actually even extend, and a framework to actually extend the way the metric stream application is today, right? So if they want to actually create a new kind of risk object, metric stream allows them to take the metric stream risk object and create a version of it. And the third one is customization, and this is the ability, metric stream gives you the ability to actually create entirely new GRC applications in a new space. So as I was saying earlier, we had one of the customers we had up here in the morning. They are in the assurance business, right? So their assurance functions and GRC technology for them is actually a competitive differentiator. So with them, we are actually building a completely new application in a completely new area. And the reason they are doing it is because for them, that's an operational system. It's a competitive edge to build that system. And they, given a choice between building it on GRC technology and doing it on their own, it obviously makes sense to actually use the foundation that we provide. So basic takeaway from this is that managing change on GRC has multiple dimensions, and what we're doing in the next version and beyond is giving our customers the ability to manage all these 4 categories of change. And that's what we mean by making it simpler to configure. In terms of a disruptive goal, here it is, essentially. So we want, over 70% of all possible configurations done exclusively by business users. Which is not to say that there is anything, we want to discourage the use of metric stream by IT users or anything like that, but it is just our assessment of the relative a good point between the business and IT assisted configuration that we should have to support our customers. Sorry. And finally, I'm already out of time, but one of the things I want to kind of emphasize as core part of our strategy is that with metric stream, our technology direction is very much oriented by the notion of the GRC cloud, right? So our technology architecture is cloud oriented. It is our product strategy is based upon using the underlying cloud. It does not actually mean that every metric stream installation has to be on the cloud. What it means is that it actually uses fundamental cloud technologies. What that means is that it's faster to scale, whether it's internal or external. It's elastic, so you can go quickly from a small number of users to a large number of users, and then you can deploy it in heterogeneous environments. And our product strategy basically involves not just the software, but also content in the cloud, which is what we call GRC intelligence. It's curated content on the cloud. What we have is community on the cloud. So this is the portal that we have called Compliance Online, which is where people can get together, offer training, offer expertise, and others can benefit from it. And we also have a notion of a GRC hub where interested parties can actually come together and essentially create a governance network. So the key takeaway from this essentially is that our product direction and our thinking is very much on the cloud, not in the literal sense, but in terms of a technology, software, community, and so on. And I'm going to skip because I'm out of time. The last area to emphasize from us is the final thing that I mentioned from you as one of our focus areas was linking performance to risk intelligence and to GRC. And the way that we do that is through analytics technology, right? Because that, gathering performance data, risk data, and putting them in context so that business decisions or business insights can emerge is a core part of our investment in analytics that you see from us. This year we announced and we released Tableau-based reporting and integration to basically support different kinds of visualizations and interaction with GRC data. And you'll see us moving into more predictive analytics as you see new versions of metric stream coming up. This is some examples that you'll see from version 7, which gives you an idea of the direction in which our investment in analytics is going to take us. What you essentially see is the data is firstly, it is contextual, is more visual, but you can interact with it, right? So I mean, one of the vendors out in the area there, they were using the term, having a conversation with the data, and that's effectively what we are looking to enable. This is just some views of the sort of analytics and the visualizations that you'll see from us in the next version. And I just want to end with essentially the 3 guiding principles that we kind of highlighted, just the innovation framework and, making GRC simple, not just in usability, but in deployment and configuration, the notion of the GRC cloud, and the pervasiveness in the sense of the link between the GRC system as well as the business through the use of analytics. So anyway, so that's our strategy for innovation and products. I've overrun my time by 5 minutes, so we can have questions later. Thanks very much.
The last session for the day, we have, just to make sure you guys are all up and running still, we've got a spicy panel here. Stephen has introduced everybody at different times of the day, but we have Brenda Boltwood, who's the Senior Vice President at Metric Stream for the Industry Solutions, and she's going to be guiding the panel. And we have 3 very eminent analysts. As you've heard through the day today, we're coming at this market, in different ways, and all 3 of them actually have been covering the space for a long time. There's Michael Rasmussen, who used to be the Forrester. Now he has his own company, GRC 2020, very actively engaged with several customers and prospects in the region as well. We have Payman, who is natively from the UK, so he's the home boy here, and he has been covering a lot of the risk spectrum, if you will, both operational, market, credit, and his company Chartis Research has done a lot of work particularly in the risk area. And Chris McLean, he's the primary analyst at Forrester and has been leading the practice for, I guess, almost 9 to 10 years since the term GRC was coined. Interestingly, we're missing Gartner here. French, are you in the room? No, he's outside, so he refrained from joining the panel. He's on the metric stream side of the equation. And I do expect you guys to ask questions after Brenda's gone through, but we do hope to make this a very interactive session. They come with very different perspectives on the market at times, and getting this whole perspective together. Go ahead, Brenda. Thanks.
Thanks, Gunjan. Gaurav. So I guess it was the U.S. presidential election and the fun we're having in the States right now with the Republican debates. And maybe we don't have 10 candidates on stage, but we've certainly got a diversity of opinion. But we thought...
Here's Donald Trump.
Nope.
I'm looking for the hairpiece. But you know, sometimes in those debates, the line between the facts that really distinguish the candidate and entertainment is very blurred, right? But you know, in the spirit of helping our audience and you know a lot of our customers here cut through the buzz, you know, about GRC, we thought we'd ask you some questions. It's a unique opportunity to bring the three of you on stage together. So, but thank you for your participation. We treasure your being here. So, you know, as an analyst, as Gaurav was saying, you know, Michael, you come at the market from more of a policy governance. Today you talked about, you know, third parties and bringing in external data, the importance of that. Payman, you know, you focus, as Gaurav was saying, on risk, you know, market, credit, operational, and the analytics around that. And then Chris, you know, you come at things really from an IT perspective, right? But, you know, I just wanted each of you to comment. You're all analysts in the GRC market, you know, but you're coming from different perspective. And if you could just share with us, you know, what shaped your perspective and why do you come at GRC in this way? Maybe we'll start with you, Chris.
Sure. I come from the trenches within organizations in the 90s and then in the late 90s managing a consulting practice in the Chicago, Milwaukee market. So entered the analyst world, you know, coming from the trenches, doing things, and that actually shaped a lot of my perspective. I've got a law degree as well as a business degree, and have naturally gravitated more towards some of the legal and compliance areas, but I do a lot of stuff with risk and audit and other areas. I guess it really, the GRC approach, as far as the term and things, I first used in February 2002 on a cold, snowy day in Chicago after sitting through a vendor briefing, and they showed me this linkage of controls to risks to policies, and I thought, well, this is great. What do we call this? There's a whole market for this, because I was thinking about this when I was a consultant in the 90s. And so the next briefing was with one of the big four consulting firms, and were going through their different types of professional services. On one slide they had their governance services, another slide they had their risk management services, on the third slide they had their compliance services, and they showed other like performance services and things like that, but it was the governance, risk management, compliance. That's the name for the market, GRC. And so from there, the GRC market took off, but in that context, as I stated in my presentation earlier, everybody does GRC, whether you call it GRC or not. We all have some approach to governance, risk management, compliance. And while there's a market for GRC solutions, at the end of the day, GRC is something organizations do. It's not something they buy. Technology helps improve processes and gives us a solid information and technology architecture to build upon. But GRC itself is something organizations do. It's not something they buy. And I see the GRC market as a broad market, and there's many different types of solutions in the market. There's over 700 solutions I've mapped into the GRC market. You know, there's well over 100 that do different aspects of risk management. There's dozens that do quality management or environmental health and safety. There's 88 vendors that do policy management. So there's lots of different types of vendors, some very narrow, some very broad with enterprise platforms. Some focus on specific industries and issues, some, you know, broad again as well.
Okay, thanks. Payman?
What was the question?
The question was, you know, about your perspective, you know, of the GRC market, and you look at it really from a risk management lens, you know, market credit operations.
So it's interesting. So by way of background, actually I got into this through nuclear engineering, so not finance. And then I was a director of the risk consulting practice at Ernst & Young across all risk areas and so on. It's only more recently that being the focus of, you know, in the wake of the financial crisis, the financial risk focus is in there. So, you know, I understand both the qualitative and the quantitative end of the scale. So hopefully my risk universe is quite wide. So what shapes my perspective, if that's the question, what shapes my perspective is what we see people doing, what organizations are doing. And actually some of our clients are, you know, in the room. And my perspective is that no one does it well, unfortunately. So if you look at, the lessons that we have not learned from the 90s, Enron happened, Sarbanes-Oxley came in, and the GRC sort of wave was a little bit on the back of SOX, and that was early 2000 and so on, and then SOX. I'm ex-Big Four, so Big Four firms made billions, literally billions, out of Sarbanes-Oxley initiatives, and some software companies made lots of money out of it. And then, as we're coming towards the end of Sarbanes-Oxley, then we have the financial crisis. So I'm thinking, well, that didn't work. And then we had Basel II, and now we're Basel III. And I came out of a meeting yesterday, people already planning Basel IV. So, overall, and then you just read the papers in terms of scandals and misconduct cases, be it from the car industry or financial industry or insurance industry or sports, topical, federation. So whatever it is, I agree. We all do it. None of us do it. Actually, I challenge the fact that we all do GRC. I think no one does GRC.
Okay.
As we've defined it in the frameworks and the conceptual, lovely PowerPoint slides that we see every day, and then the concept, no one does it. No one does it. No one does it, or there are lots of attempts at it. No one does it well. I'm still coming out of meetings with organizations who are probably third or fourth generation GRC systems, and they still haven't got a common language, a taxonomy that's agreed across the various silos, and so on. So over to you.
Well, so Michael says we've got hundreds of companies claiming they do it, Payman saying no one really doing it from a nuclear engineer perspective. So Chris?
So my background's in marketing and market research. I guess I gravitated toward GRC, whatever we want to call it. I think like many of us, I am a customer, I'm an employee, I'm an investor. I love the idea of companies doing better. I agree nobody's doing comprehensive GRC in the way that we would love for them to do it. It's very, very complicated, but I like that there's a room of people like us that care about this enough to talk about it. We probably could have made more money in other sectors, or maybe we had other opportunities, but we're all here because we want to see companies behave better. So I got, my master's is in corporate ethics and compliance. I spent a lot of time thinking about how do we help companies fix their quality, fix their finances, fix their security, their privacy. So I spent a lot of time with companies trying to help them. I agree that nobody's doing it perfectly, nobody's doing it really, really well, but I, again, like the fact that we're all here talking about it.
Right.
From that standpoint, my point on GRC that we all do it, you're not going to find an organization on the planet that says we do not govern the organization, we do not manage our risks, and we do not comply. We all are doing it on some scale, maturity scale, whether it's at the ad hoc, the fragmented, the managed, all the way up to the agile. And so we're all doing it in some form or fashion. The better question in my mind is how do we improve? And nobody is at that level 5 agile maturity stage as I've defined it.
But GRC, it's already become a marketing buzzword, right? A lot of companies claim to be doing GRC, or they're a vendor allowing companies to do GRC. So, how do we cut through that buzz and think about what's real? How do you think about what's real in the market today?
I think first of all, stop calling it GRC. It's. I think towards the end of Piyush's presentation, from my mind, he was sort of linking compliance and risk and governance to performance, and until we take a performance-based approach around these activities, whatever we may call them, and there's, be it 20 silos or 40 silos, whatever it may be. I think, if you think about other global initiatives that have happened, so if you go back to the ERP, so business process reengineering, sort of revolution that we went in the 90s, and then we had CRM. As a concept. They worked. And the reason they worked, that they were linked directly to customer benefit and business performance, and ultimately P&L and balance sheet performance. And that linkage was direct. You get better market segmentation through a good CRM system. Then you make better margin, better risk-based pricing, straight line, direct impact on bottom line. So it's the financial linkage. And call me old-fashioned, unless we're in a sort of charity business, the rest of us is all about profit. That's why we're in business. And so linking GRC to profit is risk-based performance management, what we call is the missing link. Otherwise, the activity is just done for compliance and box ticking, and we comply with policies. Yeah. What does that mean for policy? So there's too many boards not interested actually, unless they can see the direct impact. Now, some of that is happening now. There are pockets of excellence. I don't want to be like doom and gloom about this. So there are some pockets of excellence where we're seeing, so we started talking about GFRC at Chartis, so linking it to financial metrics, risk-adjusted performance metrics. In the financial industry, obviously, the introduction of capital adequacy, so cost of capital is taken into account, and linking operational risk, cybersecurity, IT risk, all to what does it mean in terms of impact on capital. And then once you can link it to capital, you can link it to performance. So I think that's where I think there needs to be more attention, linking it directly to business performance. Business performance, the way it's looked at in Wall Street and in London in terms of financial analysts.
Profits and losses, yeah.
Profits, return on equity, good old-fashioned financial metrics, and having a direct lineage into various GRC activities.
Chris, do you have thoughts?
Yeah, so we spend a lot of time at Forrester understanding how people and companies buy technology, do business with the companies they want to do business with. And I think in our GRC research, what we're trying to show, and we've come up with some great examples, so certainly you can tie GRC to cost reduction, minimizing risk, minimizing cost of capital. What we're also seeing is that people decide to do business with companies that they feel reflect their values. Again, as an employee, as an investor, as a customer, I can go online and check reviews on Yelp or Uber or Airbnb, and I can see this is a company that has a lot of stars, they share the same values I do. I'm more likely to buy, shop, invest in, work with a company that I think is going to reflect my values. This isn't happening quite often enough yet, but eventually I think we're going to see that companies that do a better job taking care of their employees, taking care of their customers and investors, they're going to have a competitive advantage. That is, people are going to decide, I want to invest in this company more. We've seen some of this already. I mean, it's kind of few and far between. People say, yes, I prefer to invest in a company that reflects my values. Their actions don't necessarily reflect that all the time. But we have so much more transparency now. You can see these CEOs come out and say something egregious. The CEO of Lululemon saying there are certain types of people with certain types of body that shouldn't be wearing my clothing. That comment lives forever now. That blows up on social media. That CEO had to leave. People care about the companies that they do business with now more than ever. That reputational damage is much more apparent now. So we should be able to tie GRC activities back to how are we making a resilient brand that's going to be able to weather the storm in case something bad like that happens.
Yeah. So,
well, I would blend with both of my colleagues up here and discussing that ultimately what it's about is principal performance. As an OSEG fellow and part of OSEG, that's what we're focusing on, is principal performance. Principal being that ethical value side Chris just mentioned, and then the performance aspect, and bringing those together. In fact, the definition for GRC found in the GRC capability model published by OSEG is that GRC is a capability to reliably achieve objectives, that's the governance piece, while addressing uncertainty, that's risk management, and acting with integrity being the compliance piece. And it's the GRC is the mechanism towards principal performance that's established in the GRC capability model.
Okay. So Michael, earlier you mentioned the hundreds of companies that are saying they're doing something related to GRC. And I think back about the recent decision by the Republicans, that there are two candidates, Christie and Huckabee, that are going to be moving now to what they call the kids' table, right? Because they just didn't have enough support
Which one
to
of
be
us
with
has
the
to
big
move?
boys. Not about you, it's about the GRC market. But can you comment on, in GRC, who's at the kids' tables? And I'm not talking about company names, but, what kind of characteristics? Because Chris, you were talking about, in principle, we want to buy from companies that share our values, right? So what companies, kind of are on the verge of sitting at the kids' table or, at risk of moving there?
Are we talking about solution providers?
Solution providers.
Okay, not companies themselves that have bad things happening.
No, we read that in the press.
Yeah. The challenge is the kids' table is huge. I mean, every time we have an acquisition in this space or a merger, and there's lots of those, there's a dozen others to replace it because every consultant's built something for some company somewhere, and all of a sudden they see some dollar signs and software that's somewhat similar to what they did get sold, and they want to enter the market. So I'm seeing new entrants in this market every week, just about, it seems. It's just mind-boggling. And so we have a very crowded market with a lot of people at the kids' table. But we've been doing the measurement and evaluation of what we can call GRC platforms. And those go back to the first couple of Forrester Waves I wrote, and then Chris has been doing several since I left Forrester. And so, and then you have Gartner's Magic Quadrant. And from that perspective, from the GRC platform perspective, and a lot of organizations have multiple platforms, as was pointed out by Chartis, and I see that all the time. But from the GRC platform point of view, you've got to differentiate. It can't just be about workflow and task management and moving things along a process. People are going to differentiate in the user experience, the analytic capabilities, the ability to support federated risk and compliance management. There's lots of risk methodologies out there. Bayesian modeling, Monte Carlo analysis, bow tie risk assessments, decision trees, to the standard heat maps and stoplights and things. We can't conform the whole entire organization to a one-size-fits-all risk model. It just doesn't work. One of the biggest issues I see with a lot of GRC implementations is the fact that risk normalization aggregation is completely broken or non-existent. I've had one major financial services firm tell me that their board of directors never wants to see a heat map from their GRC platform again because it was lacking risk normalization aggregation. Everything's just sort of thrown on there, and they're pulling it apart. And like, why is this risk way up here in the upper right? Actually, the exposure is lower than this one that's further down lower left. It's because there's different department views of risk, and there's no actual logic going into enterprise risk reporting, and it's just a mess. And so people have to address that to stay at the big table, not go to the kids' table.
Yeah, so it's that lack of differentiation that would cause the movement, right? Payman, do you have a view on?
Yes, no, I agree. I think the kids' table thing, I think the vendors that are in the marketplace are a reflection of the buyers, and the buyers are immature. It really is the minority, I mean, at the most basic level, anyone that can get a bunch of computer scientists which can program a database and put a business intelligence layer on top can enter the GRC space. Yeah, and we see that every day. Yeah. So at the basic level of description, the concept of you collect some data, there's some workflow engine, and there's some reports come out. There's no barrier to entry from a vendor perspective. I think where the starts getting more sophisticated, sort of maybe not adult level, but at least sort of high school level, is the know-how that goes around the software. So I think at the pure software level, for sort of fundamental GRC, there are very little barriers to entry. Particularly today with open source technology, open source analytics, databases, Hadoop. I mean, big data is in the hands of teenagers now. So I think vendors who think technology is going to be the way they differentiate either have to spend a lot on R&D and run very fast, or I think that's the wrong strategy. I think the right strategy is thinking about the subject matter expertise, the know-how, the practitioner level knowledge, the intellectual property, intellectual capital that goes in and surrounds the software. So it's a combination of professional services and software, I think, and they're getting that combination right, which will create the differentiation as opposed to pure software.
Right.
Yeah.
So I would say on top of that, there's definite value in that kind of know-how. People need to do GRC in the context of their business, but every vendor you go to, every event like this will say, we are number one at usability, or we're spending a lot of time on being user-friendly. Every vendor says that. Some obviously do it better than others. If you've seen me at this kind of a show before, I always talk about going beyond making it user-friendly and making it useful. So that's for the vendors, but also the people that run GRC. If you have to keep asking people, please go in and attest to this policy, read this training, or fill out this risk assessment, control assessment, but they don't get anything out of it, you're going to have to keep asking those people every month, every quarter, every year, please go in this system. It doesn't matter if it's easy to use. They still don't want to do that because they have their other jobs to do. So I saw a great example just a couple months ago. This is another technology vendor, I won't say the name, but they figured out a way on their on a mobile device to put some context around the user, where they are, what their job is, what job function they have that day. They walk into a facility, they get a text message that says, oh, I see that you are a machinist, you're walking into this factory. Here are policies you have to be reminded of. Here are chemicals that you're going to see on the shop floor. Here's the number to call if you see something that doesn't look quite right. They're giving in context compliance and risk management information that's going to help that person do that job better. That person's going to be want to plug into that GRC system all the time. If you're giving that kind of information to a salesperson, to a physician, it says, here are things you have to worry about today because I know what you're about to do. You're about to go into this operation or into this, maybe you're selling pharmaceuticals to a government agent, and maybe in China. Here's the FCPA requirements, here's the policy, please review this before you walk into that meeting. Once GRC is useful for those people, you don't have to keep asking. They're going to want to be plugged into the system in the same way they're plugged into CRM, ERP, and so forth.
Right. So Piyush earlier gave us a perspective on disruptive technology, right, and what that could be. But like your views, what do you think could be disruptive to the GRC industry?
Artificial intelligence, I think. And by artificial intelligence, I mean the wider definition, which has got big data, big analytics, data mining. In my earlier talk, finding the needle in a haystack. 'Cause, ultimately, what you want a GRC system to do is to direct behavior, human behavior, and identify emerging risks. And then have all the tracking and action, all the management and control that goes on the back of that. And the fact of the matter is that traditional systems are too static, too structured, not agile enough to deal with the dynamic, fast-moving world that we live in. Mm-hmm. Right?
And that kind of machine direction exists, say, in an Amazon factory today.
You need machine help. And you know what? You know what? That's already happening.
Right.
In areas, in vertical areas. It's definitely happening. If you go and look at the defense industry, what they're doing around anti-terrorism and homeland security. You think you got individuals reading every email? This is all machine stuff. It's pattern recognition, advanced technology. It's happening in the pharmaceutical drug discovery industry, using graph analytics, machine learning to find, cure to cancers or, cure to specific diseases. These are not, of course they're directed by very smart people, but behind it is huge, huge machine learning, computing power. And the technology is now there. I think the concepts have been there for decades. I agree with the guy. But the technology now, for the first time, we're seeing is there. In the last few months, we've seen, natural language processing, and I know one of the vendors out there had some natural language processing being used for continuous internal audit in a financial, global financial institution. We wouldn't have seen that a few years ago. I gave an example in my talk around, health and safety metrics coming from offshore oil rigs for a major energy company, and you can guess who, coming through complex event processing, taking into weather conditions, water conditions, all sorts of structural issues, all of them in real time coming into a dashboard and alerting and so on. So I know the dashboards have been there for a long time, but the data, the stream and volume data handling aspects haven't been there. And we are there. And a lot of the innovation is coming out of Silicon Valley. Yeah. It's from Google and Amazon and these guys. Yeah.
Michael, Chris?
We have a report coming out in the next couple of weeks that looks at some of the technologies that are doing internal user awareness and behavior analysis, external monitoring of Twitter feeds and other social media, weather patterns, the whole works. Tons of really, really interesting technology happening along those lines. We're still having trouble pulling data out of 4 or 5 systems. I mean, as an industry, we're having trouble pulling data out of 2, 3, 4, 5 systems with very basic rules. I did an inquiry it was years ago, probably 4 years ago, with a pharmaceutical company. They said they want to be able to track their salespeople so they know what products they've been trained on, when they go on site, who are they talking to, what price are they offering that drug at, and they were not able to pull out data from their e-learning, CRM, ERP, and HR into one spot and say, this looks like a red flag. I still think there's no great solution for that. So I think, yes, we were able to pull in all kinds of crazy amounts of data and do some pattern recognitions and things like that, but even basic stuff, pulling together with some rules that are consistent and reliable, we're still struggling there. So I think the artificial intelligence route's going to take 5 years or more before we get anything like a good use case.
Okay. Michael, and you on disruption?
I would echo a lot. I mean, there's definitely the analytics and artificial intelligence aspect of things that needs to happen and bring things together. That includes not only the internal data sources, but has been referenced a lot of external data sources because you can pull in geopolitical risk information, watch and sanction lists, regulatory feeds, a variety of different. I mean, I've modeled the GRC intelligence and content market and have mapped into it 115 content intelligence providers with over 384 content and intelligence solutions across different aspects of the GRC market. So there's lots of content out there of different databases and lists and updates and alerts and news feeds and everything else. But being able to make all that meaningful and be able to correlate a lot of this information as well.
Challenge.
I will say one more point on innovation. I've heard just a couple startups, actually in France, they're looking at a mobile app for consumers that tracks their values. They say, are you religious? Do you care about the environment? Do you care about product quality, human slavery? But they tie back to credit card companies. So you can go and see their actual behavior. If I'm trying to decide between Nike and Reebok, or if I'm trying to decide between Under Armour and Nike, do my values reflect my buying behavior? And I think the next step will be if I can go to a barcode and scan that with my phone and I can get a printout that says, here's a rating, kind of like Yelp or some other service like that. And I can say, I can tell right here, what is the CEO like? What is their corporate governance? Do they have good ethics and compliance rating? And I make a buying decision based on that. That will be disruptive. That's going to tie that back to that CRM. Are we making more money because of our GRC practices?
Track the materials all the way down to the source.
All the way.
Mine.
Yeah, is this ethically sourced? Do they have child labor that's behind this? There are startups that are starting to do that already.
So the only thing I would challenge here, I don't think the use cases are 5 years away. The use cases are here now.
Right.
We're seeing them. Anyone who's used a credit card in the last couple of years, that's artificial intelligence systems picking up fraud patterns.
Well, there's
anyone's who's on the trading floor of British Petroleum. They're using advanced big data analytics AI systems for commodities and energy trading. Anyone who's flown in today or yesterday, the air traffic control system that helped you land the flight is using Bayesian mathematics to make sure there's no air collision around Heathrow. So this idea that the use cases are 5 years away, I think we're looking at different use cases. They're here now. I'm seeing it every day.
Differ on the definition of AI.
Yeah.
Okay, fair. So we have a minute left, and I just wanted to know if there were comments or questions from the audience. Anything? It's all been said, huh? Great job. No? Okay, great. So maybe we'll just end with, you know, it's now and then there are drinks, right? So everyone's thinking about the pub crawl next. But, you know, if you could just quickly, just quick fire, you know, what's the next phase then in the GRC market?
Okay.
Where are we going?
I think for me, it's having the ability to, as a GRC professional of some kind, going and sitting down with a head of HR, sales, marketing, finance, some sort of business person, being able to talk about GRC in their terms. That is, what are you going to do as a GRC professional or function to help HR get their job done better, or sales or finance to be more successful in their job? Don't talk about risk. I talked to a head of risk for a pharmaceutical company here in Europe. He said, I don't talk about risk, I talk about quality.
Right.
Our culture is about quality. They understand that language. When GRC can talk the language of the business and help them get their job done better, all the technology process stuff gets easier.
That's the domain knowledge that Payman was talking about earlier. Yep.
Yeah, I think the market is highly segmented. So your next generation GRC in manufacturing is different to government sector, which is then different to banking, which is then different to insurance, because the drivers towards expenditure and investment in GRC initiatives are still primarily regulatory. And so, in the banking industry, it's a lot driven by currently at the moment stress testing and liquidity risk, and there's a revision of operational risk requirements out of Basel. The backtracking on AMA. So the next generation, the next sort of 2 years, if that's what we're doing, of GRC is driven by the regulatory agenda. And then it'll be a slightly different agenda in the pharmaceutical industry, which is then very different.
So more verticalization.
Yeah, it's the vertical differences. But yeah, I think a lot of it is about picking those initiatives, the enterprise-wide initiatives, which get sponsorship at board level, and then use those initiatives. The initiative could be total quality management. The initiative could be, a third-party vendor risk management. If that's got the attention of the board, then jump on that initiative and use that as a reason, as a business case to implement all the good things that we all know about.
Yep.
Yeah.
As I mentioned in my presentation earlier today, the greatest challenge for the next decade for GRC is just keeping up with change. Regulatory change, when global financial services firms are dealing with 180 regulatory change alerts every business day, to risk change, whether it's geopolitical risks, market risks, industry shifts and demands, to the internal business change. I can devote a lot of resources to try to keep up with regulations, understand the changing regulations, but I can still be out of compliance if that employee didn't read the policy or take the training, or something wasn't configured properly or done. Being able to take in all these different intelligence areas of external content, the internal systems, the business processes and how they function, and be able to manage change in the environment, that's critical. And just as Chris pointed out, the use case is somebody moving from one facility to another and getting those alerts and things. That's a change. Maybe that person's not normally there. I remember a pharmaceutical firm talking to them about 3 or 4 years ago too, that was looking to be able to do that same thing, because if I'm in a life sciences company and I'm in Germany and then I go down to Italy, there's different requirements and things, and I might need to be aware of those manufacturing requirements and what's going to happen. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. We value your perspective, so thank you so much for spending this time together. And the comparisons, the similarities in view, that was interesting. So again, thanks to our panel, and we'll talk more at the pub crawl. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to the panel for their insights. It's been a great day. We've got a great evening planned ahead as well. So a couple of things I'd like to point out. First of all, in your attendee packs, you have a bingo card. We've got a draw this evening, another one tomorrow. The one for today is a GoPro. I think we've got 2 people in the draw so far. So I fancy their chances. But get in there, and the way to participate is to visit our partners and get a stamp at each of their stand. That's all the more pleasurable because our partners are offering food and drinks at all of their stands, and there's different themes and different flavours. I know Rui and the Dixir team are offering port from Portugal, so don't miss out on that. Dinner will be served at 7 p.m. In this room. So look forward to seeing you after the networking outside. And then tomorrow morning, in case there's any of you that won't be able to stay on, we'll be starting tomorrow morning with coffee at 8 a.m. and the first session will begin at 8:45 here. Thanks very much.